What up, Goofy? Yeah, we're watching more
But no matter how many people inside and outside government begged him to condemn extreme elements, promoting violence, and indeed civil war in America, and race war in America, he just wouldn't do it. And that's because he wanted to incite and provoke their violence for his own political gain and for his own strategic objectives.
facts.
Ever since he became president, Trump revealed what he thought of political violence. For his side, he praised it and he encouraged it. Right now, I'm going to play for you just a few clips from over the years when the president's words successfully incited his supporters into assaulting his opponents.
Whoa. What the fuck? I don't remember
See,
this.
the first group, I was nice. Oh, take your time. The second group, I was pretty nice. The third group, I'll be a little more violent. And the fourth group, I'll say, get the hell out of here.
Wild.
All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you, please? Get him out of here. Throw him out. I got a little notice, in case you see, the security guys. We have wonderful security guys. They said, Mr. Trump, there may be somebody with tomatoes in the audience. So if you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously. Okay?
He's mad
Just
about those
knock the hell-
tomatoes.
I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees. I promise.
1 week after the attack, on January 13th, President Trump, in response to continuing bipartisan criticism, releases another video. Here is part of what he said. I want to be very clear. I unequivocally condemn the violence that we saw last week. Violence and vandalism have absolutely no place in our country and no place in our movement. President Trump, of course, had to make that statement. He needed to unequivocally condemn the attack.
What up, mischievous
But he also
raccoon?
needed to mean those words. You saw Donald Trump tweet endless attacks, sometimes 108 tweets in a
Peaches.
day.
You
And
know
in public
Trump got the
speeches
biggest
and
peach.
across rallies,
You can't
repeating
out-peach
words
the
of
peach
fight
master.
and stop the steal and never
Good morning,
surrender.
mischievous raccoon.
You know what it looks like when President Trump wants to convey a message. Forcefully, loudly, and repeatedly, he does that. This video sent after a week of the attack was not that. And we know this because in this video, he again does not show remorse, does not take responsibility. He again does not acknowledge his role in the insurrection. He does not say in that video, for example, everything I said in the months prior went too far. And he does not say the one sentence that matters. He does not say the one sentence that would stop future political violence. The election was not stolen. President Trump's lack of remorse shows that he will undoubtedly cause future harm if allowed, because he still refuses to account for his previous high-grade crime against our government. You know, I'm not afraid of Donald Trump running again in 4 years. I'm afraid he's going to run again and lose, because he can do this again.
President Trump's incitement has reverberated around the country, prompting massive law enforcement mobilization in several state capitals, including Washington, Illinois, Michigan, and Georgia. Look at these photos. This is what Donald Trump has done to America. This massive deployment of law enforcement has cost the taxpayers dearly. The National Guard
5
deployment
minutes
to
until the
D.C.
defense.
alone
We hear the
is
defense
expected to cost at least
should be especially
$480
goofy.
million.
Should
The
be
bills
especially
are already
ridiculous.
also racking up in the states. North Carolina, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Utah, and Wisconsin have each spent about $500,000 to safeguard their capitals in the run-up to the inauguration. Ohio spent $1.2 million over the same two-week period. And remember, this is at a time when state budgets are already suffering under the weight of the pandemic.
While we secure this physical space, what message will we send the rest of the world? We already know that the message our adversaries took from January 6th. This is how some of them responded after the attack. Quote, "For America's adversaries, there was no greater proof of the fallibility of Western democracy than the sight of the U.S. Capitol shrouded in smoke and besieged by a mob whipped up by their unwillingly outgoing president." And to make matters worse, our adversaries are even using the events of January 6th not only to denigrate America, but to justify their own anti-democratic behavior, calling America hypocritical. Here's what the Chinese government is saying. The spokesperson for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the Capitol riot should spark, quote, "deep reflection among U.S. lawmakers regarding how they discuss the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong, suggesting that the U.S. is hypocritical in denouncing Beijing's crackdown in the city while it struggles with its own unrest at home." In the Global Times, an outlet affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, even tweeted a series of side-by-side photos of two events, the siege of the U.S. Capitol and a July 2019 incident in which pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong broke into the city's Legislative Council building.
I'm doxxed. Oh no, my full name.
President Trump gave the Chinese government an opening to create a false equivalency between Hong Kongers protesting for democracy and violent insurrectionists trying to overthrow it. As Representative Gallagher described in real time.
And we don't think other countries around the world are watching this happen right now. We don't think the Chinese Communist Party is sitting back and laughing, then we're deluding ourselves. So call it off, Mr. President. We need you to call this off.
Russia has also seized on this violent attack against our government, decrying that democracy is, quote, over. The chairman of the Russian Upper House of Parliament's International Affairs Committee said, quote, "The celebration of democracy is over."
The My Pillow
This
guy
is
is going to be his lead defense
actually the
lawyer.
bottom.
I bet as that defense
I
is going
say
to be
this
softer
without
than
a
them
hint of
pillows.
gloating. America is no longer charting the course and therefore has lost all its rights to set it, and especially to impose it on others. They're using President Trump's incitement of an insurrection to declare that democracy is over.
Wow.
In Iran, the supreme leader is using President Trump's incitement of insurrection to mock America. He said of the
I
situation
can't believe
in the United
that
States,
that's
quote,
like the
"This
supreme
is their
liberal
democracy
mental
and
illness,
human
yo,
rights.
where you're like, hey guys, they're
This is their
using
election
this event
scandal.
that demonstrates that there was
These
never
are their
actually
values.
democracy in America to say
These
that
values are being
democracy is
mocked
over.
by the whole
Like,
world.
come on, my guy.
Even their friends are laughing at them. And these statements are serious and pervasive. And according to a joint threat assessment bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and 8 other law enforcement entities, quote, "Since the incident at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, Russian, Iranian, and Chinese influence actors have seized the opportunity to amplify narratives in furtherance of their policy interests amid the presidential transition. We cannot let them use what happened on January 6th to define us, who we are, and what we stand for.
Wild. Peak
We get to
liberal mental
define
illness,
ourselves by how we respond to the attack.
So our friends must work to answer all of the
Peak liberal
overwhelming,
brain disease.
detailed, specific, factual, and documentary evidence we have introduced of the president's clear and overwhelming guilt
Your boy
in
Jamie Raskin.
inciting violent insurrection against the Union. Donald Trump last week turned down our invitation to come testify about his actions, and therefore we've not been able to ask him any questions directly as of this point. Therefore, during the course of their 16-hour allotted presentation, we would
Come on,
pose
yo, I
these
don't care about all
preliminary
this shit we already
questions to his
seen.
lawyers,
Where's the defense at? Come on.
which I think are on everyone's
Bring us
minds
to
right
entertainment.
now, and
When are we going to find out when they acquit his dumb ass? Because we know they're not voting to convict
if
him.
he had chosen to come and testify about his actions and inactions when we invited him last week. One, why did President Trump not tell his supporters to stop the attack on the Capitol as soon as he learned of it? Why did President Trump do nothing to stop the attack
Jamie Raskin
for at
has-
least
I don't know
2
if it's just
hours
like
after the attack
Federalist
began?
people are like, I don't know, dog. He
As
needs
our
to get it. He needs to get that
constitutional
hair
commander-in-chief,
fixed somehow.
Why did he
Whether
do
he
nothing to
just go ahead
send
and
help
chops it all off, or
to
what?
our overwhelmed and besieged law enforcement officers
That skin
for at least
yarmulke
2
is-
hours on January 16th
I don't know about
after
that.
the attack began?
Get right with some Beijing or
On
something.
January 6th, why did President Trump not at any point that day condemn the violent insurrection and the insurrectionists? And I'll add a legal question that I hope his distinguished counsel will address. If a president did invite a violent insurrection against our government, as of course we allege and think we've proven in this case, but just in general, if a president incited a violent insurrection against our government, would that be a high crime and misdemeanor? Can we all...
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting
Yo.
and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers
My
like
fault,
you.
Big Richie Liz.
Thank you.
Here we go. Here it is. Here we go. Hell yeah. Snowcat.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Woodruff, and welcome to the second Trump impeachment trial.
There it is.
A PBS NewsHour special. We're now on day number 4 of this historic
Day 4.
trial, and today the defense team gets its turn at the lectern.
Oh boy.
They rebut the case that impeachment managers from the House of Representatives laid out over the last 2 days.
Oh boy.
They argue that the former president should be convicted for inciting the violent mob that attacked the Capitol on January the 6th. The Trump defense team is permitted 16 hours to present its side.
Oh, boy.
But the attorneys have told reporters that they aim to finish their arguments today and not use up all of their allotted time. If
I
that
would
happens
imagine.
early enough today, there could be a move to the next phase of this trial process, and that is questions from the senators themselves, who are, of course, sitting as the jury.
Oh, my
Later
goodness.
today, and a vote in this trial could come as early as tomorrow. We are watching the Senate floor. They are beginning the trial proceeding as they do every day with a prayer, the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll be going to the floor in just moments as they begin. But as we wait, joining us as they have every day of this impeachment trial, Lisa Desjardins and Yamiche Alcindor. They're both watching all of this from the Capitol. Lisa, I'm going to quickly come to you because I think they're going to get underway very shortly.
woman on the left, her
with,
drip is always
former President Trump's defense
like,
team.
what
But
kind
at
of
this
drip is that?
point, senators, you were telling us senators paying close attention for the most part.
What she
That's
got
correct.
going on?
Senators, and I think they'll be paying even more close attention today because
Look at
this
that
will be
fit.
a new part of the trial for them. I talked to
She got the
Senator
animals.
Cassidy of Louisiana walking in today.
That's like
he
the
says he still has a
elementary
lot of
school
serious
art teacher
questions for
fit.
Trump's teams, including what the former president was doing
You feel me?
during
That's
the
the
riot.
elementary school art teacher drip.
All right, we are keeping a close eye on the Senate floor to see when the presiding officer, who in this case, of course, is Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont.
Senators, will you please be seated? And if there is no
Let's just go to the floor
the
and
journal
listen.
proceedings of the trial are approved to date. It asks the Sergeant at Arms to make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial
Tell
of
me
the
you love
article of
animals without
impeachment
saying, "I love animals."
exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
Here we go. This should be totally goofy. This should be absolutely absurd.
Mr. President,
The majority leader is recognized.
for the information of all
Big Chuck
senators, we'll
Schumer.
plan to take short breaks approximately every 2 hours and a longer dinner break around 5 p.m.
Now, pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the counsel for the former president have 16 hours to make the presentation of their case, and the Senate will hear the counsel now.
Yeah, Scabby. I know I'm going to be saying that shit.
Begin the presentation of the case for the former president. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senators. Mr. President. The article of impeachment now before the Senate is an unjust and blatantly unconstitutional act of political vengeance.
What?
This appalling abuse of the Constitution only further divides our nation when we should be trying to come together around shared priorities. Like every other politically motivated witch hunt, the left has
Witch
engaged
hunt?
in over
Yo,
the past
this
4
is.
years.
You remember how you had to do a book report? You had to read in the front of class. You ain't read that book. You ain't read a single page of that fucking book, but you wrote like 3 pages worth of book report on it.
The
This is
Senate
that
should
dude.
promptly
This is
and
that.
decisively vote to reject it. No thinking
Trump wrote
person could
this, yeah.
seriously believe that the president's January 6th speech on the ellipse was in any way an incitement to violence or insurrection. The suggestion is patently absurd on its face. Nothing in the text could ever be construed as encouraging, condoning, or enticing unlawful
God, dude.
activity of any kind.
Bruh. Yo.
Far from promoting
They're really
insurrection
doing
against
this.
the United States, the president's remarks explicitly encouraged those in attendance to exercise their rights peacefully and patriotically. Peaceful and patriotic protest is the very antithesis of a violent assault on the nation's capital.
Bruh.
The House impeachment article
like saying,
slanderously
yo,
alleges that the president
You can say whatever you
intended
want
for the
about someone as
crowd at
long as
the
you say
ellipse
allegedly at the end.
to,
yo.
quote, interfere
You can
with
tell
the
people
joint
to fight like
session's
hell and have
solemn
trial by
constitutional
combat,
duty to
as long as you tell them to
certify
do it peacefully,
the results
yo.
of the 2020 presidential election.
This is ridiculous.
This is manifestly disproven by the plain text of the remarks.
I want to see the evidence.
The president devoted nearly his entire speech to an extended discussion of how legislators should vote on the question at hand. Instead of expressing a desire that the joint session be prevented from conducting its business, the entire premise of his remarks was that the democratic process would and should play out according to the letter of the law.
Hell yeah. I always use allegedly,
including
Mark.
both the
Hell yeah,
Constitution
youngin.
and the Electoral Count Act.
Hell yeah.
In the conclusion of his remarks, he then laid out a
You
series
can go blow
of
that nigga's head off,
legislative
but peacefully,
steps
though.
that
Be
should
easy.
be taken to improve democratic
Go run down on that man, but peacefully,
going
though.
forward,
Yo.
such as passing universal voter ID legislation, banning ballot harvesting, requiring proof of citizenship to vote, and turning out strong in the next primaries.
Bruh, he's
Not only
yo.
President, these are not the words of someone inciting a violent insurrection. Not only
peaceful
President
trial by
Trump's
combat,
speech
yeah.
on January 6th, but indeed his entire challenge to the election results was squarely focused on how the proper civic process could address any concerns through the established legal and constitutional system. The president brought his case before state and federal courts.
And they got
the US
teabagged
Supreme
out of the court.
The state legislatures, the Electoral College,
Oh,
and
my
ultimately
goodness.
the U.S. Congress. In the past, Numerous other candidates for president have used many of the same processes to pursue their own election challenges.
No other president in the history of the
recently
country
as 2016,
has not conceded to the election
the Clinton
results.
campaign brought multiple post-election court cases, demanded recounts, and ridiculously declared the election stolen by Russia. Many Democrats
Trump be
even
like, I would
attempted
like to wish my
persuade the Electoral
supporters
College
a very
delegates to
peaceful kill all
overturn
Democrats.
The 2016 results. House Manager Raskin objected to the certification of President Trump's victory 4 years ago, along with many of his colleagues. You'll remember it was Joe Biden who had to gavel them down.
I have an
Why was that?
objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
I object to the votes from the state of Wisconsin, which should not be legally certified.
Are they really doing this? Oh my
I
God,
object to the
dude.
certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not.
There's no debate. And I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. The objection cannot be entertained.
Counting,
Debate is not in order.
Ballot. Even with the
There is
malfunction,
no
87
debate in
voting
order. Is
machines
it
at the
signed by a
African
senator?
American
There is no
Rights Act
debate.
and
There is no
concerning
debate
hacking by
in
the
the
Russian
joint
government.
session. There is no debate. There is no
Joe
debate.
Biden up
16
there
There's no
doing Joe
And the
Biden
massive-
things.
Please come to order. The
My
objection
signature on it
cannot be
seeking it, Senator,
received.
but the Russian
Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code prohibits debate in the joint session.
I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one
Peacefully.
United States senator who will join me in this letter
There
of
is no
objection?
debate. There is no debate.
One.
The gentlewoman will suspend.
In 2000, the dispute over the outcome was taken all the way to the Supreme Court, which ultimately rendered a decision. To litigate questions of election integrity within the system is not incitement to resurrection. It is the democratic system
My
working
man
as
said
the
incitement to
founders
resurrection.
and lawmakers
He don't even know what he's talking about up
designed.
there. My man forgot to take his
To claim
omega
that the
3s this
president
morning.
in any way wished, desired, or encouraged lawless or violent behavior is a preposterous and
He's not getting no
monstrous
blood flow to
lie.
his brain.
In fact, the first two messages the president sent via Twitter once the incursion of the Capitol began were, stay peaceful and no violence because we are the party of law and order. The gathering on January 6th.
Yo, he said that at 2:38 p.m. What is
And the
this?
overwhelming majority of those in attendance remained peaceful.
Look at the timestamp on these tweets.
Everyone knows the
Yo,
president
oh
had
my God,
spoken
dude.
at
And the
hundreds
Republicans
of
actually
large
believe
rallies
this shit.
across the country over the past 5 years. There had never been any mob-like or riotous behaviors, and in fact, a significant portion of each event was devoted to celebrating the rule of law.
Imagine using those tweets as evidence
our
that he was trying to get the crowd to remain
And honoring
peaceful
the men and
after your
women of
opposition
law
just spent the last
enforcement.
3 fucking days demonstrating how
Contrast
those tweets came
the
after the
president's
people were
repeated
already trying to talk
combinations
about
of
shooting
violence
people in the
with the
brain
rhetoric
inside
from
the
his
fucking building
opponents.
during the
I am
insurrection.
your
yo.
president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters.
The vast majority of the protest has been peaceful.
Republicans stand for
That's-
law
yo,
and order.
here it
and we
is.
Stand for justice.
Mark your bingo cards. The Black Lives Matter mention.
Maybe there will be. My administration will always stand against violence, mayhem, and disorder.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there is unrest in our lives.
I stand with the heroes of law enforcement.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
We will never defund our police. Together, we will ensure that America is a nation of law and order.
We're in high school. I take
This is why you don't platform
I think you need
neo-Nazis,
to go back
because
and
it's always just
punch him in the
PR
face.
for them.
Feel like punching him.
We just want law and order. Everybody wants that.
That edit, that Cory Booker edit. That disingenuous ass Cory Booker edit. Yo, these people are sick. These people are sick, yo.
We want law and order. We have to have law and order.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
We believe in safe streets, secure communities, and we believe in law.
Listen to the music, yo. The music and the edits. Yo, this is unhinged. Oh my God. This is every bit as good as I was imagining.
On January 6th, a small group who
Michael
came
van
to
der Veen,
engage
of course he's
in violent
Dutch.
and menacing behavior,
Fucking Dutch bastard.
hijacked the event for their own purposes. According to publicly available reporting, it is apparent that extremists of various different stripes and political persuasions pre-planned and premeditated
Netherlands had
an
ass.
attack on the Capitol. One of the first people arrested was the leader of Antifa. Sadly, he was also among the first to be released. From the beginning, the president has been clear.
There it is,
The
Antifa, Black Lives Matter.
infiltrated
Oh my
the
God,
Capitol
dude.
must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. They should be in prison for as long as the law allows.
Didn't Trump just
The fact
pardon
that
mad
the attacks
people,
were
though?
apparently premeditated, as alleged by the House managers, demonstrates the ludicrousness of the incitement allegation against the president.
Yeah, that was a dope PowerPoint.
You can't incite what was already going to happen. Law enforcement officers at the scene conducted themselves heroically and courageously, and our country owes them an eternal debt. But there must be a discussion of the decision.
Yo, imagine thinking that that's a defense of your party.
Posture
That
and
the Trump's not at
security
fault
in
because
advance
all
of the
those
event.
fucking insane Republicans
many
were
will
already just
recall,
Republicaned out, and we're going to do
last
that
summer,
anyway. And it had
the
nothing
White
to do with
House
Trump,
was
yo.
faced
Imagine
with
thinking that that's a defense.
violent rioters.
This is
night
ridiculous,
after night.
yo.
They repeatedly attacked Secret Service officers and at one point pierced a security wall, culminating in the clearing of Lafayette Square. Since that time, there has been a sustained negative narrative in the media regarding the necessity of those security measures on that night, even though they certainly prevented many calamities from occurring. In the wake of the Capitol attack, it must be investigated whether the proper force posture was not initiated due to the political pressure stemming from the events at Lafayette Square. Consider this. On January 5th, the mayor of the District of Columbia explicitly discouraged the National Guard and federal authorities from doing more to protect the Capitol, saying, and I quote, "The District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional deployment." This sham impeachment also poses a serious threat to freedom of speech for political leaders of both parties at every level of government. The Senate should be extremely careful about the precedent this case will set. Consider the language that the House impeachment article alleges to constitute incitement. If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. This is ordinary political rhetoric that is virtually indistinguishable from the language that has been used by people across the political spectrum for hundreds of years. Countless politicians have spoken of fighting for our principles.
Hundreds of years.
Joe
It's
Biden's
like 3
campaign slogan was "Battle for the Soul of America." No human being seriously believes that the use of such metaphorical terminology is incitement to political violence. While the president did not engage in any language of incitement, there are numerous officials in Washington who have indeed used profoundly reckless, dangerous, and inflammatory rhetoric in recent years. The entire Democratic Party and national news media
Demon
spent
rats.
the last 4 years repeating without any evidence that the 2016 election had been hacked and falsely and absurdly
There's
claimed
mad evidence that
the President of the United States was a Russian spy. Speaker Pelosi
no one
herself said that the 2016 election was hijacked and that Congress has a duty to protect our democracy. She also called the president an imposter and a traitor.
I mean, he literally
and
incited
recently
the
referred
riot
to
at
her
the
colleagues in the House as the enemy within. Moreover, many Democrat politicians endorsed
This
and
defense isn't a
encouraged
meme. It's
the
just straight up
riots
Facebook
that
boomer
destroyed
memes, yo.
vast swaths of American cities last summer, when violent left-wing anarchists conducted a sustained assault on a federal courthouse in Portland, Oregon. Speaker Pelosi did not call it an insurrection. Instead, she called the federal law enforcement officers protecting the building stormtroopers. When violent mobs destroyed public property, she said, people will do what they do. The Attorney General of the state of Massachusetts
this is gonna be better than the
stated,
Bernie memes.
yes, America is burning, but that's how forests grow. Representative Anya Presley declared, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there is unrest in our lives. The current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, urged supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out
You called her Kamala.
violent rioters and arsonists.
This
out
is
of
literally
jail.
just memes, yo. Just straight up memes.
One of those was released and went out and committed another crime, assault. He beat the bejesus out of somebody.
Who did he beat the bejesus out of?
She said
It wasn't a neo-Nazi, was it?
Of the violent
If I research that, I'm not going to find out he beat up a neo-Nazi, am I?
Everyone beware. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. They're not going to let up, and they should not. Such rhetoric continued even as hundreds of police officers across the nation were subjected to violent assaults at the hands of angry mobs.
What's a
man
bejesus for
claiming to be
3,000? I'm
inspired by
sick.
the junior senator from Vermont came down here to Washington, D.C. to watch a softball game and kill as many senators and congressmen as he could. It cannot be forgotten
He's blaming that on the
President
Democrats?
Trump did not blame the junior senator.
Oh, my goodness.
The senior senator from Maine has had her house surrounded by angry mobs of protesters. When that happened and unnerved her, one of the
A disgusting
House
assault on the
managers, I
truth?
forget which
Absolutely.
one,
This is why
tweeted,
you don't platform neo-Nazis.
Cry me a river.
To be fair, it's got to be wild liberating to know that you could just lie, straight up lie, and your constituents will just agree with you because you have a little
Under
R
the
next to your
standards of
name.
the House impeachment article, each of these individuals should be retroactively censored, expelled, punished, or impeached for inciting violence by their supporters. Unlike the left, President Trump has been entirely consistent in his opposition to mob violence. He opposes it in all forms, in all places. Just as he's been consistent that the National Guard should be deployed to protect American communities wherever protection is needed.
Yes,
For Democrats, they have clearly demonstrated that their opposition to mobs and their view of using the National Guard depends upon the mob's political views. Not only is this impeachment case preposterously wrong on the facts, no matter how much heat and emotion
I'm still
is
trying to
injected by
process the fact
political
that his piece of evidence, that video,
It is also
was literally a
plainly
meme.
unconstitutional.
He literally brought a meme
In effect,
to an
Congress
impeachment
would be
trial
claiming that
as
the
evidence.
right to disqualify a private citizen, no longer a government official, from running for public office.
Big Richard
This would
Lizardman, when is he
transform
not
the solemn
sicking his
impeachment
crowds on
process into
people?
a mechanism
Is a better question.
for asserting congressional control over which private citizens are and are not allowed to run for president. In short, this unprecedented effort is not about Democrats opposing political violence. It is about Democrats trying to disqualify their political opposition.
Wow.
It is constitutional cancel culture.
Cancel culture! Hey, he said it!
History will record this shameful effort
He said it!
as a deliberate attempt by the Democrat Party to smear, censor, and cancel not just President Trump, but the 75 million Americans who voted for him.
Oh
Now
my
is not
God.
the time
Yeah,
for
cancel
such a
half the
campaign
country.
of retribution.
Oh my God, dude. Oh
It is the
my
time
God.
for unity.
This shit is painful. This shit
and
is
healing.
Is my
and
nose bleeding?
focusing on the interests of the nation as a whole.
Oh my God.
We should all be seeking to cool temperatures, calm passions, rise above partisan lines. The Senate should
It's just
reject
memes
this
and dog
divisive
whistles and dog whistle
unconstitutional
memes.
effort and allow the nation to move forward. Over the next
Oh no, he took his glasses off. Oh no, he's about to start freestyling.
You will hear
okay, never mind. Put him
next
back
from
on.
Mr. Schoen, who's going to talk about due process and a couple other points you'll be interested to hear. I'll return with an analysis of why the First Amendment must be properly applied here. And
They
then Mr.
teabagged
Castro
that
will
2
discuss
days
the
ago.
law
Oh my
as it
God, dude.
applies to the speech of January 6th. And then we'll be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you.
That was Michael van der Veen. He is the head of a law firm in Philadelphia. He is one of the 4 attorneys representing former President Trump in this defense. And now this is David Schoen,
This will
another
be
one of the
total
president's
shit.
lawyers, former president's lawyers.
Look at him. He's got to lower the fucking lectern. Nigga, get your height up. I shouldn't be laughing at this either, but I gotta laugh or I'm gonna start crying. You feel me? I gotta laugh. This shit is...
Leaders, senators, throughout the course of today, my colleagues and I will explain in some detail.
Like, at least Hitler went to jail for the beer hall push. You know what I mean? Like,
January 6th.
Holy shit,
We'll
dude.
demonstrate that, to the contrary, the violence and looting goes against the
Oh
law
yeah,
and order
Joe,
message
this Q&A is
he
going to be
conveyed
lit.
to every citizen of the United States throughout his presidency, including on January 6th. First, though, we would like to discuss the hatred, the vitriol, the political opportunism that has brought us here today.
That has nothing to do with
The hatred that the House managers
Yo.
and others on the left have for President Trump.
the left. It's memes. It's more memes. Oh my God.
Elements
Oh my
of due
God.
process and fairness, and to rush an impeachment through the House, claiming, quote, urgency.
It's memes.
Close quotes. But the House waited to deliver the articles to the Senate for almost 2 weeks, only after Democrats had secured control over the Senate. In fact, contrary to their claim that the only reason they held it was because Senator McConnell wouldn't accept the article, Representative Clyburn made clear
Oh my God, if they
that
name
had
drop
considered
Gina
holding the
Carano.
articles for over
Oh my
100
God.
days to provide President Biden with a clear pathway to implement his agenda. Our Constitution and any basic sense of fairness require that every legal process with significant consequences for a person's life, including impeachment, requires due process under the law,
Pepe.
which includes fact-finding and the establishment of a legitimate evidentiary record with an appropriate foundation. Even last year's impeachment followed committee hearings and months of examination an investigation by the House. Here, President Trump and his counsel were given no opportunity to review evidence or question its propriety. The rush to judgment for a snap impeachment in this case was just one example of the denial of due process. Another, perhaps even more vitally
He has no
significant
idea what's required in an impeachment.
example
That much
was
is
the denial
obvious,
of any
but that's going to be
opportunity
good enough for
ever
Republicans.
to test the integrity of the evidence offered against Donald J. Trump in a proceeding seeking to bar him from ever holding public office again, and that seeks to disenfranchise some 75 million voters, American voters. On Wednesday this week, countless news outlets repeated the Democrat talking point about the power of never before seen footage. Let me ask you this. Why was this footage never seen before?
Because of security.
Shouldn't the subject of an impeachment trial, this impeachment trial, President Trump, have the right to see the so-called new evidence against him? More importantly,
Why in the fuck
riot and the
would
attack
you
on this
put
very
out
building
how
was a
close
major
the
event
rioters
that
came
shocked and impacted
to
all
literally
Americans?
killing United States
Shouldn't the American
senators
people
and a sitting
have
vice
seen this
president
footage as soon as it was available?
24 fucking hours after it happens?
For what
Why would you do
possible
that?
reason do the House
Why?
managers withhold
There's no reason for
from
that.
the American people and
This dude is
President
memeing.
Trump's lawyers? For political gain? How did they get it? How were they the ones releasing it? It is evidence in hundreds of pending criminal cases against the rioters. Why was it not released through law enforcement or the Department of Justice?
This dude, oh my God.
Is it the result of a rushed snap impeachment for political gain without due process?
The sad
House
part
Manager Raskin told us
is
all
he's a
yesterday
lawyer, so he
that
knows
your
the answer to
job
that
as
question.
jurors
He's just
in
lying
this
right
case
now. He's just
is a
straight up lying.
fact-intensive job. But of course, as several of the House managers have told you, we still don't have the facts. Speaker Pelosi herself on February 2nd called for a 9/11-style commission to investigate the events of January 6th. Speaker Pelosi says that the commission is needed to determine the causes of the events. She says it herself. If an inquiry of that magnitude is needed to determine the causes of the riot, and it may very well be, then how can these same Democrats have the certainty needed to bring articles of impeachment and blame the riots on President Trump? They don't.
I would think the last
House
3 fucking
managers,
days
facing a
would say
significant lack of
otherwise, my
evidence,
friend, but all right.
turned often to press reports and rumors during these proceedings. Claims that would never meet the evidentiary standards of any court. In fact, they even
Yeah,
relied
Justin,
on the
these
words
people
of
are memeing.
Andrew Feinberg,
They're just memeing.
a
They're just
reporter
straight
who
up
recently
memeing.
worked for
It doesn't
Sputnik,
matter.
the
It just
Russian
straight up doesn't
propaganda
matter.
outlet.
They're just like, Republican?
You saw it
Nope,
posted.
I'm going to vote
By
Republican.
the way, the report they cited was completely refuted. The frequency with which House managers relied on unproven media reports shocked me as I sat in this chamber and listened to this.
And there's a lot that we don't know yet about what happened that day.
According to those around him at the time, reportedly responded.
Trump reportedly
reports across all major media outlets.
Major news networks, including Fox News, reportedly summoned. Reportedly not accidental. According to reports, President Trump was reportedly spoke to the guard.
And was widely reported.
Media reports?
According to reports, reportedly.
I don't even have
As any
anything cute
trial
to say
lawyer will
about
tell
that.
you, reportedly is a euphemism for I have no real evidence.
Wow.
Reportedly,
this
not the
is
standard in any American
memes.
setting in which any semblance of due process is afforded an accused.
Where did the reports come from, my
Reportedly
guy?
Isn't even, here is some circumstantial evidence.
Where did the reports come
It is
from?
exactly as reliable as, I Googled this for you. And if you're worried that you might ever be tried based on this type of
that's
evidence,
a boomer meme.
don't be.
The
You
Google
get more
slang.
due process than this when you fight a parking ticket. One reason due process is so important with respect to evidence offered against an accused is that it requires an opportunity to test the integrity, the credibility, the reliability of the evidence. Here, of course, Former President Trump was completely denied any such opportunity. And it turns
Reportedly.
out there is
Yeah.
significant reason to doubt the evidence the House managers
Reportedly
have
means
put
the same
before
thing
us.
as allegedly, guys.
Let me say this
Instead of
clearly.
allegedly now, you could say reportedly.
We have reason to believe the House managers manipulated evidence.
That'll
and
never
selectively
happen, Justin,
edited
because
footage.
you have
If they did, and this were a court of law,
Republicans
they would
have
face
brain
sanctions
disease, my
from the
dude.
judge.
There's something wrong
I
with them.
don't raise this issue
There's something
lightly.
wrong with them.
Rather,
We just gotta-
it is a product of what we have found.
I don't know
in
what we
just
gotta
the
do,
limited time
but
we
they
have
can't-
had
we can't live with
since we
Republicans,
first saw the evidence
'cause they do
here
stuff like
with
this.
you this week. We have reason to believe that the House managers created false representations of tweets, and the lack of due process means there was no opportunity to review or verify the accuracy. Consider these facts. The House managers, proud of their work on this snap impeachment, staged numerous photo
Snap
shoots
impeachment.
of their preparations. In one of those, Manager Raskin is seen here at his desk reviewing two tweets side by side. The image on his screen claims to show that President Trump had retweeted one of those tweets. Now, members of the Senate, let's look closely at this screen, because obviously Manager Raskin considered it important enough that he invited the New York Times to watch him watching it. Now, what's wrong with this image? Actually, there are three things very wrong with it. Look at the date on the very bottom of the screen on Manager Raskin's computer screen when we zoom in to the picture. The date that appears is January 3rd, 2020, not 2021. Why is that date wrong? Because this is not a real screenshot that he's working with. This is a recreation of a tweet. And you got the date wrong when you manufactured this graphic.
Oh my God.
You did not disclose that this is a manufactured graphic and not a real screenshot of a tweet. Now, to be fair,
You can
the House
literally
managers
go
caught
to
this
Twitter
error
and find a
posted the
tweet.
image on
Oh
the
my
Senate
God,
floor.
dude, this is
So
memes.
you never
This is
saw
memes.
it
I'm losing my
when it was
mind. Oh my
presented to
God.
you.
Oh my God, this is memes. Oh my God.
But that's not all. They didn't fix this one. Look at the blue check mark next to the Twitter username of the account retweeted by the president. It indicates that this is a verified account, given the blue check by Twitter to indicate it is
And
run
some
by a
fucking
public
boomer
figure.
that's never used Twitter before is going to be like,
problem?
yep, I
The
believe
user's
that.
real account is not verified
Can't argue
and
with
has
that.
No blue check mark, as you
I
can see.
back the blue.
Were you trying to make the account
Copium.
seem more significant, or were you just sloppy?
Inhale that copium,
If we had
brother.
due process of law in this case, we would know the truth. But that's not all that's wrong with this one tweet. House Manager Swalwell showed you this tweet this week, and he emphasized that this tweet
inhale the
reflected a
copium.
call to arms. He told you repeatedly that this was a promise to call in the cavalry for January 6th. He expressly led you to believe that President Trump's supporter believed that the president wanted armed supporters at the January 6th speech, paramilitary groups, the cavalry, ready for physical combat. The problem is, the actual text is exactly the opposite. The tweeter promised to bring the Calvary, a public display of Christ's crucifixion, a central symbol of her Christian faith, with her to the president's speech, a symbol of faith, love, and peace. They just never want to seem to read
Listen,
the text.
they know that's
and
bullshit.
believe
Listen
what
to
the
them
text
chattering in the
means.
background.
You'll see this reported in the media last evening also. Words matter, they told you. But they selectively edited the president's words over and over again.
Oh
They
my
manipulated
God, dude.
video, time-shifting clips,
Oh my God.
and made
And
it
he
appear
knows
the
people aren't
president's
gonna
words
verify that.
were
He
playing
knows
to a
people aren't gonna
crowd
fact check that.
when they weren't. Let's take a look.
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. But I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Oh, he said the word peacefully.
And we are going
okay,
to
all
walk
right,
down to the Capitol.
He said the word peacefully, so it's cool.
Why are we walking to the Capitol? Well, they cut that off. To cheer on some members of Congress and not others, peacefully.
They definitely showed that
the Supreme
whole
Court ruled
clip.
in Brandenburg
They
that
just
there's a
didn't
very
show
clear
it all at
standard
once,
for incitement.
first of all.
In short, to paraphrase, whether the speech was intended to provoke imminent lawless action, and was it likely to do so. Go to the Capitol and cheer on some members of Congress, but not others. They know it doesn't meet the
The
standard
sad part
for
is
incitement,
Republicans are watching
so
that.
they
Like,
edited
see, he
it
said the
down.
word peacefully. He said the word
We heard a
peacefully.
lot this week
Demon
about
rats
fight
with
like
their
hell.
editing and their cancel
But they
culture.
cut off the video before they showed you the president's optimistic, patriotic words that followed immediately after.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country.
1488.
And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
There's that famous quote, like one of the House managers said, "A lie will travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its shoes on." Well, this lie traveled around the world a few times, made its way into the Biden campaign
blue
talking
check mark
points,
is
and ended up on the Senate floor. The Charlottesville lie. Very fine people on both sides, except that isn't all he said. And they knew it then, and they know it now. Watch this.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Robert E. Lee are not the same.
Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now, we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad.
Someone
people in the
died.
other group, too.
People treated unfairly, sir. I'm sorry. I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly?
No.
I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this, there are two sides to
freest
a story.
country in the world. You need a permit to protest.
What took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure. What makes you think?
This might be today the first time the news networks played those full remarks in their context. And how many times have you heard that President Trump has never denounced white supremacists?
It's wild that they think
now you
that...
in America know the truth.
Oh,
Here's
my
another
God.
example.
Oh,
One of the
my
House
God.
managers made much of the president's supposedly ominous words of, "You have to get your people to fight." But you knew what the president really meant. He meant that the crowd should demand action from members of Congress and support primary challenges to those who don't do what he considered to be right. Support primary challenges, not violent action. I know what he meant because I watched the full video, and so did the House managers, but they manipulated his words. You will see where they stopped it, and to give it a very different meaning from the meaning it has
Yeah, Justin,
in full
this shit's
context.
wild.
Let's watch.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary.
Wait, what? He literally just said, why would he say you have to get your people to primary if they don't
Who
fight?
need to fight are members
If
of
fight is
Congress.
fight is supposed to
Why
be
do we have to
meaning that
skip
the primary in
necessary
the
due
first
diligence
place.
and due process of law and any legal proceeding should have? It couldn't have been the urgency to get President Trump out of office.
And the Republicans
House
are like,
Democrats
yep,
held the
yep.
articles until he was no longer president, mooting their case. Hatred, animosity, division, political gain, and let's face it, for House Democrats, President Trump is the best enemy to attack.
I want to say this for Donald Trump, who I may well be voting to impeach.
Donald Trump has already done a number of things which legitimately raise the question of impeachment.
I don't respect this president, and I will fight every day until he is impeached.
That is grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Those are grounds to start impeachment. Those are grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Yes, I think that's grounds to start impeachment proceedings.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America.
I continue to say, impeach him! Impeach 45! Impeach 45!
So we're calling upon the House to begin impeachment hearings immediately.
On the impeachment of Donald Trump, would you vote yes or no?
I would vote yes.
I would vote to impeach.
Because we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the mother.
But the fact is,
Hey,
I introduced
Rashida
articles of
Tlaib.
impeachment in July
Going
of
ham.
2017.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
My oath requires me to be for impeachment, have an impeachment hearing. He needs the scarlet eye on his chest.
The representatives should begin impeachment proceedings against this president.
It is time to bring impeachment charges against him. Bring impeachment charges.
My personal view is that he richly deserves impeachment.
I'm here at an impeachment rally, and we are ready to impeach the...
Well, we can impeach him every day of the week for anything he does.
That same hatred and anger
The
led
Nathaniel
House
Hawthorne
managers to
reference.
ignore their own words and actions and set a dangerous double standard. The House managers spoke about rhetoric, about a constant drumbeat of heated language. Well, as I'm sure everyone watching expected,
I'm surprised they haven't brought
we
Obama
need to
up
show
yet.
you some of their own words.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there is unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch. You have to be ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and
Dog!
No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
Dog!
Go and take Trump.
There are Republican senators who bring the fucking strap to the House floor. Andy Harris almost got kicked out because he had the fucking toolie on his belt. Lauren Boebert proudly comes through with the wild thing on her waist daily. Marjorie Taylor Greene took a fucking picture of herself with the strap with Elon Omar and them behind her with the caption, "Squad's worst nightmare." And these people are talking about duffing them. And that's they're comparing that.
People will do what they do.
This shit is nuts to me, y'all. This shit is nuts.
I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind.
What do you consider a greater threat? Somebody talking about duffing you, or somebody just coming around you with the fucking tone on deck, strapped, locked and loaded, looking at you funny, posting captions on their social media with your fucking picture on shooting targets? How would either one of those things make you feel? You think one of those is worse than the other?
Stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence,
Ridiculous,
or
yo.
Jeff Sessions, who would it be?
Republicans have brain disease. This is why we can't. There is no unity with these people. They want to kill you.
And there's more.
They want you dead.
I promise to
And they want to make you dead by
every
way of their
single
actions.
day. One, I'm a fighter and I'm relentless. But I'm a fighter and I'm relentless. A fighter and I'm relentless. I will fight like hell.
But the way I see it now is that we pick ourselves up and we fight back. That's what I think it's all about. We stand up and we fight back. We do not back down. We do not compromise, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. You can either lie down, you can whimper, you can pull up in a ball, you can decide to move to Canada, or you can stand your ground and fight back. And that's what
maybe
it's
he
about.
should stop doing impeachable
We do fight
shit.
back, but we are going to fight back. We are not turning this country over to what Donald Trump has sold. We are just not. Look, people are upset and they're right to be upset. Now we can whimper, we can whine, or we can fight back. Me, I'm here to fight back. I'm here to fight back because we will not forget. We do not want to forget. We will use that vision to make sure that we fight harder, we fight tougher, and we fight more passionately than ever. We still have a fight on our hands.
Right, Joe.
Fight hard for the changes Americans are demanding. Get in the fight, to winning the fight, fighting. He's fighting.
Okay, the difference is that Democrats did not run down on the Capitol talking about killing sitting fucking senators, House representatives, and a fucking sitting vice president. That's the whole point of all this shit. So your argument, there's only two possible outcomes. There's only two possible reasons, right? Either Republicans are that fucking deranged and they were planning on doing that shit anyway, which is a condemnation of your entire fucking party's ideology, or the president incited the fucking mob. Those are the two options, because we know the one thing that we know for sure fucking happened is January 6th happened. We all watched it happen. We all saw what they were there for. We all saw interviews with people in the crowd where they stated themselves what they were there for. They were literally quoting Donald Trump's tweets verbatim. They were carrying Trump flags. Okay? That happened. So you either have to say that happened because your fucking party is just that fucking batshit, and that's why you got to keep mentioning Black Lives Matter, because you got to pretend like those two things are even comparable. Or Donald Trump did that shit. Those are the only two possible outcomes.
And that's what this fight is for.
Well, I'm wired to fight anyone who isn't.
Oh yeah,
I'm John
we knew they were going to try to
Damn
frame
right,
Democrats as hypocrites. We knew they were going to mention Black Lives Matter.
And I'll have lots of fights ahead of us, and I'm ready to stand up and keep fighting. We have to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We need to fight, and we need to fight.
Fight.
We're gonna fight.
Yo, this
We've got a few
editing
more
though.
fights.
These jump
We're gonna
cuts.
Take the privilege of a few more fights, and we have the biggest fight of all. I will never stop fighting. I will fight like hell to fight back against anyone.
We need to say loud and clear that we are ready to fight.
Okay, when did the Democrats run down? When did people flying Barack Obama flags run down on the Capitol talking about how they were going to shoot Paul Ryan in his brain? When did that happen? I missed that one. Did that happen? I must have been asleep or something.
Well, I really believe we need to fight. We're simply not going to take this line down. We're going to keep fighting.
So I'm telling all my colleagues, this is the fight of our life.
Whose side are you on? Who are you fighting for?
They're fighting, I'm fighting. We're both fighting.
We will fight back. We're not going to just take this line down.
I'm just going to keep the fight up.
What we have to do right now is fight as hard as we can.
We have to rise up and fight back.
And so we're going to fight, and we're going to continue to fight.
I am going to be fighting.
Oh, yeah.
Like hell.
Keep fighting.
For sure,
fighting,
Big Richard.
fighting, or we kept fighting, and we did. So we're going to keep fighting.
We have to be fighting every single day.
We have to fight back, and we have no choice but to do that. I think we're doing the right thing to do that.
Fighting.
And I'm fighting.
Well, our job right now is to
These
fight.
jump
It's
cuts.
really important. I'm going to keep fighting.
I'm asking for the support of people across the country to fight back.
And you got to be fierce in fighting. Keep fighting.
Brown have been fighting.
I've told President Biden I will Fight like mad.
I'll tell you what, now more than ever, we have to fight like hell.
We have these battles on the floor of the Senate. I'm going to go down and battle, and I'm going to be down there on the floor fighting.
Right. But we Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Credit it in any way, but we're fighting back.
What we've got to do is fight in Congress, fight in the courts.
This is all they're going to show Mischievous Raccoon, because they don't have
fighting and pushing
any counter to anything that's been said about them over the last like 2 days.
Be strong and keep fighting. We're getting people engaged in the fight. We're fighting. We've got to keep fighting and keep focused. Continue to fight.
Fight. This is going to be a fight.
We'll also fight him and challenge him in every way that we can, in the Congress, in the courts, and in the streets.
Well, Democrats don't fight. That's why they fucking lose all the time.
We each have an important role to play in fighting. In this fight, like so many before it, it has been a fight. The American people are going to have to fight.
This is the defense, just memes.
Fighting. I will always fight. Fighting. But we always must fight. Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated
Thanks for the like, Carolyn.
To fight and to fight, and about the importance of fighting. But we always must fight, to fight, to fight, and to fight. As our willingness to fight continued the fight, as Joe Biden says, to fight. It's about fighting for what we're fighting for. We will tell them about what we did to fight.
Really about a fight. But truly, I do believe that we're in a fight. I believe that we are in a fight.
It's literally just like, see, they said the word fight too, and that means that there's the same. Like, come on, bro.
Fight for all of these things.
All of it completely out of context. Yeah, of course.
Our ongoing fight, a fight.
It's because they reduced all of the evidence yesterday to Donald Trump said the word fight, so that means he told the crowd to do January 6th.
And then there's the fight to defend.
So we're just going to get a fucking ponage highlight reel of everyone who's ever said the word fight, ever.
Who he is fighting for. Marched and fought, and we just have to fight.
Yeah, not all these clips are even about Trump.
Fighting the health crisis of COVID.
I led the fight and continue to fight. Never, never, never give up this fight. I'm a citizen fighting for it. It means not only fighting a leader who fought for progressive change, as a lawyer who fought for people.
What is this good? We get it.
And I'm proud that to have.
Oh, now it's just the Joe Biden attack, so I get it. This is the Joe Biden section. Okay.
Back up. And once again, fight.
I didn't realize what was happening.
We will fight when we must fight.
What kind of America are we fighting for? We've been fighting, so we need to fight, but we also need to fight for an America.
I am going to wake up every day and fight hard. I have been fighting.
Yo, Hillary Clinton isn't even fucking politics anymore, is she?
We're in the fight of our lives.
Oh my God, dude. This is memes.
Where's
the Obama clip? Show the Obama clip.
Standing up to fight. We're in this fight in a serious way.
If you'll fight.
We're eager to take on this fight. Get in this fight and we'll fight it out. I have taken on the fights.
As representatives for the people, as legislators here in the halls of Congress, our job is to fight.
Who has led us in this fight?
Is to fight for this fight.
And every day I'm in the United States Senate, I will fight.
And one of the things we do is fight, should fight.
Because my constituents send me here each and every day to fight.
We have been fighting this fight, and we need to be side by side so we can succeed. And so I hope that you will all join us in our fight. And if we fight, and as the next governor of Georgia, I will never stop fighting. We can show the old guard something new, and we can fight.
My fight, those fights need to fight an administration.
Requiring us to fight, and fight we will. Their fight. In their fight.
This shit is way too long, you know. This shit is punishing at this point. It's like a fucking Matt Stone and Trey Parker gag.
We fight this fight. The strength of who we are is we will fight.
It's like a fucking Family Guy like joke.
We will fight. We are in a fight.
Brian, yeah. Fight.
It is a fight. It is a fight. And it is a fight born.
This is a desperate reach. They're gonna pull something reaching this hard.
Fight on. Fight on, fight on.
I'm here to say one more time in publicly, this is not a fight I wanted to take on, but this is the fight in front of us now.
Some intern from R. the Donald was amped to get $30 to clip that together. Hell yeah.
And every one of you. That's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. It's a word people use. But please stop the hypocrisy. And did you tone down the rhetoric last summer when all of this was happening?
Hypocrisy. I'm sorry. Let me ask again. When did a bunch of people flying Barack Obama flags run down on the Capitol talking about shooting Paul Ryan in the brain? Did that happen? I missed that. I don't remember that. Oh, here we go.
And everyone beware, because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before election.
That dude was a racist piece of shit.
They're not going to stop after.
This is like, yo, that dude's a racist piece of shit. Yo, this is the Andy No. They're just going straight Andy No with it, I guess. Now.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
It was a violent night in St. Louis. They shot and killed David in cold blood.
Destroying property which can be replaced is not violent.
This is an apartment complex on fire.
Facts.
And it just collapsed. The building just collapsed.
I have nowhere to go now. These people did this for no reason.
This is just a snapshot of some of the damage that people will be waking up to.
Going up, but police clearly.
I'm proud of New York, and I'm proud of the protests.
There is damage everywhere you look. Honestly, it looks like a war zone.
Heartwarming to see so many people turn out peacefully.
They keep doing it day after day after day. In fact, our country is a nation of protests. The Patriots were protesters.
St. John's Church is on fire.
Do you disavow the violence from Antifa? That's a myth.
I hope someone burns down your whole precinct with all y'all inside.
It is not, generally speaking, unruly.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
They're not going to let up, and they should not.
They're equating people
claim that it's wrong to
mad that
object
black
to the
people
certification
keep.
of election results.
They're
You, along with
equating
your allies in the media,
people in the
attempted to
streets
cancel
mad
and censor
that cops
members of
literally
this chamber
cannot stop
who
fucking
voiced
killing black
concerns
people and getting away with
objected
it
to certification.
to people mad that their
Manager
orange
Raskin,
Cheeto
you'd been in
didn't
Congress only 3
win the
days
election fair
when you
and square.
objected in 2017. It's one of the first things you did when you got here.
I need a Snickers because I'm getting a little hangry watching this.
10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
Is the objection in writing and signed not only by the member of the House of Representatives, but also by a senator?
It is in writing, Mr. President.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not...
No debate. There's no debate.
I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina based on violations of the Voting Rights Act.
There is no debate in the joint session.
I object because people are horrified by the overwhelming evidence
Section
of Russian
18,
interference
Title
in our
3 of the United States Code prohibits debate.
I object. Objected to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Ohio.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina because of the massive voter suppression and the closing of polling booths.
There is no debate. There is no debate.
16
There's
to 1,
no debate.
and the massive voting suppression that occurred to African Americans.
The gentleman will suspend.
I have an objection to the electoral votes.
The objection is in writing, and I don't care that it is not. It is not signed by
Completely changed character.
I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
There
of
is no
objection?
debate.
The objection is signed by a member of the House, but not yet by a member of the Senate.
Well, it is over.
And when the House managers realized that the president's actual words could not have incited the riot, as you alleged in your article of impeachment,
I don't know,
you
yo.
attempted to
I
pivot.
kind of have a feeling that
You said that raising
they didn't
the
have
issue
to
of
look too
election
far for all
security
this propaganda
and
for
casting
real.
doubt on the propriety of our elections was dangerous. One of the House managers, Mr. Cicilline, told you that this is not about the words Mr. Trump used in isolation. Rather, it is about the big lie, the claim that the election was stolen. The House managers told you that it's the big lie that incited the riot, and that the big lie was President Trump's claim that the election was not a fair election or that the election was stolen. Claiming an election was stolen, you were told, are words that are insightful to a candidate's
did in
followers
2016
and cause people to
a bunch
respond
of
violently.
Democrat supporters run down on the Capitol
or not
with
legitimate
Biden flags,
is
or
something
excuse
that a
me, with
candidate
Hillary
should
Clinton
never
flags,
do because he or she
talking
knows
about
or
shooting
should
Paul
know
Ryan in the brain,
that such a claim
or
and such
did a
words
bunch of white
can
women
actually
just flood the
incite
streets wearing
violent
pussy hats?
insurrection, you were
One of
told.
those two things happened,
Well, it
but
seems
I
that
don't
the
know.
House
I can't
manager's
recall. My memory's a
position
little hazy.
must be
It
actually
was
a bit
4 years,
narrower
5
than
years
that.
ago.
The House manager's position really is that when Republican candidates for office claim an election is stolen or that the winner is illegitimate, it constitutes inciting an insurrection, and the candidate should know it. But Democratic Party candidates for public elective office are perfectly entitled to claim the election was stolen or that the winner is illegitimate or to make any other outrageous claim they can. It is their absolute right to do so. And it is their absolute right to do so irrespective of whether there's any evidence to support the claim. Democratic candidates can claim that an election was stolen because of Russian collusion or without any explanation at all. And that is perfectly okay and is in no way incitement to an insurrection. And somehow, when Democratic candidates publicly decry an election as stolen or illegitimate, it's never a big lie. You've been doing it for years.
But can you imagine telling your supporters that the only way you could possibly lose is if an American election was rigged and stolen from you? And ask yourself whether you've ever
When
seen
did any of the Democrats
anyone
say that the election
at
was
any level of
rigged and
government
stolen?
make the same claim about their own election?
If Stacey Abrams doesn't win in Georgia, they stole it. It's clear. It's clear.
Okay.
And I say that publicly, it's clear.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
He knows he's an illegitimate president.
Okay.
He knows. He knows.
Even if this is the
that
case,
there
when did
were
any of these people
a
refuse
bunch
to
of
concede
different
the election
reasons
peacefully?
Why the election turned out the way it
When
did.
did any of these people
Votes
say,
remain to be counted.
I will not concede
There
the
are
election?
voices that were waiting to be heard.
And I will not concede.
Respect, and I respect where
Oh,
you're coming
damn.
from, and I respect
Damn.
the issues
Clown
that you're
me.
raising
I got
and answering
cooked.
The question. Do you think it was? You're not using the word legitimate.
There are still
I got
legitimate
cooked. Damn.
concerns over the integrity of our elections and of ensuring the principle of one person, one vote.
I agree with tens of millions of Americans who are very worried that when they cast the ballot on an electronic
Clip that,
voting
yeah.
machine,
That's a clip.
that there is no paper trail to record that vote.
But constantly shifting vote tallies in Ohio and malfunctioning electronic machines, which may not have paper receipts,
You'll see the clip later,
have led
Mission
to
is right,
additional
Clem.
loss of confidence.
I was like,
by
when
the
did they
public.
refuse to concede?
This is
And
their
like 5
only
seconds later was a
opportunity to
clip
have
of
this
Stacey
debate
Abrams refusing to
while
concede.
the country is listening, and it is appropriate to do so.
House Manager Castro no longer has to try to imagine it, thanks to the distinguished senator and others. It didn't have to be this way. The Democrats promised unity. They promised to deliver the very COVID relief in the form of $2,000 stimulus checks
Oh.
President Trump called for.
Oh.
They should have listened to their own words of the past.
Oh.
I leave you with the
He did cook him with
wise
that.
words
That's the one line
of
that's
Congressman
actual
Jerry
cookery.
Nadler.
The effect of impeachment is to overturn the popular will of the voters. We must not overturn an election and remove a president from office, except to defend our system of government or our constitutional liberties against a dire threat. And we must not do so without an overwhelming consensus of the American people. There must never be a narrowly voted impeachment or an impeachment supported by one of our major political parties and opposed by the other. Such an impeachment will produce the divisiveness and bitterness in our politics for years to come, and will call into question the very legitimacy
If this
of our
is Bill
political
Clinton's
institutions.
impeachment.
The American people have heard the allegations against the president, and they overwhelmingly oppose impeaching him. They elected President Clinton. They
Oh, my
still
God.
support him. We have no right to overturn the
Oh, my
considered judgment
God.
of the American people.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Speaker, the case against the president has not been made. There is far from sufficient evidence to support the allegations, and the allegations, even if proven true, do not rise to the level of impeachable offenses. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a partisan railroad job.
I'm not
The
going to
same
fat
people
shame
who
this
today
man.
tell us we must impeach the president for lying under oath, almost to a person voted last year to re-elect the speaker who had just admitted lying to Congress in an official
He
proceeding.
does look like he enjoys
the
a
American people are
cheeseburger
watching,
too,
and
though.
they will not forget. You may have the votes, you may have the muscle, but you do not have the legitimacy of a national consensus or of a constitutional imperative.
They're doing
This
this.
partisan coup d'etat will go down in infamy
They're absolutely
in the
doing this.
history of this
And the
nation.
Republicans are going to vote
Thank
for
you,
this
Mr.
shit
Speaker.
too,
I yield
because they're
back
just
the
going to
balance of my
ignore the last 2 days, all the shit we've seen over the last 2 days. Yeah, Clinton literally lied under oath. He literally perjured himself. So we're using a trial from, what was that, like almost 30 years ago?
I believe this is Michael van der Veen, once again, one of the attorneys for President
Like 20
Trump.
years
He
ago?
follows David Schoen, who used much of his time showing videos. So I believe this is Mr.
Good
van
afternoon
der Veen.
again, Senators. Mr. President. There are two fundamental questions for purposes of this free speech analysis. First, does the First Amendment to the Constitution apply in this chamber to these impeachment proceedings? Second, if it does, do the words spoken by Mr. Trump at the Ellipse on January 6th meet the definition of constitutional incitement so as to void the protections afforded by the First Amendment?
I feel like they demonstrated that pretty
explain
clearly
why
over the
the
last
answers
2
to
days.
both of these questions must be a resounding yes. The Constitution and the First Amendment must certainly apply to these impeachment proceedings, and Mr. Trump's speech deserves full protection under the First Amendment.
Look how mad he is.
But before getting into the legal analysis,
I'm not mad, you're
some
mad.
preliminary observations about the House manager's case should be made.
Nah, this
First,
dude is a Republican. This is
case,
Trump's lawyer, one of
unfortunately,
Trump's lawyers.
is about political hatred. It has become very clear that the House Democrats
Political hatred.
Donald Trump. This type of
Political
hatred has
hatred.
no place
There's
in our
neo-Nazis in your party, my
institutions,
guy.
and certainly no place in the law. This hatred has led the House managers to manipulate and selectively edit Mr. Trump's speech to make it falsely appear that he sought to incite the crowd.
My
to
guy, you
violently
have
attack
no
the
right to
Capitol.
talk about people editing shit after that fucking fight word
And we will show
supercut I
you
just
why.
had to fucking sit through like 8 fucking minutes of.
The hatred has also led the House managers to make some astounding legal arguments. They astoundingly urge you to disregard
The word terrorist isn't my
your
invalid
oath
vocabulary.
by ignoring
I'll
the
say
First
why in a second.
Amendment of the
Because
Constitution.
the word terrorist literally could apply to
They also ignore landmark
the founding fathers were
binding
terrorists.
United States
The reason
Supreme
why
Court
you're not
cases,
working 60
precedents,
hours a week, getting
Wood
your fingers ripped
and
off,
Bond,
cleaning machines at
both
age
of which
14 is because of
unequivocally hold
terrorism.
that elected officials have
yeah.
core First
The word
Amendment
terrorist
rights
is, like,
to engage in the exact
vacuous.
type of political speech which Mr. Trump engaged in. I was shocked the House managers not only spent a mere 3 pages on the First Amendment analysis in their trial memo, but yesterday they spent a mere 10 minutes at the end of their case as a throwaway. What we have read and what we have heard is devoid of any constitutional analysis for less than what
It's
I
all good,
would
Mischievous
expect
Raccoon.
from a first-year law student. They left out landmark cases, total intellectual dishonesty. And finally, hatred is at the heart of the House managers' frivolous attempts to blame Donald Trump for the criminal acts of the rioters based on double hearsay statements of fringe right-wing groups based on no real evidence other than rank speculation.
Hearsay. They were literally tweeting,
Hatred
reading
is
his
a
tweets off
dangerous thing.
verbatim.
We all have to work to overcome it. Hatred should have no place in this chamber, in these proceedings.
He's going full Gina Carano.
The second observation.
Republicans are like the new
Senate
Jews.
is presented with an extraordinary task sitting in judgment of a former president's words in a speech that he gave at a political event. The House managers accused Mr. Trump of using his words to incite the horrific events at the Capitol on January 6th. But yesterday, they gave you a new and novel standard of incitement with an element of foreseeability, a negligence concept.
What?
They
That's
cite
not...
zero case law. They made it up.
We're talking about this. It's an unprecedented situation. There would be no case law for this. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. This guy is a fucking idiot. This guy is a fucking idiot. And the sad thing is, the fucking idiot's watching him believe him.
Consider when deciding the issue. Do you want to create a precedent where the Senate will be tasked with sitting in judgment as to the meaning and implied intent of a president's words? Or words of any elected official? Will that allow and maybe encourage a majority party to weaponize the awesome power of impeachment against the minority to suppress a point of view? Will the Senate then have to deal with constant articles of impeachment by a majority party accusing minority presidents or other elected officials of so-called insightful or false
Yeah, this is
speeches?
Trump's lawyer.
You can see where this would lead. Sadly, we have all seen the political rhetoric get ratcheted
Chuck a
up
shoe
over
at him?
the last
Hell
few
yeah.
years. We've all been witnesses to many incendiary words by our officials at political events, broadcast over the media, internet. In each of those instances, will there now be Senate impeachment hearings? One last observation. We agree with the House managers, context does indeed matter. The inflammatory rhetoric from our elected officials must be considered as part of the larger context of Mr. Trump's speech
The media,
at the Ellipse
internet.
on January 6th. The inflammatory language from both sides of the aisle has been alarming, frankly. But this
There is
political
literally
discourse
no
must be
precedent
considered as
for
part
attacking
of
the
these
Capitol.
proceedings to
It's never happened before.
contextualize
It's literally
Mr.
never
Trump's
happened before.
words.
A sitting president inciting a riot to attack
We
the
have
Capitol
some
has literally
video
never
to
happened in American
play
history.
that
That's the whole
highlights
point.
some of what I'm talking about. I preface this video by noting I am not showing you this video as some excuse for Mr. Trump's speech. This is not whataboutism.
Of course it's
I am showing you this
whataboutism.
to make the point that all political speech must be protected.
All political speech must be,
I
yeah.
just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
There needs to be
Bruh.
unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our
Bruh, it's literally whataboutism. When did the Democrats attack the Capitol?
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Take him out now.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald
Johnny
Trump.
Depp?
Says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Johnny Depp? This is memes, bro. This is memes. This is just straight up memes. We've seen these clips like 3 times.
About blowing up the White House.
Please, get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to...
This is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be? Does one of us have to come out alive?
Again, I did not show you their robust
The
speech
Breitbart
to
compilation.
excuse or balance out the speech.
The Breitbart, the Stormfront
for I
supercut.
need not.
What up, Pixel Pause?
Because in this political forum, all robust speech should be protected.
Oh
it
my
should be
God.
protected evenly for all of us.
Of course you would feel that way. So then when you talk about killing fucking black
As a
people and
brief
Jews,
aside,
that it's protected speech.
We should
you know what I'm
all
saying?
reflect and
Dog whistles.
acknowledge the rhetoric has gotten to be too much and over the top. It is grating on the collective well-being of the body public, the citizens.
Stormfront remix.
Most would like it to stop. But the point is, when you see speech such as
I'm going to have to run out for like a quick 5-10
have to
minutes
apply the
at
First
1:30
Amendment
to
evenly.
go drop something off. But I'm going to leave this one
Blindly.
up and running, but I'll be back.
She is blind, Lady Justice. Question 1. Does the First Amendment apply to this chamber in these proceedings? The House manager's position, as stated in their trial brief, is, and I quote, "The First Amendment does not apply at all
What's up,
to
Pixel
an
Pause?
impeachment proceeding." That's their position. This is plainly wrong. The text of the First Amendment expressly restricts Congress from regulating speech. It says, Congress
story to tell
shall
me.
make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. To
They
ignore
teabagged the First
Constitution would be
Amendment argument
contrary
day
to the
one,
oath
or
of
day two,
office
I
of a
guess.
United States Senator. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution.
Yo, it's literally, yo,
of
it's
United
the
States
fucking, it's the
against
Wolves of
all
Vinland argument.
enemies,
Like,
foreign
yeah,
and
all
domestic,
people around him are neo-Nazis,
that
but
I
he said
will
he wasn't
bear
about
true
that shit, so
faith
I believe
and
him.
allegiance
Like,
to the
come on,
same.
bruh.
Well, you all know the rest. No, the Senate cannot ignore the First
This dude is
Amendment.
literally fucking surrounded
The
by white
Constitution
supremacist
itself
insurrectionists, but he
limits
said he was going to uphold the
ability of the
Constitution,
House
so
to impeach, to limited
he wouldn't have said it
items
if he didn't.
such as
Like,
high
he had his
crimes
hand on
and
the Bible when he
misdemeanors.
said it. Duh.
The
Like,
position advanced by the House managers is essentially an unlimited impeachment standard without constitutional guardrails.
I talked to
unmoored
him, and he said he wasn't
to
about
any
that shit.
specific legal test other than the unbridled discretion of Congress. This is distinctly not
Yikes, Pixeled.
the intent of the framers. The framers were aware
That's a
of
big
the
yikes
danger
from
of
me,
any
Pixel
impeachment process that would make the president the mere creature of the legislature, a quote, directly from the framers while debating the impeachment process on the floor of the Constitutional Convention of 1787. The framers were fearful that any impeachment process that gave Congress full discretion on the standard for impeachment would constitute nothing less than
that
a
doesn't surprise me in the
violation,
least,
quote,
Pixel Pause.
a
Yeah,
violation
that doesn't
of
surprise me in the least.
fundamental principle.
Instagram is garbage. Instagram and
good
Facebook,
government.
like, yeah, that doesn't surprise
One
me.
founding father, James Wilson, wrote extensively on the impeachment process. Mr. Wilson was a renowned legal scholar at the time, a law professor at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. He was a major force in drafting and adopting the Constitution in 1787. He served as one of the first Supreme
Oh, we're
one of
going
the
with the
first
1776 argument.
Supreme Court justices.
Oh, okay. Now we're
1789,
legitimizing the protesters. We're
1798.
legitimizing the insurrection.
He was
Okay.
appointed by President George Washington.
All right.
In fact, Wilson taught the first course on the new Constitution to President Washington and his cabinet, the first in the nation's history, in Philadelphia, at the University
Fade
of
Runner's got a point. We
Pennsylvania
have openly
in
anti-Semitic. We have an
1789.
open anti-Semite defending the president right now.
Wilson, in his law
He probably
lectures,
believes some
the first
QAnon
of their
shit.
kind under the Constitution, plainly states that the Senate may not ignore the Constitution in impeachment proceedings. He states that lawful and constitutional
That's true. That's facts,
conduct
Pixel
may
Balls.
not be
At least most of it is.
used as an impeachable offense.
All
Let
the
me say
most
that
popular
again.
social media is run.
He states
Yeah, Jeff Bezos.
that
Jeff Bezos
lawful
stepped down
and
though, so it's cool,
constitutional
right?
conduct may not
It's cool that he
be
just stole all
used
of his
as
fucking
an
delivery drivers'
impeachable
tips.
offense. Read along with me. The doctrine of impeachments is of high import in the constitutions of free states.
And we got to have the fucking picture. We
On
got to
one
have that
hand,
fucking
the most
framers of the
powerful
Constitution
magistrate should
myth
be
picture to
amenable
jerk off
to the
to.
law. On the other hand, elevated characters should not be sacrificed merely on account of their elevation. No one should be secure while he violates the Constitution and the laws. Everyone should be secure while he observes them.
This man Trump violated the
To be
Constitution,
clear,
bro.
James Wilson is saying that the Constitution does indeed apply when judging whether to convict an official by impeachment. If the complaint of conduct is constitutional,
Yeah, Biden is
it
literally
cannot
just
be
like the lesser of
impeachable.
two evils. Like, there's nothing great, super
Are we
great
to
about
ignore
Biden.
the words
It's
and
just that
teachings of
Trump
James Wilson?
is literally going to turn
The
our
House
country into
managers
a
surely
fucking-
want you to.
a death camp.
The House
Because
managers have
Republicans
made
are
several
a death cult.
references
I'll be right
to
back.
this
I gotta
letter,
drop rent check off really quick. I'll be
signed
back
by
in like 5-10 minutes.
140 partisan law
You guys can talk
professors,
amongst
calling
yourselves.
Mr.
It's
Trump's
going to be a chair
First
stream for like
Amendment
5
defense
minutes. I
legally
apologize, but
frivolous.
this is really important. I got to do this to
This
make
is
sure
really
that,
an outrageous
we have a
attempt
place
to
live.
intimidate
I'll be
Mr.
back.
Trump's lawyers. Whenever a lawyer advances a truly frivolous argument, they may violate professional ethical rules and could be subject to discipline. This letter is a direct threat to my law license, my career, and my family's financial well-being. These law professors should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the House managers. How dare you? Do you really hate Donald Trump so much that you're willing to destroy good, hardworking people's lives, people that are only doing their jobs, and frankly, as counsel for an accused fulfilling a constitutional role? It's astounding, really. I'm a citizen, not a politician. I know these First Amendment arguments are not anywhere close to frivolous. They are completely meritorious. Interestingly, the law professor's letter was issued on February 5th, 3 days before we even filed our legal brief in this matter, and they ignored landmark, bedrock Supreme Court cases directly addressing this issue. In our brief, we have a direct quote from James Wilson, the founding father supporting our position. The direct quote was documented in the founding fathers' original legal papers. Do I have those with me? On the subject. He was the primary draftsman of the Constitution who taught the new Constitution to President Washington. He says so long as acts of elected officials like Mr. Trump are constitutionally protected, he should not be impeached. We have landmark U.S. Supreme Court decisions, Wood and Bonds, which I'll explain in detail, supporting our position. All of this, the House managers and the partisan law professors completely and misleadingly ignore. Frivolous? Hardly. The letter is a bully tactic, and I think evidence is the House managers know they have a problem with the First Amendment defense on the merits, so they're resorting to such tactics. The House manager's suggestion that the First Amendment does not apply to this impeachment process is completely untenable. Ignoring the First Amendment would conflict with the senator's oath of office. It would also conflict with well-settled Supreme Court precedent and ignore the intent of the framers of the Constitution, such as James Wilson. Above all else, ignoring the Constitution would adopt the new Raskin common sense doctrine we heard yesterday, eroding hundreds of years of First Amendment protections. We are here under the Constitution. It is illogical what the House managers say. The Constitution does apply to this constitutional impeachment process. It's double talk, nonsense, illogical. If the House managers had their way, they would ignore all of the Constitution. Does that include the Sixth Amendment? The right to counsel? They would have Mr. Trump sitting here without lawyers. And who would be next? It could be anyone. One of you, or one of you. You must reject this invitation to ignore the First Amendment. It is anti-American and would set dangerous precedent forever. The law has developed over the years to clearly establish elected officials have the right to engage in protected speech. Mr. Trump is not just a guy on the street or a guy at a bar or a fire chief or a police officer. There were a few of them in there. All analogies given by the House managers. These sideways analogies are wrong. Mr. Trump was an elected official, and there is an entire body of law, Supreme Court landmark cases supporting the conclusion that Mr. Trump actually has enhanced free speech rights because he is an elected official. These cases are ignored by the House managers and the law professors. And that, too, is total intellectual dishonesty. The Supreme Court has long held that the First Amendment's right to freedom of speech protects elected officials. Two important on-point decisions from the Supreme Court, Wood versus Georgia and Bond versus Floyd, expressly contradict the House managers' position. The House managers do not even cite those cases in their brief. They barely acknowledged them in their reply, and they were mum on them yesterday. In Wood versus Georgia, the Supreme Court addressed a case involving a sitting sheriff whose reelection was being investigated by a grand jury impaneled by a judge based on allegations of irregular Negro bloc voting. It was in the 60s. The sheriff spoke publicly in multiple press releases calling the grand jury investigations racist, illegitimate, and an attempt to intimidate voters. He even urged the grand jurors on how to decide the issues and not let its high office be a party to any political attempt to intimidate voters. The sheriff viewed the grand jury as challenging the legitimacy of his election. The sheriff even sent a letter to the grand jurors with these allegations, which is an extraordinary step since laws in most states, including Georgia, prohibit attempts to influence or intimidate jurors. The sheriff was charged and convicted of contempt of court and obstruction of the grand jury. But the Supreme Court, in a decision written by Justice Brennan, reversed. The court held that the First Amendment protected an elected public official's speech because the voting controversy directly affected the sheriff's political career. G29. The petitioner was an elected official and had, read with me, please, everybody. The petitioner was an elected official and had the right to enter the field of political controversy, particularly where his political life was at stake. The role that elected officials play in our society makes it all the more imperative that they be allowed freely to express themselves on matters of current public importance. Would, thus, stands for the proposition that a difference of political opinion expressed in the speech on an issue of voting irregularity cannot be punishable where all that was done was to encourage investigation and peaceful political speech. Just like Mr. Trump has done here. The legal scholars call that directly on point. A second case, Bond versus Floyd, involved a state legislature punishing an elected official for protected political speech. Bond is particularly instructive here, too. In Bond, the Supreme Court squarely addressed the question of an elected official's punishment by a legislature for statements alleged to have incited public violation of the law, the burning of draft cards. The court unequivocally rejected the idea, advanced here by the House managers, that an elected official is entitled to no protection under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court held that the Georgia House of Representatives was, in fact, forbidden by the First Amendment from punishing Bond by not
Hang
seating
on.
him.
I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 10
advocating
minutes. I
against
still
the policy
gotta
of the United
take care of
States.
something really quick. I'll be right back.
There are three
And then we can talk
fundamental
about it.
holdings in Bond. One, the manifest function of the First Amendment in a representative government requires that legislators be given the widest latitude to express their views on issues of policy. Two, just as erroneous statements must be protected to give freedom of expression the breathing space it needs to survive, so statements criticizing public policy and the implementation of it must be similarly protected. Third holding, legislators have an obligation to take positions on controversial political questions so that their constituents can be fully informed by them and be better able to assess their qualifications. Please read along with me. Their qualifications for office. Also, so they may be represented in governmental debates by the person they have elected to represent them. Mr. Trump enjoys this same First Amendment protection from Congress. The First Amendment's protections guarantee free speech addressing the electoral integrity issues essential to his career that Mr. Trump has consistently advocated. The House managers argue that the First Amendment, and I quote, does not shield public officials who occupy sensitive policy-making positions from adverse actions when their speech undermines important governmental interests. That is flat wrong. They are, in essence, attempting to treat Mr. Trump as their employee. This is not the law under Wood and Bond. Mr. Trump was elected by the people. He is an elected official. The Supreme Court says elected officials must have the right to freely engage in public speech. Indeed, the Supreme Court expressly rejected the House managers' argument in Wood versus Georgia, holding that the sheriff was not a civil servant, but an elected official who had core First Amendment rights which could not be restricted. That's Wood v. Georgia, page 395, footnote 21. The House managers do not mention Wood or Bond in the trial brief or anywhere else. Why? Why not? Because it does not fit their narrative or their story. They want to punish Mr. Trump for engaging in constitutionally protected free speech, and they do not want you to consider the issue. But you must. Question 2. Does Mr. Trump's speech deserve protection under the First Amendment? There is no doubt Mr. Trump engaged in constitutionally protected political speech that the House has improperly characterized as incitement of insurrection. The fatal flaw of the House's argument is that it seeks to mete out governmental punishment, impeachment, based on First Amendment political speech. Speech for political purposes is the kind of activity to which the First Amendment offers its strongest protection. These are bedrock principles recognized by our Supreme Court for decades. The court has stated in no uncertain terms the importance of these principles to our democratic principles. The general proposition that freedom of expression upon public questions is secured by the First Amendment has long been settled by our decisions. The constitutional safeguard, we have said, was fashioned to assure unfettered interchange of ideas for the bringing about of political and social changes desired by the people. New York Times v. Sullivan. Our First Amendment decisions have created a rough hierarchy in the constitutional protection of speech. Core political speeches occupy the highest, most protected position. Even political speech that may incite unlawful conduct is protected from the reach of government punishment. The court has said every idea is an incitement, and if speech may be suppressed when it might inspire someone to act unlawfully, then there is no limit to the state's censorial power. The government may not prohibit speech because it increases the chances of an unlawful act will be committed at some indefinite time in the future. The House managers showed you a series of tweets going all the way back to 2015 in an effort to prove incitement. All of that evidence is totally irrelevant under the constitutional definition of incitement. Brandenburg versus Ohio is really the landmark case on the issue of incitement speech. Half of the case was mentioned yesterday. In the Brandenburg v. Ohio case, another landmark, the court held the government may only suppress speech for advocating the use of force or a violation of law if such advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. The Brandenburg holding has been interpreted as having three basic prongs to determine if speech meet the definition of incitement. The Brandenburg test precludes speech from being sanctioned as incitement to a riot unless the speech explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action. 2, the speaker intends that his speech will result in use of violence or lawless action. And 3, the imminent use of violence or lawless action is the likely result of the speech. The House managers cannot get past the first prong of the Brandenburg test. They have not and cannot prove Mr. Trump explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action, period. Brandenburg requires a close examination of the words themselves. The words are either important or they're not. The House managers admitted that the incitement issue is not about the words. Why not?
You better not be talking about Black Lives Matter.
Because on the face of it, Mr. Trump's words are no different than the figurative speech used by every one of the senators assembled here today. If it is not about the words, but about the big lie of a stolen election, then why isn't House Manager Raskin guilty since he tried to overturn the 2016 election?
Oh, my God.
The more the House managers speak, the more
we're not talking about overturning elections. We're talking about inciting a riot.
Hypocrisy. Even though they say it's
he
not
literally
about
called
the
black
words,
people the N-word.
The law under Brandenburg
Stop.
requires
No, he
a close
didn't.
analysis of the words to determine incitement. So we need to look at those words.
The Spanish one? Sheesh.
Mr. Trump did the opposite of advocating for lawless action. The opposite. He expressly advocated for peaceful action at the Save America rally. He explicitly
was quoting.
These are the words. I
Okay.
know that
Yo, what's up,
everyone
Platinum?
here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically
see what I missed in chat.
make your voices heard. To peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That is how this president has spoken for years
Automod.
when he
What's wrong with
condemns
Automod?
violence, lawlessness, and rioters. The House managers have played manipulated, selectively edited parts of Mr. Trump's speech.
Selectively edited after that fucking
They focus
Breitbart
heavily
supercut we had to
on
watch
the word
earlier.
fight. The president used the word fight 20 times in his speech. They picked only 2. Why? Why not the other 18? Because they don't tell the story the way they want to tell it.
Oh, my God.
Here are all of them. Listen to the context.
And Rudy, you did a great job.
After Rudy was talking about
He's
having
got
people do
guts.
trial
you
by
know what?
combat.
He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. He's got guts. He fights. He fights. And I'll tell you, thank you very much, John. Fantastic job. I watched. That's a tough act to follow, those two. There's so many weak Republicans, and we have great ones. Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting. The House guys are fighting. But it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. Get rid of, how do you say, I want to get rid of America first? Even if you're going to do it, don't talk about it, right? Unbelievable what we have to go through. What we have to go through, and you have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I can already tell you, frankly. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer. And we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence
I can't
is gonna
believe
have
that
to
they
come
think
through for
this
us.
makes him
And
look
if he
good.
doesn't,
I have
will
to
be
imagine
a
that they
sad day
didn't
for our
review
country.
a lot of this footage
Because
before they're playing it.
you're sworn
I have to imagine this is the first
uphold
time he's
our
seeing this.
Constitution. And the accountability says if we see somebody in there that doesn't treat our vets well, or they steal, they rob, they do things badly, we say, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. Before you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that before. So we've taken care of things. We've done things like nobody's ever thought possible. And that's part of the reason that many people don't like us, because we've done too much. But we've done it quickly, and we were going to sit home and watch a big victory, and everybody had us down for a victory. It was going to be great. And now we're out here fighting. I said to somebody I was going to take a few days and relax after our big electoral victory. 10 o'clock, it was over. The American people do not believe the corrupt fake news anymore. They have ruined their reputation. But you know, it used to be that they'd argue with me, I'd fight. So I'd fight, they'd fight, I'd fight, they'd fight, boop, boop. You'd believe me, you'd believe them. Somebody comes out, you know, they had their point of view, I had my point of view. But you'd have an argument. Now what they do is they go silent. It's called suppression. And that's what happens in a communist country. That's what they do. They suppress. You don't fight with them anymore unless it's a bad story. If they have a little bad story about me, they make it 10 times worse and it's a major headline.
Wow.
But Hunter Biden, they don't talk about him. What happened to Hunter? Where's Hunter?
They don't talk about him because it was a non-issue.
In the last 4 years, we built the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and nobody even challenges that. I say that over and over, and I never get challenged by the fake news, and they challenge almost everything we say. But our fight against the big donors, big media, big tech, and others is just getting started. This is the greatest in history. There's never been a movement like that. Our brightest days are before us. Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements
the fake news media.
Nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. And again, most people would stand there at 9 o'clock in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much.
Millions.
And they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight.
He is nothing like a communist.
And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to
He
have
is
a
absolutely
country
nothing
anymore.
like a communist.
Our
I know
exciting
communists.
adventures and boldest endeavors
And there's
have
absolutely
not yet
nothing
begun.
communist about anything
My
to do.
fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
I mean, some people deserve to be suppressed. This entire fucking defense is a case study in why you need to suppress people's free
Members
speech
of
sometimes.
Congress fighting, Rudy being Rudy. These are the metaphorical, rhetorical uses of the word fight. We all know that, right? Suddenly, the word fight is
Vosh
off
just
limits.
tweeted, imagine an impeachment process so
Embarrass the
busted it's legal for the
hypocrisy
jurors
and
to
false
conspire with the
indignation.
defendant's lawyers. Yeah,
It's a
so he's
term
not getting
used
convicted.
Over and over and
I hate to
over
tell
again
anyone.
by politicians on both sides
That
of
this,
the
as
aisle.
stupid as this guy is, as stupid as all the dumb
And of
shit that
course,
we've
the
watched today
Democrat
is,
House
he
managers
wins.
know
He's
that
going
the
to win.
word fight has been used figuratively in political speech forever. But don't take it from me. It's best to listen to them.
Our mission is to fight.
Our job is to fight.
We are in a fight.
We gotta watch the supercut again. What is this? Oh my God!
Standing up to fight.
We know how to fight. We like a good fight.
Democrats are going to fight like hell.
We fight like hell.
I'm going to fight like hell.
I will fight like hell.
Why do we?
I'm going to fight like hell.
It's not even the same one. They made another one.
We have to fight like hell.
I and I know many other senators and members of the House will fight like hell.
They made another supercut with all the same clips.
Like hell.
Fight like hell.
It's all good, Pixel Pause. Yeah, it's a dictatorship for sure.
Because you'll fight.
To fight.
Political revolution. That means that millions have got to stand up and fight.
And fight and fight. Stand up and fight back.
To fight and continue to fight. And once again, fight back in the fight.
We're fighting back.
My fight. To fight an administration.
You don't get what you don't fight for.
We'll also fight him and challenge him in every way that we can.
Fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight
The music, they spent more time on the background music for the supercut than they did this defense, this entire defense. That man needs to fix his fucking hair. I'm sorry. I know I don't like, we don't body shame on this channel. He needs to fucking shape that shit up. I'm sorry.
We've got to keep fighting and keep focused.
We will fight.
Jamie Raskin, please get a haircut. Please get a haircut.
But we also need to fight.
It's always going to be an uphill fight.
This is going to be a fight.
We always must fight.
We're in the fight of our lives.
And we're going to be in for the fight of our lives.
This is the fight of our life.
The fight of their lives.
We are in this fight for our lives.
We cannot ever give up fighting.
Why does this look like a Democratic bashing? Because that's all the Republicans exist to do, is to scapegoat the Democrats for all the dumb shit that happens in this country because of their beliefs and the things that they support.
Fight or to use physical violence. What he was instructing them to do was to challenge their opponents in primary elections, to push for sweeping election reforms, to hold big tech responsible, all customary and legal ways to petition your government for redress of grievances.
Yeah,
which
go run to the Capitol and primary people in the next election.
Constitutional speech. But the House managers don't want you to focus on those things because, again, it does not fit their story.
And he's going to win with this dumb shit. That's the crazy part.
In the end, I leave you with this quote from Benjamin Franklin.
Oh, God. Oh, don't do this. Don't do this.
Freedom of speech is a principal pillar of a free government. When this support is taken away,
I'm going to shut him up for a second because what I need to say is really fucking important. The biggest champions of free speech are always fucking neo-Nazis. Always.
That was Michael van der Veen, who, Philadelphia lawyer representing President Trump, one of his defense
Mr. President,
lawyers.
Majority Leader, I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess for a 15-minute break.
So we got a 15-minute recess, and then they're going to come back and do Q&A, which should be
Chuck Schumer saying,
fucking
as
hilarious.
he indicated earlier in the afternoon, that he would about every 2 hours.
Ben Franklin was a piece of shit, but it doesn't matter because he's mythologized as one of the framers of the Constitution, one of the founding fathers, right? So Republicans are horny for Ben Franklin and have no fucking clue why. They just have that Kool-Aid that they've drank, that propaganda that they've been inculcated with, to where Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, all those people are like our saints. They have been canonized in the mythology of the cult that is American
was
politics.
no different from what Democrats use.
America was founded on racism. That's facts.
In the course of regular political
the American government was established. The entire American Revolution happened literally because a bunch of rich, slave-owning white guys didn't want to pay taxes. They were the Jeff Bezoses of their day, and they decided they were going to make their own country. And that's exactly what they did. And that's the world we live in now, which is why we have Jeff Bezoses in our country to this day.
Principal defense of the president's legal team. Let's turn right now to our analysts who've been joining us and watching all of this closely. They are Melody Barnes. She was chief counsel.
Yep, land slaves. And if you think that you live in a land of the free and that you can do your own thing and that the government will leave you alone,
President Clinton's impeachment trial.
See how just buy a house and then don't pay property taxes on it for a couple of years and see what happens. If you can even make it that long.
Republican strategist John Hart. He worked in both the House and the Senate for the late Republican Senator Tom Coburn of Oklahoma. John Hart recently launched the Conservative Coalition for Climate.
The first few settlers didn't consider themselves American at all. They considered themselves as part of the Anglo-Saxon, the WASP
let me
community.
Turn to you first, Melody Barnes.
They're little
what do you make
nation.
So far of the defense
white Anglo-Saxon
argument?
Protestants?
Well, it's good to be with you again, Judy, and also to be here.
They didn't
with
even
John.
consider other white people to be white at the time. Italians weren't white. Germans were not considered white. They were considered swarthy. You had the copper-skinned races, and then you had the swarthies, which were like Germans, Italians, Irish people.
Strategies. I think one, from my perspective, if you don't have great facts on your side, or the law from the perspective of the purpose of impeachment, then it's important to kick up a lot of dust and to try to cause some confusion.
Women wielded crazy power at the time. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here and act like women had it perfect, but a lot of the worst cases of people beating their slaves to death were white women. White women commonly beat their slaves to death.
Use of the letter written by legal scholars attacking the First Amendment argument that former President Trump's lawyers are using and saying that the First Amendment is not applicable here. The issue here is whether or not the president violated his oath of office. And to call that letter partisan when in fact it was signed
Karen's
by over
ancestors.
140 legal scholars from the right and the left, some of the best minds, including those that started the Federalist
That's true,
Society
Pixel
to
Pause, but
Lawrence
it was
so to
a lot of
mischaracterize
indigenous
that,
women
so there
that
was
were
some of
considered
that
witches
happening.
and stuff.
And then, as you were saying, Judy, also the use of this word fight. You know, I thought it was an effective use of the video, the repetitive nature of the video, a tactic that the House managers used, but again, also taking that language out of context and not necessarily applying the language or the context that the House managers had used. The final thing I would say is I found it also interesting, the attack on the House managers themselves. So those were some of the things that I noticed watching this afternoon.
Right.
John Hart, misinformation, disinformation, mischaracterization. How did it come across to you?
Well, Judy, it's good to be on with you and Melanie. I would say, you know, the Trump legal team doesn't need to convince GOP senators that there's a double standard with violent rhetoric, with the position on certification, whether it's appropriate to certify the results. Judy, ultimately, this isn't about words, it's about actions and decisions that the president took. So GOP senators are concerned not just about the First Amendment issue. I do think that the managers made I think the House case really is not an overreach, but an underreach. And the reality of what happened on January 6th, to be blunt, is President Trump effectively hijacked the GOP and flew it into the Capitol. And then he ordered a nuclear strike against self-government by essentially instructing Vice President Mike Pence to not certify the results of the election. I was frankly surprised. The defense included that segment of President Trump's speech where he was directing Mike Pence to not certify. And again, if you think back to the Cold War movies where you had the two people had to turn a key to launch a missile, well, President Trump actually turned the key. And he was effectively yelling at Mike Pence to turn that key as well. And that's what's so troubling to GOP senators is, again, it's not the words, it's not the First Amendment, it's the totality of the president's decisions, what he did and did not do. He didn't order an end to the violence, for example. So there's really 3 impeachable offenses here. And the House case is weak in the sense that they only focused on one and didn't spend enough time developing what the president did to instruct Mike Pence to violate self-government. And then as commander-in-chief, the president was AWOL. He didn't order an end to the violence. And that's what is so troubling to so many GOP senators.
So that's what you're going back and examining what the House managers did over the course of their 2 days.
Yeah, the life
making the impeachment case, and I hear you saying that it was only a partial case that they made in essentially in focusing on incitement to insurrection. Melody Barnes, let me come back to you. And we're moving a little bit away from what we heard this morning, but is John Hart making a significant point here that the House managers should have focused more on the president going after, working to focus hard? They should have focused harder on the president attempting to overturn the election result.
Well, I think John makes an important point about the fulsomeness of the case against former President Trump. What I do believe the House managers were doing is, as they went through the elements of incitement, that they were building some of those components into their argument. The fact that the former president, in fact, wanted
yes, absolutely, AOC fans.
The violence to occur.
I consider myself an Arcata, so I would fall under the umbrella of communism. You could probably consider me a communist, but yeah, I'm an AOC fan. He wanted to
stop the counting of the Electoral College votes, and so all of
I'm a fan of the squad for sure. I'm definitely a fan of the squad.
And lobbying and begging the former vice president to take actions which he knew he couldn't take, and when he told the former president that he couldn't, the former president, in fact, turned on him. And that goes into the
AOC,
the part of
Ilhan
the day
Omar,
where
Rashida
there was
Tlaib,
silence coming from the
Cori
White
Bush.
House. The mob had overtaken the Capitol. The vice president was literally in trouble, and the president
We stand
continued
AOC in this
to
chat.
tweet
We stand
or to
AOC
do
in this
nothing
chat.
to try and stop it. I believe the House managers were using all of that to try and prove the elements of the article of impeachment that they did send to the Senate.
Americans call Democrats left or socialists.
But in
that's
terms of-
goofy. That's
well, let me
insanely
just
stupid.
Continue on.
I
John's
like.
point
I am
that,
actual.
the fact that
in
the,
England, there you're right. Yeah, of
managers
course. That's what's so
focused
crazy about all this
almost
is
solely on the
people don't even
incitement
understand
and
how
insurrection.
far
Yes, they
right the
did.
Overton window is in
There
America.
was a reference to
where
the president's statements throughout the last
but that's just how it
year,
is in America.
building the
Like
case
anybody
that
to the
he
left of
lost the
Ronald
election,
fucking Reagan is
would be
considered a
fraud, would be
pinko
fraudulent,
commie
and couldn't be-
socialist.
results couldn't be trusted.
And
But
you know,
did the
you
managers
wanna make everybody
miss an opportunity?
watch gay people make out and ban the
There were
N-word.
certainly
That's
additional
what we want to do
arguments
here.
that could have been made. But I don't believe that they didn't argue or haven't brought enough of a case.
It's always good to
the
have
Senate,
supportive
to
people, like-minded
convict
people,
the former
like-minded
president.
people when
I think part of the
watching
problem
stuff like
here
this.
is that they are walking into a judge and jury situation where the senators play both roles, where so many people have indicated that they've already made up their mind.
Yeah, exactly.
So
like
whether or
healthcare,
not they
if
would
it's
have
like a
listened to any of
no-brainer.
those
Like
arguments is
if
the
you
question
need it to
that we'll never
survive,
know the
you
answer
probably
to.
shouldn't have
Again,
to
I do
fucking
think
pay
John
for
is
it.
right
But
that
in
there are additional
America, it even
arguments that
costs
could
money
have
to
been
die.
made, but I do believe
So
that they
everything
did
costs money.
make
Everything is a
the
finesse
case
in
for the
America.
arguments,
Everything is a scam.
that they wanted to.
Because
And
that's
now the
capitalism.
former president's lawyers have walked in and they've solely relied
It's true.
on
It's not good
this
when
First
dumbasses
Amendment,
surround themselves with
argument
dumbasses.
that has
That's how
been
we got here in the
discounted,
first place with the
by
QAnon
so
shit.
many scholars, and the fact that they believe that this was protected political speech.
I'm gonna mute up for a sec because I don't really care what they have to say, so we can talk with one another. And I'm gonna crank that. I got a new track. I got some new music out. I'm gonna crank this track really quick for y'all. QAnon started from a meme, yes. That's what's crazy about that. QAnon was literally a meme. It came directly from 4chan, yes. That's why it's QAnon. Wait a minute, this dude is from Brunswick, Maryland. This dude in the tie. I gotta unpause this.
The entire case is really a problem of underreach on the House's part, the House managers, in that they made it easy for the Trump team.
Look at this guy with his little guitars in the background. He probably didn't even play.
But again, those words, that hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is true. They could have shown Nancy Pelosi ripping up President Trump's speech to illustrate the hatred point. There is a motivation of hatred. But again, GOP senators already know that. You know, they already believe that and understand it. And I'm pretty confident the questions that will be
This
asked
guy is dense.
are going to be, number one, why?
Yeah,
did the
Nancy
president
Pelosi
delay
ripped up a speech,
sending-
and that's the same
sending
as
help, to stop this,
ordering people
and two,
at your
why
rally
did
to
he-
beat
why
the
did he
shit out of
order
people in the
Vice
crowd.
President to effectively end self-government in the United States. I mean, those are the egregious points here, and the totality of those decisions is what gives meaning to the president's words, more than simply using the word fight. So I do think the Trump legal team did an effective job refuting the limited case that they were given, the narrow case.
John Hart and Melody Barnes, thank you both. We're going to be coming back to you as the afternoon goes on for more analysis. Right now, let's bring in
There's
Senator
definitely a
Chris
cabal of rich
Coon,
people
Democrat
that
from Delaware.
run everything,
He joined
especially
us
in this
from
country
Capitol Hill.
because
Senator,
we're a
you've
corporate
been
oligarchy.
in the
But it's
Senate
definitely
chamber
not
listening
just
to the
the
president's defense
Jews.
team for
Like all
almost
conspiracy
2
theories
hours,
can pretty much find
this
their roots in
afternoon.
anti-Semitism.
What do you make
You know what I mean?
of what they had to say?
It's
Well,
very,
Judy, that was
it's a
not a
slippery
very
slope,
compelling
but slippery
defense. It
slope is a
largely
logical
consisted
fallacy,
of a
so.
lengthy
You can say that rich people
greatest
run
hits
shit
video
without
clip,
saying, I hate
in
Jews.
which they tried to
Those
get
two
literally
things are
every currently
definitely
serving member,
mutually
apparently, of the
exclusive.
House or Senate who's a Democrat, using the word fight in some context. That was played over and over and over. to try and make the simple point that politicians use the word fight with some regularity. And I'll agree with that. But that really isn't the point of this impeachment trial.
Right.
It really isn't the core of what the House managers have argued.
Right.
They've argued that what President Trump was explicitly trying to do was to stir up the folks that he had summoned to Washington on January 6th,
right,
the day of the counting
they didn't even
of the
refute
Electoral
that.
College votes and their certification, to go to the Capitol and physically stop that counting, which was only possible through violence. And I think they laid out a compelling case that in several previous instances over many years, President Trump stirred up his supporters to violence, and then when they did attack someone in the crowd, he would cheer them on, compliment them, commend them. That wasn't shown with any of these other folks cited for using the word fight in a political context.
Of course not.
And
Right.
I'll remind you, most of us who were quoted as having used the word, we were talking about fighting for health care or fighting for cleaner air,
right,
or fighting for better schools,
right,
not fighting to interrupt the certification of the presidential election.
Thank you. He said it.
Well, they
he,
were
that was the
making,
heat right there.
The
he just spit that ether.
Hypocrisy.
That was the heat
as
right
you just
there.
said, because
that was it.
They say Democrats have used the fight or fight-related language that is used all the time in America.
And you're right too, Mischievous Raccoon. Number one, because we already know Republicans are brain dead, but apparently the senators are already colluding with Trump's defense.
What about that part of their argument?
He's not getting
As you
convicted.
heard, they went after the House managers for ignoring that.
Los Lucas.
Frankly, what they say is a serious defense for the president.
I don't think that's a fatal flaw, and I think House Manager Jamie Raskin will give a concise and successful counter to that argument. Here's the basic point. Of course, speech is protected. Speech that incites unlawful action is
they
not.
lie.
And based on the history, the context, and the intent, what
Absolutamente,
President Trump
Los
did
Lucas.
with his speech at the Ellipse on January 6th foreseeably incited his supporters to violent action. That's not protected speech. I think one of the most damning pieces of the House manager's case was showing us in real detail both how much danger, how much risk Vice President Pence was at, senators were at, including, for example, Mitt Romney, and how President Trump did nothing to dispatch help, to check on his own vice president, to call on his own supporters to stop their violence at the Capitol. So, you know, frankly, if we're looking at the intent of the president, his past practice and his actions once the riot began and assaulted the Capitol, I think are important signs of what the president was really trying to accomplish that day with his words.
I actually don't really speak very good Spanish.
One other argument they made, Senator Coons, is that, I mean, in their words, that Democrats hate President Trump, that they've wanted to get him out of office since the day he was sworn in, and they aired video of a number of Democrats saying he should be impeached, going back to 2017.
Your best Spanish is saying you don't speak Spanish? That's funny. That's pretty much my best Spanish, too.
Is that an effective argument for them to be making at this point? I don't think so. Judy, quotes from a handful of House members going back several years saying that they believed President Trump should be impeached, I think are more than outweighed by clear and forceful speeches by currently serving House Republicans, including Liz Cheney, Congresswoman of Wyoming, who's in the leadership of the House Republican caucus, and quotes that we heard from a half dozen currently serving Republican governors saying that President Trump incited the mob to attack the Capitol. Frankly, to me, that is as important, if not more, than anything about whether Democrats did or didn't like President Trump throughout the arc of his service as our president. What's really at issue here is whether President Trump, in an unprecedented way,
Hunt Showdown is really good. I've been playing that with Kuma.
To protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. And that instead, what he did on January 6th
you nailed it, the lifer. Imagine if someone murdered someone on camera and we have a 2-week debate over it. Yeah, that's pretty much what this is.
And a whole range of former members
the reason why is because, honestly, a lot of the Republican senators and House representatives are equally culpable because they parroted a lot of the QAnon rhetoric. They parroted a lot of the Stop the Steal rhetoric. So they have just as much culpability in stirring up the mob as the president does. So they have to vote the way that they do because if Trump goes down, that means that they're also all on the table.
Even though the House
So
managers
they either have to
present a
blame it
really
all on
powerful
Trump
case. Even though all of
for
us were
different
in the
reasons,
chamber, when this riot broke
or
into the Capitol, even
they have to
though
pretend like
many
he did nothing
Republicans were
wrong.
moved. I've talked to a number of them. They found watching the video of the assault on the Capitol very disturbing, very difficult. But I don't think difficult.
Yeah, the nuclear football. We didn't find that out until today, though, Twan. This is the defense, so they definitely were not going to ever at any point mention that.
We need to set
but
a
I'm not sure if that was really known.
Future folks seeking the presidency from inciting this kind of violent action to try and overturn the process that's set out in our Constitution for the certification of votes.
Yeah, that's how I felt, Lifer. I would never advocate for violence on this platform. That's TOS. But
Senator,
yeah, the fact that they came after Rashida Tlaib, they came after AOC. I'm sure the Lifer, you watched AOC's live stream about her experience and all this. That shit was terrifying.
What does it say?
Terrifying.
I'm worried that it sends a message.
I just couldn't imagine being in that position.
That our democracy really can't.
As a musician, a black musician who plays metal, I've been in the position where I've been surrounded by people that I knew were probably low-key racist, and I've been in a lot of rooms with straight-up neo-Nazis. I personally have been in the same room as Paul Wagner. Not many people can say that. I personally have been in the general vicinity of Jason Tankersley, who is the head of Maryland Skinheads. I've been in close proximity to all these people, and I still have I've never personally feared for my life or entered into a situation that I was not prepared for in terms of, okay, something might happen to me, but I am intentionally going into the situation knowing that this might happen to me. To just be doing your fucking job because you were elected to do that job and have people surround you looking for you to do you harm is insane.
And very quickly in closing, Senator, I know you're in touch regularly with President Biden. Is it his desire that this trial be over as quickly as possible?
Story is very harrowing.
What is his thinking about all this?
Yeah, the Lifer, and that's crazy too, because it's people just showing that they have no idea how the Capitol actually is. I happen to live 45 minutes from the Capitol. It's not close, but it definitely ain't far. I could definitely, if I wanted to right now, I could be at this United States Capitol within the hour. You know what I mean? So I know the layout. It's people that live in fucking out where you are in the UK, people that live in like fucking bumfuck Egypt and fucking Texas and shit. Those are the people that are like, you weren't even at the Capitol because they have no idea how the Capitol is actually structured.
I believe, although we haven't discussed this directly, hopes that
I was an Uber driver in D.C. I'm very familiar with the Capitol. Very, very familiar with the Capitol.
Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. Senator, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Judy.
You know, you watch a lot of American politics. That's fair. You know what's crazy, Lifer, is that so many people in the world pay so close attention to American politics, but I couldn't tell you really anything about UK politics. I know Boris Johnson sucks, and what's the guy's name that they attacked and said he was anti-Semite? The Labor Party guy, Corbyn. Yeah, I know about Corbyn, and I support Corbyn just off the strength of I support workers' rights at all times, in any shape or form.
And namely against media, against reporters. They were playing that elongated video that not only featured Democrats,
pretty much
but also featured reporters. It's in some ways
it's so crazy how he was like the UK Trump with this whole COVID situation where people are dying. Your constituents are dying, and you're like, take it on the chinny, bruv.
I saw sitting
like,
in the Senate
come on,
chamber
bro.
When that video of Democrats was played, that 11-minute video, was that the Senate chamber was louder than I'd ever heard it before. This is a place that has usually been very, very quiet,
oh yeah, they showed her saying flight. She's probably mad as shit.
Whispering loudly to each other. The overall reaction was laughter. There was either on the Republican side, you had senators who seemed to
Your
be
issue is that you do take it on the
lawyers.
chin. I mean, same here in America. We take it on the chin too. The Democrats, you've seen how the Democrats. If you pay attention to American politics, you know the Democrats fucking suck. The Democrats. This is the issue we're having with the Democrats right now. Is the fact that they
video,
told us
a movie
verbatim. I
that,
could
of course,
pull up
had
quotes
that
right
dramatic
now.
music. So
You
on the
vote for
Democratic
Raphael
side, I
Warnock,
saw
you vote for
people
John
like Chuck
Ossoff, you vote
Schumer,
for
like
Joe
Senator
Biden.
Tester,
We get a $2,000
like
check
Senator
out the door
Blumenthal, all
next
kind of
week.
shaking
You will
their
get
head,
$2,000.
wondering, how is
Vote
this
for us,
possible?
we give
What
you
are they trying to
$2,000.
prove? Why is this video still going on?
Now we're
that to
what?
me really struck me because
Fucking
it
almost a
showed
month
that
off
there's
of
this big
inauguration.
divide in the chamber, but that everyone in
And
some ways
McDonald's is
saw
going to
this
bring high
video,
C back before we
and
get our
felt like
fucking
they wanted to
goofy ass
laugh at it. One other
$1,400
thing,
checks,
though,
which is not
if you get back to the
$2,000.
seriousness of this, David Schoen at
And
one point,
even if you wanted
the
to say
president's lawyer
that
said
the
that he had
1,400
not
is
been
supposed to
given
go with the
access
600 we
to
got
the video
before
that
to make it $2,000, the
House
same people who
managers,
got the
showed.
$600
I'm hearing from a
might
source
not
close
get the
to House managers
$1,400
that
because
that
they're
video
changing
was,
the
in fact,
requirements for
turned
it. So
over
it's just
to Trump's
it's silly.
lawyers, and it was part
And
of
the
the
Democrats
trial
almost
rule.
try
So
to lose.
I have a source
That's
telling
the
me that
only
David Schoen was
possible
not
reasoning you
telling
can come
the
up with
truth
sometimes.
when
That
he
the
said that
Democrats
the
are like
video that
literally
was played as
trying
new
to fucking
evidence, the
lose
security
because of
camera
how hard they
footage
teabag
that
their
was shown,
own
was
fucking
not given to the
platforms,
lawyers.
their
So I think
own
that's something that we have to underscore as
you know,
we take in the fact that the president's
their
lawyers
own
are
campaign
focused, it seems,
promises.
on really trying
So
to go after
2022,
Democrats,
if they
and of
if the
course
Democrats
also saying
fuck
that
this
President
COVID
Trump
shit
should
up,
not be
trust and
convicted.
believe we will go back to a Republican
Really
majority
interesting.
in Congress
Interesting
in
reporting.
2022,
Yamiche, I want to turn
and
now to
in
Lisa Desjardins, who's
2024
also at the
we
Capitol
will have
watching
Donald Trump run
all
for
of this.
president
Lisa,
again.
I
And
know
probably
you've
he might come
also
close to
been
win. He
in
might
and
come
out of the
closer.
Senate chamber. Tell us
All
what
this
you're
shit
picking
is just
up.
galvanizing his
Trump
base,
supporters in that
and
chamber, senators I've been
the
speaking to, are very
the
happy
very
with what
rare
they've
few
heard.
people in
I'm
the
speaking
middle,
to Senator Ron Johnson of
because at
Wisconsin,
this
a very
point, if you're
prominent
in the
Trump
middle,
ally.
you're just brain
He said,
dead.
in his words
But
to me,
if you're in
in
the
the
middle and
elevator
you're
as we're on the
watching the
way here,
Democrats
socially
fail this
distanced,
fucking hard,
he
yeah,
said
you
he
might
felt
give
that
Trump another
the
shot.
Trump team
Especially
blew
when
the
you
House
hear about
manager's
all of
case
the
out
Trump
of the water.
supporters talk
He
about
said, if
how
I were
great
the
this
Trump
country
team,
was
I would
made
end the
and make
case
America
right
great again
here
and all
and
that shit.
now.
Yeah, hell
And
yeah.
no secret why. For those Republicans, all the playing of that tape with Democrats using the word
TDR and
fight,
TYT,
Democrats
yeah.
talking
I had to
about
stop watching
impeachment
that shit
before
because it
the riot.
infuriated me
To
too
them,
much.
that showed
I
hypocrisy.
pretty
and
much
to
exclusively
Senator Johnson in
consume
particular, he
small
said that
time media
eviscerated the
now.
argument that
I
President
watch
Trump
like
himself was
like
meaning
Hassan
to incite
Abi.
a riot.
Hassan
I will
Abi is
also
like
note there's a
I
lot of
watch him
discussion going
pretty
on
much
right now about the
exclusively
rest
now
of
in
the
terms
day,
of
and there is a feeling
major
increasingly because of how
like political
the Trump team
platforms, and
presented
that's
their case
not
that
even
things
really
may
that
move along
major.
even more quickly.
It's only considered
and that
major
perhaps
because
we
he
will in
used to
fact
work
get
for
to
TYT
questions
and already
tonight.
had
And
a
I will tell
career
you,
as a journalist
being in the
prior
chamber,
to
I'm
him
sure
becoming
Yamiche
a
talked
Twitch
about
streamer.
this during that extended video, more than one video, where senators, Democratic senators, were looking
But
at themselves,
Twitter is where I
saying
get
their
all my
own
news
words,
probably.
was extraordinary.
Just because that's
I
the
will say
actual
Democrats,
boots
you
on the
could see
ground,
that they were ready
unfiltered,
for
real
it.
raw,
Most of
uncut.
them initially showing no reaction, including Elizabeth Warren, who perhaps had the most
This woman in the middle, she straight up has the elementary school art teacher drip, and I'm kind of vibing with it, honestly.
However, as it went on,
Her drip, she had the
Democrats reacted
Beetlejuice
to the
drip at
clips
first
of
2
each
days
other,
ago, but
at
she
sometimes
got her
smiling,
fix right.
shaking their heads,
Somebody
saying,
must have
"Give
told
me
her.
a
She must have
break,"
a publicist or something that was
kind
like,
of
yo, you can't be out there
laughing
dry
at the
as shit. You gotta have a little
that
bit
to
of drip,
them
at least
they
a
were
little
not
bit of
taking
drip.
it seriously. They didn't feel like it was a serious accusation against them, and did not raise to the level of how they see what the president did. And we're seeing
Yeah,
some
this
anger from
guy,
Senate
the
Democrats
lifer,
now
this
coming out of the
random
chamber.
Republican follows
Senator
me
Tim
on Twitter
Kaine,
too, and it's like,
came out
dog,
and
I
spoke
do
to the
nothing but
reporters and
retweet
said,
communists.
Listen, this is
Like,
about
why are you
a
following
riot
me?
that led to 7
I hashtag
Americans
all of my
being
shit with
dead now,
Anarchata and
including
Black
2
Lives
people
Matter.
who
Why are you
took their
following
lives
me?
by suicide. He's saying that
Just
was
to
a
make
violent
yourself
riot
mad?
that is completely different than
So
what
you
we
can
knew,
blow my
what we were
engagements up
talking
and
about.
help me grow
and obviously
by
there's now some
replying to
rising
my
anger
shit?
from
Or
some Democrats
think you're gonna
over
own
those
me or
comparisons.
fucking
The last
dunk
thing I'll
on
say
me
is that
with some
I think
boomer
what we
memes when
see
really the
here,
only only thing you're doing
on one
is
level is
blowing
an
my
incredibly
engagements up?
important trial about the identity of our country. And the Trump team is trying to break down their case to two things. One speech by President Trump, in fact, one word, the word fight, and then also the words of Democrats themselves. That's their entire case. Democrats' case is much more extensive.
Is it Travis? Hang on, let me see who
talking
this
about his
goofball is
accusation of
following
fraud
me.
about the election. But then you go to a
Because I don't have
level.
many followers either.
That's sort of the American identity. Who are we? What is happening in our country right now? What I also saw in that chamber, Judy, was really just a political wrestling match, kind of a series of gotcha moments. We saw that from the President Trump's team today, kind of trying to show gotcha at the Democrats. And I know Republicans feel, to some extent, that's what Democrats have done with President
Brandon
Trump as well.
Knight. Capitalist,
There
Adam
is a-
Smith's
there
philosophy
began
follower,
to be almost a
Robert
sense of a
Schiller
game
as a
being played,
financial coach.
In the way the
He
message
wants me
that
to
was coming
follow him
across
back.
in the video that was aired several
Self-described
several
capitalist,
times. I wanna
self-described
come back
Adam
to you,
Smith's
Yamiche,
philosophy
on the
follower.
fact that the Trump team is not using the 16 hours that they were given. We know
his pinned
managers
tweet is him
and the
replying to the
defense
real
are
Donald
each given
Trump with
16
my president.
hours.
And
The
you
House
can't even read
managers
it
use
because
only, what,
Trump
about
is
10
still
hours of
banned.
that. The Trump lawyers are saying quite openly they only plan to go a few hours. They went less than 2, and it sounds like they may not have that much more to say. What is the calculation behind doing that?
The calculation of the Trump lawyers to not take up too much time and to really limit their case to about 3 to 4 hours instead of the 16 hours that they could use is this. They already think that they've won this case before they even got up there.
Yeah, they know they won this case.
President Trump, who
they know they
him
won.
As happy, as feeling as though this is coming to an end, as feeling as though that this is really wrapping up, that this was all just for show. That person said the Trump lawyers know if they said nothing, if they got up there.
Yeah, you can post
nothing,
links in here, Lifer, I'm pretty sure.
Have enough Republicans.
Yeah, for sure, Pixel Pause. We'll catch you
They
up.
feel like even if
I think the recess
put
is about
forth
to
a
end.
case
So.
with strong video, making strong arguments, that they will not, in any circumstance, convince 17 Republicans to go against the president. They also feel as though this is really a political calculation on the Republican side because, as we saw, the president won. Former President Trump won 74 million votes, 75 million Americans supporting him. That means that these Republicans are not just looking at this trial and saying, what should I do for this president? How should I judge this president? It's also, how am I judging my own political future? And how am I judging, I'm going to be judged by my constituents when I go back home and ask for them to send me back to the Senate. That's the calculation that many of these senators are making. And it's the calculation that President Trump's lawyers are making and saying that we just have to come up here, talk to you for a couple minutes, come to you for a couple hours.
Yeah, this Travis Wines dude looks like
I should
a
note
real
that David
dumbass.
Schoen told me yesterday,
A
one of the
real
president's
dumbass.
lawyers, who said this should have been over before it even got started. And Judy,
She is spitting that hot
feels
fire,
in that Senate chamber.
that
Yes,
magma
there are
right
moments
now,
where
that straight
senators
up
are reacting,
gas.
but overall, there's this feeling that this is really all something that is a train. It's in some ways it feels like it's a train where the destination was known a long time ago, and it's winding and it's winding and it's winding. But again, we are all going to in some ways end up at the acquittal of President Trump for the second time. So that's the way that it's feeling. And when you also understand that there are Republicans there that again were laughing at the video being shown by President Trump's lawyers today, there's also this feeling of lightheartedness, of feeling like this isn't that big of a deal. I'm going to be going on with my life after this. That, of course, is a big thing to say.
That's how all
when we think
Republicans
about the
feel.
fact that we are at this trial because
And that's what
the
sucks so
siege at
bad,
the
is they're
Capitol.
gonna be
But Democrats
vindicated when he
really
gets
do
acquitted.
feel like Republicans, at least the ones I'm talking to, they feel like Republicans, even if they wanted to think that the president was wrong here, even if they wanted to try to punish the president, they just can't get themselves to do so because of
I
the
like you,
politics
Lifer,
of it.
because getting conservatives and Republicans maulding is one of my favorite pastimes.
certainly
If
does
you've
raise the
seen
question
a
of
lot of
whether
my
the
other political
president's
commentary on
defense
here,
team takes this
people
seriously,
come
or
in
how
from YouTube
seriously
to call me the
they
N-word
take
and
it.
stuff, and they
Yamiche
get
Alcindor,
so
Lisa
mad
Desjardins.
when I cook them.
This
It's
is a
mad
break,
funny. They get so
in the
mad. It's
trial
hilarious
this
to me.
afternoon. We were told it would run about 15 minutes. Right now it's gone 20, by our calculation, 30 minutes. We want to use this moment, though, we know there was some violent footage that was shown yesterday of the insurrection at the Capitol on January the 6th. So before the start of today's version of the trial, where we're hearing from the defense, I spoke just
that's
before
funny, Lifer.
this afternoon's trial got underway with Senator Patty Murray of Washington State. And for the first time in that conversation, she revealed that of all the lawmakers at the Capitol that day, January 6th, she was the lone senator within closest proximity to the violent mob. Here is how Senator Murray described her experience and why she's speaking out now.
They were yelling that they breached the castle, they breached the Capitol. They were yelling, freedom, freedom, freedom. They were yelling, kill the infidels. They were, I remember somebody saying, get me the map. I need the map. It sounded like they were talking on walkie-talkies.
There is anonymous voting.
Or phones. I think it was walkie-talkies.
The voting is anonymous in certain instances, for sure.
So they knew what they were looking for. And by the way, they didn't know it was me, I don't think. It could have been anyone. It could have been any member of Congress. I don't think it mattered whether we were Republican or Democrat, woman or man. They were in there.
I'm glad that this vote is not anonymous because I want to know who votes to acquit this man.
And
I want to know.
That is just an overwhelming thought to me today now as I sit and listen in this trial.
Yo, the lifer. I agree with you 110%. Because if you saw Iraq before we fucked Iraq up after 9/11, Iraq was amazing.
Enough of them.
But now, because we destroyed them, Iraq is fucked because of Americans' actions. But also the fact that
using brute force.
We have people living in fucking third world conditions, developing nation conditions. Right here on American fucking soil. You have people who got to live with no fucking indoor plumbing, who live with no electricity, who live in fucking moldy, fucking hazardous conditions that are detrimental to their health, but they can't move, so they're just fucked. People live in food deserts. People live in areas with no fucking trees, so in the summertime it hits like 115 degrees because they're surrounded by concrete and steel.
To tell people
people can't afford shoes. People walk around barefoot. This is America we're talking about. And people think I exaggerate when I talk about a lot of this. And I could fucking pull up pictures and shit. Like, you can Google this shit. It's crazy to me that people think that because they lived in a particularly privileged position, or that I live in a particularly privileged position, that I can't speak on a lot of this shit, or that when I do speak on it, I'm exaggerating or making shit up. And it's like, I don't need to make shit up. I don't need to lie. Because the only person in this situation is you when you lie. Because especially if you live in a place like Baltimore County, you are 15 minutes away from the conditions that I'm talking about right now. You probably drive through that shit every day to get to work, and you roll your windows up and lock your doors. But when we have a conversation about why that exists and the fact that it should not exist, then suddenly it's, you know, I'm just making stuff up. I'm a hypocrite. I want to go back to our analysts.
We are in
fucking
a break
stupid.
In the
Absolutely
trial.
Fucking stupid.
Supposed to be at 15 minutes. I think we're now more than 30-some minutes in. I want to go back to our analysts, Melody Barnes and John Hart. Melody, when you hear Senator Murray make
all colonies
kind of
fail.
About
all colonies fail because colonialism is bullshit.
And
imperialism is bullshit.
I think
just leave people alone. Let them have their land. Fucking don't kill people. That's really that's it. For real.
It does remind us of what these senators experienced, whether they were in the
there's houses boarded up. There's mad food that gets wasted, gets dumped. You probably throw half your fucking McDonald's fries away every day. There's people who live in hunger. There's people who starve on the streets of America. There's people, you drive past people that got to spange and beg for money because they live in a fucking tent on the street while they have a job, mind you, because we don't pay people a livable wage in this country.
They were saying kill the
while you drive past boarded up houses everywhere, some of them pure and pristine that look like they could be moved into, but they're empty because the person that owns the property doesn't make any money off people living there unless the people that live there can pay to live there. It's nonsense. It's just nonsense.
The Senate to certify the election of then Vice President-elect Joe Biden. And we were all horrified by it. And I think what Senator Murray did in her powerful testimonies underscore really the severity of what happened. And I think, as time goes past.
Right, exactly.
The word
you hit the nail on the head, Lifer.
Just how
the indigenous people, this is their fucking land that the fucking colonizers took from them. And my people, we never fucking asked to be here. My great-grandfather and my great-great-grandfather are both fucking born into slavery. They were born, lived and worked, and fucking died on the same fucking plantation that my grandmother escaped from.
It's important for GOP senators to keep that in mind as they make a decision over the next few hours on whether to vote to quit or convict.
Well, at this point, it sounds as if there won't be 17 Republican senators joining, maybe 5 or 6. That's the number who voted to have the trial go ahead, that it was constitutional. But we'll see. I mean, they are sitting as jurors. They've sworn to listen to the evidence and to make up their minds based on what they hear. But based on what they're telling reporters, a number of them, it sounds like it's very unlikely that there'll be the 17 votes. Go ahead, John.
No, I was going to say, Judy, I agree. I do think it's unlikely. I think we'll have a 600% increase of senators who vote to convict this time. In other words, 6 rather than 1. Although I didn't support the impeachment last time, I think this is a very different set of facts. But to be honest, having worked in the Senate for 10 years, I would say if this was a
Leifer, you shouldn't apologize for
I
that.
think the president would be.
There's no reason to apologize for
that. And I want to point to a vote that's very important that happened about a week and a half ago in the House when, Liz Cheney, of course, voted to impeach and was criticized.
My family
by Trump supporters, and
we're owned by my father's mother's side. Their last name's Urquhart because they were owned by the Urquharts from Scotland.
By a 70% margin.
Does that mean that all Scottish people fucking need to be sorry for white supremacy? No, of course not. It's a matter of actually calling it out and working together to get rid of it in the modern day. We're not stuck on the past. We're saying that the past has an impact on the present, and that's why we need to work to make the present better so that we can actually have a future.
Desire to move on from President Trump. I mean, it's patently absurd to look at a one-term president and build a future movement around him. It would be like, Jimmy Carter expecting to set the agenda for Democrats.
Yes, sir, Leifer. Yes, sir, Urquhart.
If following Trump's lead was good politics, then
we spell it here in America because with the slave illiteracy and stuff.
It's not.
Over time.
To convict.
There's a bunch of different people in that family tree that spell it differently. Some people spell it ERKHARD now.
I'm going to bring
That's
you
how my
into the
family spells it.
conversation on that point.
Other people in that same bloodline will spell it with no H.
In secret ballot,
when I went to the family reunion like 3 or 4 years ago, that's how it was spelled on the T-shirt.
If this Senate vote were in secret, he thinks the president would be convicted.
There's a lot of Urquharts, URQHART, Urquharts out floating around out there in the world. Yeah.
Ballot. But that means Democrats, Republicans. I mean, the real world is
they
that
were a clan,
Democrats and Republicans
part of their bloodline moved here to the States and owned my father's mother's
Republican Party. Most
great
of their
grandfather.
Constituents seem to be saying, "We want Donald Trump. We think he lost this election in a fraudulent way. We're not sure. We don't think Joe Biden is the legitimate president."
And Judy, I think that's what the problem is. While I believe John made
Hazard,
it right that a number of the members of the Senate and the House would like to move on.
It's interesting to me looking into the etymology and names and stuff.
They haven't been able to break
as
the
a
fever
as a colonized person, as a person who descended from slaves.
Has wrought.
It always is interesting to me.
It isn't that Donald Trump is
just as an American
of this challenge. It's that he's been able to tap into something.
The way the immigrants were treated
right
and
the surface
the way that they
life, and now
moved to fit in,
anglicizing
their names and such.
All right,
that's
Melody
definitely
Barnes,
interesting
John Hart.
for
We're
me
going
to
to go back
research.
to the Senate floor and where the defense will resume.
Defense, I guess they're going to do Q&A now.
This is Bruce Castor, a lawyer whom we heard from first on Tuesday.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, good afternoon. It has been my great privilege over the past couple of weeks.
I'm not a fan of Winston
to lead
Churchill.
This
not
outstanding
a big fan
team
of
of
Winston Churchill.
lawyers and dedicated professionals in the defense of the 45th President of the United States. One of the most difficult things in leading such a talented group is deciding who's responsible for what and the strategy and the order in which we will present our evidence.
What evidence?
And you have heard from Mr. Van der Veen and Mr. Schoen on the importance of the First Amendment and the importance of due process of law.
They're going to wrap this up, though, because they think they already won, so it's not going to take too long.
The opportunity to set out the schedule, I decided that I would take the last substantive part of the case for myself. You can take that two ways. The first,
it's mad fucked up,
perhaps,
this record.
is the best, and that would be that it's almost over.
See, listen to him. This now he talks about this shit.
The second is that perhaps you have to wait another hour for it to be over. The reason why I chose this section, and believe me, it was a very difficult decision to make because I thought that the other arguments presented by Mr. Schoen and Mr. Van der Veen were outstandingly researched, thoroughly vetted and wonderfully and articulately presented by them. But the critical issue in this case is
this dude capping.
The very narrow issue that is charged against the 45th president.
I mean, he is a fucking snoozer. I would fall asleep watching this man too. I'm ready to pass out right now.
Incitement of, they continue to say, insurrection. Clearly, there was no insurrection. Insurrection is a term of art. It's defined in the law. It involves taking over a country, a shadow government, taking the TV stations over, and having some plan on what you're going to do when you finally take power. Clearly, this is not that.
Oh, my God.
What our colleagues here across the aisle meant is incitement to violence, to riot. So the word incitement is the critical case and the critical issue in the case.
Cue the X-Files music.
Now, the first time that you heard from us, I told you that you would never hear from our side that what happened on January 6th was anything other than horrific, and that the 45th President of the United States and his lawyers and his entire team adamantly denounce that violence by those criminals that occurred in this very chamber, this very building. There was a reason why we started our presentation back on Tuesday in that way. Because I did not want the senators to consider that there was any challenge to that particular fact. And yet, the House managers, knowing it was not contested at all, chose to spend 14+ hours showing you pictures of how horrific the attack on the United States Capitol was. They spent no time at all in connecting legally the attack on the Capitol to the 45th President of the United States, which is the only question.
Was he watching a different trial than I was?
Was Donald Trump responsible for inciting the violence that came
to
this building on January 6th?
Absolutely. Did he not watch the last 2 days worth of fucking trial? Dumb.
Now, by any measure, President Trump is the most
Donald Trump had nothing to do with January 6th.
anti-mob
Dumb.
this country has ever seen. His real supporters know this.
His real supporters were at the fucking Capitol storming it on January 6th. What are you talking about?
Violence this past summer. He made it clear on January 6th.
I would say I want to smoke what they're smoking, but I don't know. I don't know if that's something you could ever come back from. Once you hit that, you're fucked for life. You don't want that pack.
Politics.
That's the brain disease pack. You don't want to smoke that.
An element
yeah, that was him the last 2 days.
should not be here. It has interposed the element of hatred. And the political world changes when hatred becomes part of the dynamic.
You need to talk to your people in the Republican Party about that.
As we wrote in our answer,
David Duke, registered Republican.
the original charging document. And I hope that this is a phrase that lives on long after we are all departed, and that I hope someday this becomes the mantra by which all of us operate who work for the benefit of the public. That political hatred has no place in the American justice system, and most certainly no place in the Congress of the United States. To illustrate the contrast that I'm speaking of, we have a video.
I am your president of law and order,
and an
Another
ally
supercut
of peaceful
of him saying that he supports
The
peace.
vast majority of the protests have been peaceful.
Republicans stand for law and order, and we
Listen
stand
to the
for
music,
justice.
yo. They're just going to play this supercut over and over again all day today. That's their
My
defense.
administration will always stand against violence, mayhem, and disorder.
There needs to be unrest in the streets.
This is
for as long as
literally
there's
when your
unrest in our
teacher
lives.
tells you to write a book report. You didn't read the book, but you wanted to write a report anyway, so you don't fail. You just read the fucking little book jacket. You read the synopsis.
We will never defund our police. Together we will ensure that America is a nation of law and order.
We were in high school. I'd take you behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
I think you need to go back and punch him in the face. Feel like punching him.
And they put the jungle drums in the background.
Everybody wants that.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you,
Oh my
Kavanaugh,
God, dude.
You have released the world.
Oh my God, dude. It's literally propaganda. Was there music in any of the videos we watched from the House managers?
And peaceful.
We believe in safe
I don't
streets,
think I even
secure
remember any
communities,
music in
and
any
we
of
believe
those
in law
videos. I mean, a lot of it was
and order.
literally just security camera footage.
Is there truly anyone in this chamber who disagrees with the words
There was
spoken
music,
by
Caroline?
President Trump on that video? Surely not. Surely not. This contrast.
The ominous
and in this
SVU background
context,
tones, that's funny.
I ask you to keep that in mind.
They had the John Carpenter music
colleague
queued up.
here,
That's funny.
actually, my
I mean, it's not
colleague here,
unwarranted, but
Mr. Raskin,
this is
hopes that
unhinged,
you
though.
don't.
This is hella unhinged.
They have used selective editing and manipulated visuals to paint a picture far different from this truth.
What was
Make
that
no mistake,
supercut I
will
just
repeat it
watched?
now and
Oh my
anytime
God,
I've ever
dude.
asked.
Oh my
January
God,
6th
this
was a
shit is
terrible
wild.
day for our country.
This shit is
The
wild.
attack on this building shocked us all.
Who did it? What were they doing it to
President
support?
Trump did not incite or cause the horrific violence that occurred on January 6th,
No, he didn't.
2021. They know that. We know the president did not incite the riot because of his plain words that day, as Mr. Vanderveen elucidated on a
Right.
few moments ago.
Yeah.
We know the president could not have incited the riots because of the timeline of the events of that day.
Uh-huh.
We heard a great deal from the House manager about their prosecutorial bona fides and their ability to analyze evidence, apply it to statutes, use timelines, and figure out what happened based on
Yo, we all need
circumstantial
help,
evidence and
Mr.
direct evidence and
Visraccoon. We all
testimony
need help.
And forensic analysis. I can't recall any of the House managers who got up that didn't make some reference to prosecutorial bona fides. Well, I spent more than 3 decades locking up killers. And I do know a little bit about applying the facts to the law. We know that the president would never have wanted such a riot to occur because his long-standing hatred for violent protesters and his love for law and order is on display, worn on his sleeve, every single day that he served in the White House. But if we're going to apply the facts to the statute,
Wild, absolutely
it has
wild.
to be done systematically. It has to be done with precision, the way a court would expect us to do that. Let's look at the letter of the law. Again, Mr. Vanderveen gave you an overview of the Brandenburg case and some of the related cases. You notice that when Mr. Vanderveen listed the
There
elements
is
that he
no
took
precedent for
verbatim
this.
or
You
close
can't even
verbatim
go
right
into
out of
case law.
Vandenberg, they bore no reference whatsoever to the elements.
Literally,
that
the
were
purpose
flashed up
of case
by the
law
Democratic
is so you can go,
managers the other
okay,
day,
this happened. We don't know what to do. How did the judges
Supreme
react
Court's
to
case.
this? What did they rule when this happened before? This
Let's
has
look
never
at the letter
happened
of the
before.
law.
There is no case law
The
for
Supreme
this.
Court of the United States, over 50 years ago, laid out a clear test to determine whether speech is incitement. Under that test, the Brandenburg versus Ohio test, there are 3 elements that must be proven. beyond a reasonable doubt by a preponderance of the evidence, whatever the Senate considers, I suggest, beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the speech in question must explicitly or implicitly encourage the use of violence.
Implicitly encourage the use of violence. He literally just said it himself.
But here, the president's speech called for peaceful protest.
While he was
Second,
talking about trial by
must
combat
intend
or supporting
that
someone who
his
said
speech
trial by
will
combat.
result in the use of violence or lawless action. And again, as Mr. Van der Veen pointed out, the president clearly deplores rioters and political violence.
Oh my God.
And did so throughout his term as president.
No, he the fuck
never
did not.
hesitated
Assault
to
is
express
breaking the
his
law.
admiration for the
If
men
you
and
assault
women
someone,
that
you have
protect
broken
this
the
country.
law. And he routinely encouraged people to
Finally,
assault
the
people in his
third
crowds.
element under the Brandenburg test is the imminent use of violence. Imminent use of violence. In other words, right then, the imminent use of violence or lawless action must be the likely result of the speech.
They stormed the Capitol less than an hour after his speech, dude.
Well, that argument is completely eviscerated.
He's stupid.
By the fact that the violence was pre-planned, as confirmed by the FBI, Department of Justice, and even the House managers, not the result of the speech at all.
Oh my God.
Several of my colleagues at the House managers got up and spoke about the proceeding in the House being like a grand jury proceeding. Well, I've been in grand jury proceedings. I have run grand juries. In grand jury proceedings, you call witnesses. You hear evidence. You make transcripts.
Yeah, you're right.
You
He's
take
not stupid.
affidavits.
Yeah,
You develop
he's not,
physical
yeah.
evidence. You hear
He's not a dumbass.
reports
He
from
knows
police
the people
officers.
listening to him
You
are
hear
stupid.
forensic analysis from scientists. In fact, you invite the target of the grand jury to come in and testify.
And it really bugs me that he
pleases to
keeps
be
asserting
heard
they haven't presented any
by the grand
evidence when
jury.
they had literal security footage
Which
that was
one of
never
those
before seen.
things happened in the House prior to the impeachment article? I don't believe any of them happened. So the suggestion that what happened in the House was anything at all like a grand jury investigating a case and preferring it for prosecution is complete nonsense. And if the House managers are trying to fool you about that, you must ask yourself, what else are they trying to fool you about?
Oh my God, slippery slope. The logical fallacy, the literal logical fallacy.
Let's look more closely at the president's speech. We have mentioned this line before, but it is so critical we need to talk about it again. The president asked that the attendees at his rally peacefully make their voices heard.
Right after he congratulated the dude for saying that he did a good speech talking about trial by
To
combat.
peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
The managers would have you believe that the president's supporters usually follow his every word, but in this case, imputed some imaginary meaning to them.
Oh my God.
While ignoring his most clear instructions.
They literally quoted him
President
word
Trump
for
said,
word while they were
"Peacefully
standing
and
at the Capitol.
patriotically make your voices heard," and the House managers took from that, go down to the Capitol and riot. So you are supposed to put yourselves in the heads of the people who hear peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard and conclude that those words do not mean what the president said. More than that, the president criticized the destruction wrought by left-wing anarchists and rioters. He told his supporters that they build, they don't destroy.
If this happened to the Democrats, there'd be hell all over the country going on. There'd be hell
It doesn't happen
all
to
over
the
the
Democrats,
country.
though.
But just remember this, you're stronger, you're smarter, you've got more going than anybody, and they try and demean everybody having to do with us. And you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation.
And then 45 minutes later, they fucking destroyed the Capitol.
Is it possible?
Unbelievable, yo. Unbelievable.
Listening to those words in the proper cadence without them being edited or the sound changed so that they're indistinguishable or sounds as though the crowd is right there, but listening to it as you have here, unedited by us, is it possible that President Trump's disdain for political violence could be any clearer to the persons listening as he was speaking?
No, because he regularly fucking asked people to assault people at his fucking rallies,
his words
dude.
could have been misunderstood? I suggest to you that is impossible. Now, the House manager said the president told the crowd, quote, "You have to get out your people to fight." The House manager's claim is that the President of the United States was telling the audience to get each other to physically
English
fight.
harder, bro. English a little harder.
That is not what the President said. The people who should fight, he said, were members of Congress. If they don't fight, what the President said is, what should the rally attendees do? If members of Congress wouldn't fight for the principles they held dear, what was it that the President specifically told his supporters at that rally he wanted them to do? He wanted them to support primary challenges. Now,
and you do that at the Capitol.
Nobody in this chamber is anxious to have a primary challenge. That is one truism I think I can say with some certainty. But that's the way we operate in this country. When the people of a state want to change their representatives and their senators, they use the electoral process. President Trump told his listeners that if their members of Congress won't fight for their views, then go back home and find others that will. That's what President Trump said.
They built IEDs, yes. They built a fucking gallows. They built a whole ass gallows to hang Mike Pence on.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly.
It is pretty stark contrast when you watch that video, isn't it? When you see the House manager tell you, and I don't know if we're under oath here, but when I walked into this room, I sure as heck felt I was under oath and that I was speaking not only to senators of the United States, but before the entire world and with God watching. And a House manager got up here and told you that the President of the United States on January the 6th, 2021, told the crowd that they had to go and fight. And the implication that they wanted you to draw was that he was sending them down to Capitol Hill to go and breach the building and trash the very sacred halls of Congress. But we now know that is not at all anything near what the President said. What the President said was, if you can't get your members of Congress to do as you would like them to do, you primary them. That's the American
When does that
way.
happen, though? Can you primary people at the Capitol?
That the House manager
on January 6th, while they're counting the votes to certify the election?
You to conclude.
Is that when you primary?
That's the criminal way. But what the President said was the American way. Again, House managers manipulated President Trump's words. I can't stand here and pretend to tell you that I know every time from all those videos that the House managers manipulated what the President said, put up evidence that was not with the foundation of correctness and admissibility we expect. I can't tell you that I picked up
his argument is literally, hey, they took that one specific instance of his speech kind of out of context.
But what I can tell you is that
disregard
there were
and completely throw out all the other evidence that you've seen.
And I know at least some of you were judges in previous lives. And if one of the lawyers was able to create the impression that one side intentionally presented false or misleading evidence, that judge would give an instruction called falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. False in one thing, false in everything. In other words, if they're trying to fool you about one thing, not only might they be trying to fool you in something else, but under that maxim of the law, you may conclude they're trying to fool you in everything else. President Trump was immediate in his calls for calm and respect for law enforcement. The House managers emphasized President Trump's tweet in the 6 p.m. hour where he told crowds to, quote, go home in love and peace and remember this day. What is it that they left out? Well, the House starts their recitation of what President Trump said.
First of all,
as far as the aftermath of when the Capitol was breached at roughly 6 p.m. What they don't tell you and didn't tell you, and which you probably don't know because I think I'm the first one to say it in this forum, is at 2:38, President Trump urged protesters at the U.S. Capitol to, quote, stay peaceful, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are.
What are you talking about? You're the first person to say that.
Stay peaceful. And
they said that, they showed that exact tweet like twice.
President Trump's speech ended at 1:11 p.m.
So does that mean falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus for you? You're clearly lying about this. I've seen this tweet like 3 fucking times over the last 3 days.
He's out urging people to support the police, stay peaceful, support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are on the side of the country. Stay peaceful. At 3:13 p.m., President Trump urged protesters at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. 3:13 p.m. President Trump's words couldn't have incited the riot at the Capitol. The day's events make this clear. Let's walk through the actual timeline. At 11:15 a.m., police security camera videos show crowds forming at First Street near the Capitol reflecting pool. This is a full 45 minutes before President Trump even took the stage on January 6th.
Crowds were gathering at a place where they were told to gather?
Were assembling at the Capitol over a mile away, almost an hour before the president uttered a single word on the ellipse.
Oh, okay.
You did not hear that fact during the hours and hours of the House manager's presentation, did you?
I don't understand why he thinks this makes him
When the president spoke, what did he call for? He called for rally attendees to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard, for them to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to cheer on members of Congress. President Trump went on for more than an hour, ending at 1:11.
So that means that Trump knew that there was people at the Capitol that he's calling criminal and decided to go there anyway with a giant crowd.
Occurred before President Trump's remarks.
I'm sorry to hear that, Ricardo. But hey, if you get beat at MK, it's an opportunity to learn,
PM,
right? That's how you got to look at
the
it.
first barriers at the U.S. Capitol grounds were pushed over.
It's that time of year, though.
entered
If you
the
got like
restricted
seasonal
area.
affective disorder and stuff,
At
I know I have my
11:05
issues
p.m.,
with depression.
Acting Defense Secretary Christopher
I
Miller
feel for
received open source reports of demonstrator movements to the U.S. Capitol. At 1:09 p.m., U.S. Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun called the House and Senate Sergeants at Arms, telling them he wanted an emergency declared, and he wanted the National Guard called.
This was after his speech.
The point? Given the timeline of events, the criminals at the Capitol weren't there at the ellipse to even hear the president's words.
That is false.
They were more than a mile away, engaged in their pre-planned assault on this very building. This was a pre-planned assault, make no mistake, and that is a critical fact. Watch this.
Does anyone in this chamber honestly believe that but for the conduct of President Trump, that a charge in the article of impeachment, that attack at the Capitol would have occurred? Does anybody believe that?
It was not some sort of spontaneous decision by a bunch of, quote, protesters to go up to Capitol Hill and storm Capitol Hill. This was all planned out.
How much of it was planned? How much of this was strategized ahead of time?
They are getting indications, some evidence that they've seen that indicates that there was some level of planning.
There appears to be premeditation.
FBI internal report the day before the siege, warning of a violent war at the Capitol.
Right, exactly,
FBI
Caroline.
issued a warning of a, quote, war at the Capitol.
The FBI warned law enforcement agencies about this specific attack.
Be ready to fight. Congress needs to hear glass breaking, doors being kicked in.
We developed some intelligence that a number of individuals were planning to travel to the D.C. area with intentions to cause violence. We immediately shared that information.
And they pushed out that information through this JTTF structure.
It was immediately disseminated through a written product and briefed through our command post operations to all levels of law enforcement.
Yo, they're literally admitting that Trump knew about this and still went there.
Were placed there the night before.
New video appears to show a person suspected of planting pipe bombs near the U.S. Capitol the night before.
The FBI now says the bombs were planted the night before the Capitol.
Trump's FBI knew and they still went. Why is that? Why do you think that is?
All goes to the idea of premeditation and coordination.
This music, yo.
This was a planned assault going after a castle.
The dude that did Doom's music needs to sue
The
somebody.
question of the House manager, does anybody believe that this would have occurred but for the speech from Donald Trump? I do. All of these facts make clear the January 6th speech did not cause the riots. The president did not cause the riots. He neither explicitly or implicitly encouraged the use of violence or lawless action, but in fact called for peaceful exercise of every American's First Amendment rights to peacefully assemble and petition their government for redress of grievances. In other words, the Brandenburg Standard is not made out. The House managers admitted many facts are unknown. Even Speaker Pelosi admitted not knowing the real cause of the violence when she called for a 9/11-style commission to examine the facts and causes that led to the violence.
That is the most brain-dead take on that I could possibly think of. It doesn't mean they didn't know. It means that they needed to get it down on paper.
The screen is Speaker Pelosi's call for
Ridiculous.
the 9/11 commission. Let's touch now on the second absurd and conflated allegation in the House manager's single article. President Trump's phone call to Georgia Secretary of State Ben Roethlisberger, surreptitiously recorded, by the way, included multiple attorneys and others on the call. Let me point out the very obvious fact that the House managers ignored. The private call that was made public by others cannot really be the basis to claim that the president intended to incite a riot, because he did not publicly disclose the contents of the call. How could he have hoped to use this call to invite his followers if he had no intent to make the conversation public and indeed had nothing to do with it being secretly recorded? The House managers told you that the president demanded that the Georgia Secretary of State, quote, find just over 11,000 votes. The word find, like so many others the House managers highlighted, is taken completely out of context. And the word find did not come out of thin air. Based on an analysis of publicly available voter data that the ballot rejection rate in Georgia in 2016 was approximately 6.42%. And even though a tremendous amount of new first-time mail-in ballots were included in the 2020 count, the Georgia rejection rate in 2020 was a mere 0.4%, a drop-off from 6.42% to 0.4%. President Trump wanted the signature verification to be done in public. How can a request for signature verifications to be done in public be a basis for a charge for inciting a riot? With that background, it is clear that President Trump's comments and the use of the word find were solely related to his concerns with the inexplicable dramatic drop in Georgia's ballot rejection rates. Let's examine how the word find was used throughout that conversation. Mr. Trump's first use of the word find was as follows, quote, we think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged. And we are quite sure that's going to happen. President Trump also used find as follows, quote, now why aren't we doing signature and why can't it be open to the public? And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why, because I don't understand your reasoning. But someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find? President Trump echoed his previous sentiments, again in the context of pursuing a legitimate and robust investigation into the lack of signature verification for mail-in and absentee ballots. Quote, and why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find anything, they don't want to find anything. They don't want to find, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me why, because I don't understand your reasoning, but someday you'll tell me why. But why don't you want to find? We can go through signature verification and we'll find hundreds of thousands of signatures, and you can let us do it. And the only way you can do it, as you know, is to go to the past. But you didn't do that in Cobb County. You just looked at one page compared to another. The only way you could do a signature verification is to go from one that signed it on November whatever, recently, and compare it to 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, or even one. And you'll find that you have many different signatures. But in Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed and that you have many forgeries, end quote. Mr. Trump continued to use the word find throughout the conversation. Each and every other time in the context of his request that Mr. Raffensperger undertake a review of signature verifications and his concerns generally with ballot integrity and his reported electoral deficit, here are a few examples. Quote, but why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad? Instead of keep saying that the numbers are right, because those numbers are so wrong. Another example. Quote,
ridiculous, yo.
We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures, going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged, and we are quite sure that's going to happen, end quote.
It didn't, though.
Moreover, there was nothing untoward with President Trump, or any other candidate for that matter, speaking with the lead elections officer of a state. That's why the Georgia Secretary of State took a call along with members of his team, one of whom decided to record it and release it to the press. The only reason this conversation is being discussed in this chamber is because, once again, the media and their Democratic allies distorted the true conversation to mislead you and the American public.
Wild, yo. Can you imagine?
So we have a complete lack of evidence for the article of impeachment presented by the House managers. So why are we here? Politics. Their goal is to eliminate a political opponent, to substitute their judgment for the will of the voters.
Why bother with a Senate trial of Donald Trump? He's no longer president.
He'll be out of office anyway.
Is it to keep him from ever running again?
Make sure he can never run for office again.
Keep him from running for office again.
Donald Trump would not be able to run for office again.
Barring him from running for office again.
Disqualified from running for office.
Disqualify him from ever running from office again.
Disqualified from running for office again.
It's about focusing that he can never run again.
Remove him from ever running for office again.
Never be able to run for office again.
To ban former President Trump from running again.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
The goal is to eliminate
the
a
jungle
political
drums.
opponent, to substitute
They got the jungle drums.
their judgment for the will of the voters. Members of the Senate, our country needs to get back to work. I know that you know that. But instead, we are here. The majority party promised to unify and deliver more COVID relief. But instead, they did this. We will not take most of our time today, us of the defense, in the hopes that you will take back these hours and use them to get delivery of COVID relief to the American people. Let us be clear. This trial is about far more than President Trump. It is about silencing and banning the speech the majority does not agree with.
That is
It is
false.
about canceling 75 million Trump voters.
Oh, my
and
God.
Criminalizing political viewpoints. That is what this trial is really about.
Wild.
It's the only existential issue before us. It asks for constitutional cancel culture to take over in the United States Senate. Are we going to allow canceling and banning and silencing to be sanctioned in this body? To the Democrats who view this as
Cancel
a moment
culture.
of opportunity,
That's
I
it.
urge you
That's the
instead
defense. That's Trump's defense.
to look to the
A
principles
meme.
of free
Cancel
expression
culture.
and free speech.
Actual literal meme.
I hope truly that the next time you are in the minority, you don't find yourself in this position. To the Republicans in this chamber, I ask, when you are next in the majority, please resist what will be an overwhelming temptation
to do this very same thing to the opposing party. Members of the Senate, this concludes the formal defense of the 45th President of the United States to the impeachment article filed by the House of Representatives. I understand that there is a procedure in place for questions, and we await them. Thereafter, we will close on behalf of President Trump.
Oh, this is going to be good. The Q&A, this is going to be good.
And I ask unanimous consent. We take a 15-minute recess.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess.
We're going to take another
Bruce
recess
Castor,
and then come
the
back for
attorney
Q&A.
from Philadelphia, who is part of the
I might
Trump
end this.
legal defense.
No, I'm not going to
wrapping
end
up
it. I'm just going
after
to cut this separately, I guess.
not even 3
and make a
hours,
YouTube video of it, I guess.
closer to 2.5 hours of defense.
This is long. Was it 3.5 hour stream?
In this impeachment
I'm
trial,
gonna eat some sunflower seeds real quick,
concluded by
'cause I don't
arguing
care.
that the impeachment was all about politics, that there was no way the president could have incited the insurrection, the attack on the Capitol, because he was using the words peaceful and patriotic as part of his speech to the crowd that day. We heard Bruce Castor talk about the fact that it is about politics. It's an attempt, in his words,
Nah,
to
all due
silence,
respect, Mr. Vis Raccoon.
cancel
Literally every time you link
74
me
million
something,
Trump
it ends up getting my
voters,
VOD blamed. So
criminalize
no
their
more links
political
on stream for a
viewpoints.
while.
He was trying to cast the entire effort by the Democratic majority in political terms. And we know that an impeachment process is inherently political. But I think it's fair to say over the 2.5 hours of defense that we didn't hear the lawyers for the president take the charges that were made against him by the House managers as seriously, certainly, as they were delivered. There was a lot of video. There were videos of Democrats using the word fight. Those were shown over and over and over again, but very little specifically addressing the charges made by the Democrats in their 8, 9, 10 hours of presentation. We are joining me now with some analysis. Melody Barnes.
Think about that,
who,
yo.
Was chief counsel to the late
in total, the
Massachusetts
defense
Senator
ran for
Edward
like
Kennedy
9,
when
10 hours,
she helped
and they
broker
did
the
not
rules
address
for
a
President
single
Clinton's
point from
impeachment trial.
the House
She was
representatives
also
a single
part
time.
of the Obama White House. And Republican strategist John Hart, he worked in both the House and the Senate for the late Republican Senator Tom Coburn of Oklahoma. Melody Barnes, maybe you just heard me say, I had the sense in listening to the president's defense that either they didn't take it seriously or didn't treat it as seriously as it was presented. There was a great deal of video. There was a lot of indignation. They described this as a political attack on President Trump and on the people who vote for him. But I guess my question to you is, do you think they addressed head-on the charges that were made by the impeachment managers?
Well, Judy, I feel like they didn't do much because they didn't believe that they had to do very much. That they walked into an impeachment trial with a vote that had been taken by the Senate that indicated that most of the Republicans would support the former president, and very few, maybe some on the margins,
Goku
might
dodged.
shift
Straight
their
Goku
votes.
dodged.
And what they were doing was that they were making sure that those Republican senators and, quite frankly, former President Trump's base had enough grist for the mill, that they had enough that they could feel comfortable with. The main legal argument that they tried to make was one with regard to the First Amendment, and that the president's speech was political speech.
Free
that it was
speech.
protected
Yep,
speech,
it's the free speech.
and in their minds that other politicians use similar language, and with regard to former President Trump, that his language was protected by a Supreme Court case that they continue to refer to, the Brandenburg case. But if you look at the letter that those legal scholars sent to the United States Senate, 140 of them, from the left to the right, across an ideological spectrum, saying, look, we don't agree on much, but what we agree is that the First Amendment is not applicable here. And then those who wanted to make that First Amendment argument went on to say very specifically that even under the Brandenburg case, that President Trump's speech was not protected. So even the legal argument that they wanted to make or tried to make didn't stand up, but that's the only argument that they wanted to make beyond using the videos.
Because free speech is always the only argument
John
you can
Hart,
ever make when you say shit that gets people dealt with.
That this defense team walked into this Senate or walked into
I can't just say
today
shoot people in the face on the street,
really
and then when they
much
get
of
shot
a
in the
case,
face, I get punished for it. Nah, I thought this was America.
Not expecting that there are going to be enough Republican senators
as a streamer
to vote.
There's certain shit that I cannot say on this platform because if somebody reports me, I will get banned. I've already been banned from other social media platforms for saying way more tame shit than what Donald Trump
we
said.
heard them talk about cancel culture. We heard them talk about the notion that the Democrats simply want to disenfranchise the 74 million Americans who voted for President Trump. There are a couple of issues with that. I think as a Republican is, GOP senators know that President Trump's standing is waning significantly. So since the election, he's had about a 40-point swing in terms of voters who identify with President Trump versus do you identify as a Republican. Before the election, the margin was about 59-30. I'm quoting an Echelon poll. And then now it's voters prefer Republicans 48 to President Trump 38. So in other words, there's been a big shift away from those voters who identify primarily as a Trump supporter versus as a Republican. And it's important because the political context, as you talked about at the opening, is critically important here. This 20% of what's happening on the Senate floor is the focus, but 80% is really the contextual politics. And so Republican senators need to take notice of the fact that, of those voters who voted for President Trump, they really have moved away from him significantly. And I think it's in their political interest to continue that move as they approach a decision on acquittal versus conviction.
Well, John Hart, that's what I want to ask you, because if indeed the former president is losing support among people who voted for him, among Republicans, you don't get the sense that Republican senators are feeling that. If the vast majority of them are prepared to vote, which they seem to be telling reporters they are. We don't know, of course, until they vote, and it looks like now that vote could come tomorrow on Saturday when the trial could very well wrap up. But it doesn't look as if they're getting the message that the president's losing support. They seem to be very aware of the support that he does have and concerned about the fact, as he said repeatedly in that speech on January the 6th, that he wants to primary anybody who doesn't agree with him.
Well, Judy, unfortunately, I think that is a true analysis. I think, too many senators right now are making a short-term political calculation, and they are afraid of the immediate blowback. Again, I'm convinced if this was a secret ballot, he would be convicted. He would not be acquitted. So right. I would urge my former colleagues, communications directors, to ask themselves what is really good politics in this situation. Right. Do you want to be tied to a president who has ended his service in total disgrace and really violating the most fundamental constitutional norms of the republic? Do we want to go down that path, or do we want to become, again, the party of Abraham Lincoln, the party of Ronald Reagan? And that's the decision that I think senators are facing.
Imagine wanting to be like Ronald Reagan.
I hope you're wrong. I'm afraid you're probably right that they'll end up voting to acquit here. But I just don't buy the argument that this is good politics for Republican members. It's just not. The GOP has no future as a party that chooses to advance actions that undermine self-government when we have tremendously innovative, exciting ideas and solutions all across the board. I want a fair fight with between the left and the right, and I think we'll do very well in a free and open exchange of ideas.
Wow.
And Melody Barnes, we don't know, as I've said,
the free market of ideas.
We don't know how the Senate's
Why
going
are people
to vote,
like
but
this, Joe?
every indication is that it's going to be very tough to get enough Republicans to go along with Democrats to get to 2/3 of the Senate, which is, of course, what's required to convict the president. If that's the outcome here, where does that leave? I mean, you're someone who's, you've worked very closely with Democratic presidents, Democratic politicians. Where does it leave Joe Biden, President Biden, as he tries to move his agenda forward? Can they simply turn the page and move on? Does this leave some sort of lingering chasm, if you will, in American political life that's going to be hard for him to work around and get beyond?
Well, I think as a general matter, there's quite frankly, there's a stench that's going to hang over American political life and American life more broadly because of what we have now all witnessed and connecting the dots across an arc of history. And we'll have members of Congress, members of the Senate and the House who will be working side by side with people that they believed were indifferent to the challenge to American democracy that took place on January 6th, and in the most brutal way, that people are dead as a result of it. So that's going to be a problem. To directly address your question with regard to President Biden, clearly he is focused on a couple of things. One, how do we move the country forward given a healthcare and economic crisis, which brings great irony to the closing argument that was made. Let's end this so we can get back to work on COVID. I think that's exactly what the White House is doing. Simultaneously, though, President Biden has made it clear that he wants to address these issues of unity, but not in a superficial way, not in something really heinous happened to our country, but let's avert our eyes and keep on going and pretend it didn't happen. But how do we dig down and get to the root of this? And I think that is going to be the mission and the goal of the president, of many that are on Capitol Hill. And there are some Republicans who have spoken to these issues, I think along the lines of what John was describing, that will be able to work with Democrats if people are really willing to sit in some discomfort and look hard at what happened. But I will close by saying that, I was smiling. I think John and I both, as people who have worked on Capitol
Thanks
Hill,
for the like, Chanel.
can remember the fact that members of Congress remember primary
Doing all right
challenges
today.
like
This
nobody's business.
This trial is pretty insane to me. This defense. I can't wait for this Q&A to see how ridiculous the Q&A is. But
focusing on
I'm
being
good
elected
otherwise.
for
How you
the
doing,
sake of being
Chanel?
elected, but to do the business of democracy, that is what will tether them to former President Trump and what we saw on January the 6th.
No question. I mean, we've heard the term politics used both as an attack on the Democrats today, but we also know that politics is very much a part of what has happened. I'm hearing, I think I'm hearing something in my ear that I should be paying attention to, but I'm not hearing it. So if it's important, please say it louder. John Hart, Melody Barnes, I'm going to come back to you. We are in a break in the Senate trial right now after the defense rested. Maybe 2.5 hours they spent making their case in the former president's defense. They've now rested. What we go to next, we believe.
Dr. Morticia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate
that. The senators are permitted to ask questions of the two sides. And after that, there would be closing arguments. And then after the closing arguments, there would be a vote on whether to convict former President Trump. That we expect to come tomorrow. But we do think there may well be a question period this afternoon. Maybe we can find out more from our Lisa Desjardins. She covers the Capitol for us. She's there at the Capitol right now, along with Yamiche Alcindor, who, of course, covers the White House for us. Lisa, are you hearing anything at this point about what the plan is for the rest of the day?
Judy, what a perfect question. Why, yes, I have the answer. I'm happy to say. Just in the past few minutes, Senator Durbin, who is the Democratic whip and sort of in control of counting and scheduling the votes, sent out a notice that, in fact, they will move next to the question period up to 4 hours, as you've been saying. Speaking with senators on the way in and out, there are some senators, like Mitt Romney, who have a number of questions. He has at least 5. There are other senators, like Tammy Baldwin, who I just spoke with, who have none. So there's a sense that this will be not a full 4 hours. But I caution everyone that unlike the presentations from the defense and prosecutorial team, this is a rolling scenario. So there could be a finite number of questions to start with. And then what we saw last time in the last impeachment was that senators respond to each other's questions. And sort of near the end, we also see each party sort of conveying arguments in the form of a question. So it may seem like it's going to go short right now, but we have to see what the tone of the questions is and whether each side continues to respond to the other, if it takes the full 4 hours or not.
And Lisa, just as a reminder to all of us, and remembering the last impeachment trial for President Trump, the questions are not read or delivered by the senators themselves. They are read by the presiding officer. So am I right that that would be Senator Leahy?
That's correct. That is what we expect. And there were some reports coming out of the chamber, people who are observing the chamber, who reported that Democrats were passing notes during some of the video montages that featured their own past remarks. I don't think those were notes. I saw them instead passing copies of their proposed questions to one another. You can tell because they have it's a special format. It's a vertical or it's kind of rectangular piece of paper, cardstock.
That's what that was. I was wondering what he slid underneath of his defense. So he's seen the questions. So they showed him the questions that they're about to ask.
Managed to find quite a few, but it's not a full piece of paper. That's what they were passing around while I was in the chamber, seeing who would join on questions, running by wording with each other. They were getting ready for this section. And I wonder if it won't be the most interesting part in a way, because we will get beyond what each side wants to say and get to the questions that senators, sometimes the regular Americans too, have to ask.
See, this is why Lisa Desjardins is the great reporter that she is. She has that eagle eye. She noticed that they're the shape of the card. She said it's card stock, the whole 9 yards. And our other great reporter, of course, is Yamiche Alcindor, who's at the Capitol also today. Yamiche, you've been following, as I've said repeatedly, the defense team. You've also been talking to senators. What's the sense after listening to 2.5 hours of the former president's defense?
The sense among the Trump defense team is that they came and did what they were supposed to do, which is say words in front of senators, defend the president, but also not overdo it, and then wait for what they believe to be an acquittal of former President Trump. The feeling is that this was a defense that if you really listened intently and listened closely, you could almost hear the voice of President Trump in between the lines. And I say that because this was really not just a defense of the president. This was a political prosecution of Democrats, of reporters, of quote-unquote cancel culture.
Cancel culture,
At one point, Bruce Castor,
she's got the heat.
President's lawyer said, the President Trump's lawyer said, "Why are we here?" He answered his own question by saying politics. He then played video of Democrats saying that the president needed to be impeached because they wanted to stop him from running for office, which is something that Democrats did say, but they also said that they're doing that because he would be a clear and present danger to our nation, not just because they didn't want him to be a political opponent. Bruce Castor also talked about constitutional cancer culture, a new phrase for today. And he was using that phrase because it's something that we've also heard the president say, talking about the fact that this was really a cultural moment for the country and that we should be thinking about not just the January 6th attack, but we should be thinking about the future of the country in the president's lawyer's terms, the future of the country as a country that should still have free speech. So they were making an argument that the president's speech was, of course, covered by the First Amendment. Another thing to note is that what I was struck by was that you you also saw dramatics here, right? You saw the president's lawyers not just playing video clips that they had put together, but they added dramatic music to it. And that was, of course, how we got to that scene of senators on both the Republican and Democratic side openly laughing, openly in some ways either ridiculing the president's lawyers or laughing along with them, saying, yes, this is showing hypocrisy in that Senate chamber. I should also note that I was there when Bruce Castor wrapped up the Trump defense, and I saw Republicans turn and look at their watches and say, that was about 2 hours. So in some ways, you saw even senators who were likely going to vote to acquit President Trump, they were surprised by how quickly the Trump defense team moved through this. Bruce Castor at one point said that he wanted to move quickly because he wanted to let the senators get back to passing COVID relief. He wanted to get back to focusing on the pandemic. Of course, senators have been very clear, Senate Majority Leader in particular, Chuck Schumer, saying they can walk and chew gum, and they have been working on the COVID relief plan in the House and the Senate while they were doing this. So this really, at the end of the day,
otherwise we would have had our $2,000 checks by now, not $1,400.
Heading for a second acquittal in an impeachment trial.
It's very interesting to me. All of that, of course, important, Yamiche. It's also very interesting to me that you didn't hear the Trump lawyers carrying on former president's argument about that he actually won the election, that the election was fraudulent, and that it should be challenged, should continue to be viewed as illegitimate. At one point, I know the reporting was that the president got rid of or had a parting of the ways with a former legal team because they didn't want to make that the central or a central part of their argument. In the end, that is not a part of the president's team's argument. It has to do with his role in inciting the crowd. They didn't hang on what he believes or doesn't believe about the election. Really interesting.
That is very interesting. And it's true that the president just a few weeks ago got an entirely new defense team because the defense team that he was dealing with, 5 lawyers, said that they were not going to be trying to prosecute or relitigate the 2020 election. President Trump, of course, continued to say that the election was rigged, that it was stolen from him. We know that is, of course, not true. Democrats have been calling that the, quote, big lie that got us to January 6th and the siege on the Capitol. But it is interesting that the president's lawyers today did not go into relitigating the election. And we should remember that at the beginning of this trial, Bruce Castor in particular conceded that the president lost the election, saying Americans voted, their voices were heard. And in fact, that's why President Trump was not reelected. He is saying something, he said something that President Trump never said. We should remind people that President Trump never conceded the election. He never said, I lost, and here now is your new president, President Joe Biden. He didn't go to the inauguration, the first president not to do so in hundreds of years, in about 150 years. So what we saw was the president continue to hold on to that, continue to hold on to that idea. It's also a part of why Democrats say he is a future threat. They say that he could not only run, but if he runs and loses again, that you could see violence again. So that was a core part of the Democrats' arguments here. But yes, as you noted, the Democrats, the president's lawyers here made the case for that the president was really about, that his speech was covered and that this was unconstitutional, that this was a cultural issue, and they did not at all get into the murky waters of trying to say that he won the 2020 election.
We are in a break they've taken at the Senate impeachment trial as the former President Trump's defense team has rested their argument. We're waiting now for the questioning by senators to begin. Lisa Desjardins, is it possible to say how many Republican senators still hold the view, if they do, that the election was fraudulent and that it was stolen, as President Trump has repeatedly said?
I think since the election, we've seen nearly every Republican, even the president's most ardent supporters in the Senate, back off that particular language. They've done sort of different variations of more nuanced approaches, if that doesn't sound strange to say, to that concept. So, for example, we've seen many senators, let's take James Lankford of Oklahoma. He, until the riot, supported the idea of objecting to several states' electoral delegation. He said he was doing that because he wanted to represent the voices outside of Washington who had concerns. He was careful not to say that he thought the election itself was fraudulent. Then you go kind of farther down the spectrum to Senator Josh Hawley. He's someone who has been more ardent in saying that he thought there were irregularities of concern. But I haven't heard him say since January 6th that he felt the election itself was fraudulent, that he felt that, or use the phrase, stop the steal. So I don't know of any Republican senators or any Republicans, frankly, that's not true. I know there are some House members who clearly still believe that the election was fraudulent. But in the Senate, I don't know of any Republican senators who have said that in recent times. Republican senators are a fascinating bunch in the Trump era, obviously. Many of them have said to reporters like me things off the record that they will not say in public about President Trump and their feelings about him. We've seen some of those become more public, like Ben Sass of Nebraska, for example, pushing back in a video in the last week saying to Republicans in his state, President Trump lied to you. That is why we had this riot. However, that's the exception still. And it's fascinating to cover this group of Republicans because I see a pattern that I saw even when Jeff Flake, for example, who I know has been on our air, was here. Someone who has clear issues and concerns about President Trump that they may be saying in public, but while they are in elected office, they are very hesitant to say out loud. Once they leave the Capitol, as Senator Flake has, as others have, then they become more vocal. And it's always been a question to me. I know that the risks they see as very high in speaking out against President Trump, but it's always been a question to me because these senators seem so convinced in their mind that they have very real and serious issues with President Trump. They seem to believe these things. It's a part of their values when they talk to you. And they believe it so strongly that you wonder why they don't overcome their political fears to say that out loud. But that certainly is the way things have been. And I think since the riot, the political winds have blown the other way, where people realize that that kind of rhetoric and supporting the idea of stop the steal was not just sort of politically beneficial to some of them, but it was actually very dangerous to senators themselves and to the democracy.
And we heard analyst John Hart, Lisa, saying a few minutes ago that the polling he's seeing, some of it is showing that some of President Trump's support is falling away in recent weeks. I think we're waiting to see just how much that polling continues to show that. But Lisa, I do have a quick question. You mentioned Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri. For him and for Senator Ted Cruz, who were seen as encouraging the crowd on the day of the Capitol attack, remind us, there's an investigation, an inquiry into what they did. Tell us just quickly, remind us quickly what that consists of.
That's right. I believe you're referring to the Senate ethics probe. What we believe is a Senate ethics probe. Democratic senators have filed a request for the Senate Ethics Committee to investigate the conduct of Senators Hawley and Cruz in the days leading up to the riot, regarding their statements about the election, and in Senator Hawley's case specifically, his support, as was seen in a photograph, of the protesters who became rioters later as they were outside of the Capitol. Now, this is an occasion for me to tell viewers something I don't often talk about, but there are many parts of the U.S. Capitol that are
Christian, thanks for the like.
Completely locked off from reporters understanding what's happening at any time, completely closed to any sort of sunshine. And one of them is the Senate Ethics Committee. The Senate Ethics Committee operates in a way so that we never know when it is investigating anyone. We may not know when they close the investigation or when they open it. I spoke to its former chairman, Senator Jim Lankford, about this just last year, and they don't confirm anything. So we believe that there is a Senate ethics probe of those two senators going on, but that has not been officially confirmed.
All right, I'm glad we asked you that just to clarify where all that stands. And you're right, so much of it is done in confidence, and we won't know the status of it. But I think important to remind people that there was a complaint made, and we'll see where that goes. I'm gonna turn. Thank you to Lisa. Thank you to Yamiche, and turn back to our analysts. right now to John Hart and Melody Barnes. Melody, you were involved, as we said earlier, in the preparations around the impeachment of President Bill Clinton. Give us a sense at this stage, of course, President Clinton was not convicted. At this stage, when you move to questions by the senators, how seriously do they take their role at this point? Do they pretty much know? Did they know then? I'm trying to remember, because I was reporting on that too, but I'm trying to remember at what point did it become pretty clear that President Clinton was not going to be convicted? And so how seriously do the senators take their role, their responsibility in asking questions?
Sure. Well, a couple of things. One, what I remember, and it's been a little while, but what I strongly remember was the sense that people knew that President Clinton would not be convicted, that he was going to be acquitted. At the same time, going to your question about how seriously senators took their responsibility, and I'm putting this in a broader context, even going back to the beginning of that trial process, that the senators did not negotiate. They didn't discuss how they would begin that process in the Senate chamber. They went to the old Senate chamber, and they went there without many staff at all, maybe one or two staff, and to discuss how they would move forward, because they were also thinking about the institution, and they wanted to uphold the stature of the Senate as the greatest deliberative body on earth. And so I think that they took very seriously their institutional role. Even at the same time, impeachment happens through a political lens.
Wild.
And going into the trial, there was a strong
The fact
sense
that we're even
the
comparing it
president
to Bill
wouldn't
Clinton's
be
impeachment is
convicted.
crazy to me.
There were some questions about some votes, some Democratic votes, and there were votes that fell on either side of the yes-no ledger at the end of the day. But at this point, I think people knew what the outcome would be, but at the same time, they were upholding a seriousness about their responsibility while doing it.
And John Hart, as someone who worked, as we said earlier, for Tom Coburn, both when he was in the House and then, of course, when he was in the Senate, what is your understanding of how senators approach their role? We know when Bill Clinton faced impeachment, it had been many years since Richard Nixon had faced it, of course, was not impeached because he left office. But it had been a number of years. It was considered a rare thing for the Congress to be dealing with impeachment. Here we are, second impeachment over the span of a year. What's your sense of how senators see their role in all this?
Well, Judy, I think they take it very seriously. And this is a unique impeachment. I mean, they're all unique because we've had so few, but I think with
this impeachment is nothing
President
like
Clinton,
any other
was a
impeachment.
House staffer at the time. It was a fairly one-dimensional case around perjury. In the impeachment last year, also relatively one-dimensional on the phone call. And this situation is really fundamentally different in scope. You have, again, I think there are multiple potential impeachment offenses here, but only one of which, of course, the House has advanced. And senators are going to have questions on really the multifaceted dimension of what happened on January 6th. As we talked about earlier, it wasn't just did his rhetoric rise to the level of incitement of insurrection, but why did he not take action faster to stop the riot? Why was he pressuring Mike Pence in the way he was? So all of those could be the focus of questions. And I think if you do get questions outside the narrow scope of what the House managers presented, I think that's some clue into what the thinking is among Republican senators. Senators who want to go on record raising questions and flagging issues to perhaps look at the future, to have future investigations, and to create distance between President Trump's actions and the Republican Party.
And you raise another question in my mind, and I'll bring it back to you, Melody, and that is, we heard Lisa Desjardins say Mitt Romney, for example, it's her understanding he may have several questions He wants.
We
to,
knew that a defense was
he
going to
wants
exist because we've known what we've
we don't
always
know
known
which
what the
side.
Republican
We assume
Party
it's-
is, bro.
Well, we don't know.
Crazy.
But, for example, I mean, a question could be to the president's defense, even though they didn't bring this up, they didn't address why the president waited to urge the insurrectionists to stand down. There was a period of time when he was being called, he was being implored.
It's just crazy that the
being
country is
asked,
still like this
not only
after
by
this
members
long.
of Congress, but others on the outside, by Joe Biden. And then we also know by people in his own administration to tell the rioters to stop, and he didn't do it. It'll be interesting to see, Melody, whether that's one of the questions,
figuratively and literally
that's
mask
posed
off.
to the defense team.
I think that's absolutely right. And if I were a betting woman, I would put a fair amount of money down on the fact that that will be a line of questioning. And in fact, the House managers set that up in many ways. First of all, they asked President Trump to testify, and he decided that he didn't want to do that. And then they brought that up again during their argument and said, these are the kinds of questions that we would ask him. And they listed, 5 or so questions. And I believe that they set the table for senators, Republican or Democrat, to ask some of those questions, and also will probably address them in their closing arguments as well. And I think also because senators have such a unique role in this particular impeachment trial. In every impeachment trial, they are both judge and jury, but in this instance, they're also witnesses. They lived this experience, and they also have staff that lived this experience. In some cases, staff that weren't in the same place that they were. So there are lots of different questions. There are lots of different perspectives. And I think that question, why didn't you stop this, if in fact you did not intend it, will be a very pointed set of questions that will be addressed to President Trump's lawyers.
And as you said, John Hart, the question of why the president continued to criticize his own vice president, even when he knew the Capitol had been breached. It may be that, it'll be interesting to see how the defense team, if they're asked that, what their answer is. One can only assume they've discussed all this with former President Trump himself.
When is the Q&A going to start, bro? I'm bored.
I would never
I'm
assume
fucking
anything
bored.
When it comes to staff interactions with President Trump, I think he's...
This shit is fucking
right
boring.
about that.
I don't give a fuck about what this goofy ass has to say with his son's guitars in the background.
That is a question.
This shit is boring.
I know, at least from talking to staff, that's a concern. I've talked to former Mike Pence staff who were incensed and outraged. And again, I'm still surprised that the House managers didn't make more of that. When I heard the presentation on cancel culture, look, I don't like cancel culture. I think it's a real phenomenon and problem on the left that requires soul searching on the left. But the reality is what happened on January 6th, it went way beyond cancel culture to actually, ending the lives potentially of senators and even the vice president. I mean, it's not hyperbolic to say that their lives were in danger. And the fact that President Trump apparently didn't.
Mike Pence needs to come out and testify. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that for the same reason a lot of Republicans aren't. Is because he wants to continue his political career, and he knows that a significant portion of Republicans are fucking deranged Trump nutters.
Those questions are raised formally in this process.
Those votes are just too sweet to give up.
To what extent does it matter in all this?
Those votes,
how much
those tasty, delicious votes.
Public
you just can't.
Is paying. I asked Senator Mark Warner, when I interviewed him on the NewsHour yesterday, if he thought his constituents, or maybe it was the day before, this week is all running together, if he thinks his constituents in Virginia are paying attention. And he said, I think there's less attention being paid than, certainly there is for the Senate. We have to sit here. It's of vital importance to us. But he made the point that many people are
person who
focused,
votes Republican is
understandably,
paying
on the
attention to this
pandemic,
shit.
on the economy, on staying healthy. And at a
Democrats
time
are
like
barely
this,
paying attention to this shit.
The Senate, this impeachment trial is competing.
It's
for
only
attention
dummies
with a
like
lot of
me who
things.
sit here and watch
I'm being
this dumb
told that
shit
the Senate
and
may
lose
be coming
brain
back
cells.
into session. Let's look at the Senate floor right now. All right, let's listen to Senator Leahy.
Here we go. Yes, here it is.
For
Finally.
the former president. Majority Leader.
President, I ask unanimous consent that the
Pull
answers
your
within the
mask up
4-hour
over
question
your
period
nose, please.
be limited to 5 minutes each. And if the questions are directed to both parties, the times be equally divided. Furthermore, that questions alternate sides for posing questions for as long as both sides have questions.
Without objection, it's so ordered.
Mr. President, I have a question at the desk, for the desk.
The senator will submit it. The question from Senator Schumer and Senator Feinstein is directed to the House managers. The clerk will read it.
Why are they doing it like this? This takes so much fucking time. This is so stupid.
Isn't it the case that the violent attack and siege on the Capitol on January 6th would not have happened if not for the conduct of President Trump?
Of up to 5 minutes.
Jamie Raskin has the wildest hair, yo. I can't deal.
To answer your question very directly, Donald Trump summoned the mob. He assembled a mob and he lit the flame. Everything that followed was because of his doing. And although he could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence, he never did. In other words, this violent, bloody insurrection that occurred on January 6th would not have occurred but for President Trump. The evidence we presented at trial makes this absolutely clear. And this attack, as we said, didn't come from one random
People
speech,
didn't do this for
and it didn't happen by
John
accident.
McCain. People
And that
didn't do this
mob
for Mitt Romney.
didn't come out
They
of
did it
thin
for
air.
Donald Trump, though.
Before the election, Donald Trump spread lie after lie about potential fraud. In an election, remember, that hadn't even happened yet. Months before the election took place, he was saying it was rigged, that it was going to be stolen. All to make his supporters believe that the only way he was going to lose is if the election was stolen, if the election was rigged. And when he did lose, he spent week after week inciting his supporters to believe that their votes had been stolen and that the election was fraudulent and that it was their patriotic duty to fight like hell to stop the steal and take their country back. And remember, this is in the United States where our vote is our voice. You tell somebody that an election victory is being stolen from them, that's a combustible situation. And he gave them clear direction on how to deal with that. For example, on December 19th, 18 days prior to January 6th, President Trump told them how and where to fight for it. He first issued his call to action for January 6th. This was a save the date sent 18 days before the event on January 6th. And it wasn't just a casual one-off reference or a singular invitation. For the next 18 days, he directed all of the rage he had incited to January 6th. And that was, for him, what he saw as his last chance to stop the transfer of power, to stop from losing the presidency. And he said things like, quote, fight to the death. And January 6th will be a, quote, wild and, quote, historic day. And this was working. They got the message. In the days leading to the attack, report after report, social media post after social media post confirmed that these insurgents were planning armed violence. But they were planning it because he had been priming them, because he had been amping them up. That's why they were planning it. And these posts, confirmed by reports from the FBI and Capitol Police, made clear that these insurgents were planning to carry weapons, including guns, to target the Capitol itself. And yet, Donald Trump, from January 5th to the morning of his speech, tweeted 34 times, urging his supporters to get ready to stop the steal. He even, on the eve of the attack, warned us that it was coming. He warned us that thousands were descending into D.C. and would not take it anymore. And when they got here at the Save America March, he told them again in that speech exactly what to do. His lawyer opened with, quote, "Let's have trial by combat." That was Rudy Giuliani. And Donald Trump brought that message home. In fact, he praised Rudy Giuliani as a fighter. And President Trump used the words fight or fighting 20 times in that speech. Remember, you've just told these people, these thousands of people, that somebody has stolen your election, your victory. You're not going to get the president that you love. Senators, that is an incredibly combustible situation when people are armed and they've been saying that they're mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore. He looked out to a sea of thousands, some wearing body armor, helmets, holding sticks and flagpoles, some of which they would later use to beat Capitol
And I didn't even
Police,
think about that either. Is
and
that you
told
got to
them
be looking into the
that they
crowd
could play
thinking
by
like,
different
why are
rules.
all these people at my rally wearing fucking body
Play
armor
by
with
different
pitchforks
rules.
and shit? Like, come on now.
He even at one point quite literally pointed to the Capitol as he told them to fight like hell. After the attack, we've shown clearly, that once the attack began, insurgent after insurgent made clear they were following the president's orders. You saw us present that evidence of the insurgents who were there that day, who said, "I came because the president asked me to come. I was here at his invitation." You saw that of the folks that were in the Capitol that day.
The time has expired. Are there further questions?
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina, have a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Submit it.
I send a question to the desk on behalf of myself, Senator Cruz, Marshall, and Kramer to council.
Senator Graham for himself, Senator Cruz, Senator Marshall, and Senator Kramer submits a question for the counsel for Donald Trump. Clerk will read it.
Does a politician raising bail for rioters encourage more rioting?
Counsel has 5
Absolutely.
minutes.
Yes.
Does counsel yield back the rest of their time? Council's time is yielded back.
You just
Are there
said
other
yes.
questions?
Mr. President,
The senator from Georgia.
I have a question for the desk.
Send it to the desk. The senator from Georgia, Senator Warnock, has a question for the House managers. Clerk will read the question.
Yeah, he knew he didn't have to say shit else. You just said yes and sat right back down.
Is it true or false that in the months leading up to January 6th, dozens of courts, including state and federal courts in Georgia, rejected President Trump's campaign's efforts to overturn his loss to Joe Biden?
House managers recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. President, Senators, that is true. That's true. I want to be clear, though, that we have absolutely no problem with President Trump having pursued his belief that the election was being stolen.
Right.
Or that there was fraud or corruption or unconstitutionality. We have no problem at all with him going to court to do it. And he did, and he lost in 61 straight cases.
61 straight cases.
In the lowest courts in the land,
Holy
in the U.S.
fuck.
Supreme Court.
Imagine getting teabagged 61 times and being like, nah, I can win.
Arizona, Georgia,
Holy
Michigan,
fuck,
Minnesota,
dude.
Nevada, and Wisconsin. All of
Holy
them said the
fuck.
same thing. They couldn't find any corruption. They couldn't find any fraud, certainly nothing rising to a material level that would alter the outcome of any of the elections. And there was no unconstitutionality. That's the American system. And so, I mean, it's hard to imagine him having gotten more due process than that in pursuing what has come
My
to
man
be
got
known
the most due
popularly as the big
process.
lie. The idea that somehow the election was being stolen from him. And we have no problem with the fact that he went to court to do all those things. But notice, number one, the big lie was refuted, devastated, and demolished in federal and state courts across the land, including by 8 judges appointed by President Donald Trump himself.
Damn, that's the heat right there.
What happened in Pennsylvania, where U.S. District Court Judge Matthew Brown said, in the United States, the court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. In the U.S., this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its 6th most populous state. Our people, laws, and institutions demand more. Then it went up to Judge Stefanos.
His own judges teabagged him.
Appointee, who was a part of the appeals court panel, he said, the campaign's claims have no merit. The number of ballots it specifically challenges is far smaller than the 81,000 vote margin of victory, and it never claims fraud or that any votes were cast by illegal voters. Plus, tossing out millions of mail-in ballots would be drastic and unprecedented, disenfranchising a huge swath of the electorate and upsetting all of the down-ballot races, too, which incidentally weren't being challenged, even though it was the exact same ballot that had been brought. So the problem was when the president went from his judicial combat, which was fine, to intimidating and bullying state election officials and state legislators, and then finally, as Representative Cheney said, summoning a mob, assembling a mob, and then lighting the match for an insurrection against the Union. When he crossed over from nonviolent means, no matter how ridiculous or absurd, that's fine, he's exercising his rights, to inciting violence. That's what this trial is about. And we heard very little of that from the presentation of the president's lawyers. They really didn't address the facts of the case at all.
They really did not, though.
Propaganda reels about Democratic politicians that would be excluded in any court in the land. They talked about the rules of evidence. All of that was totally irrelevant to the case before us. Whatever you think about it, it's irrelevant. And we'll be happy, of course, to address the First Amendment arguments, too.
Damn, teabagged.
Mr. President.
That's heat.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
That's a long-ass question.
The question is from Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski. It is for the counsel for the former president. Clerk will read.
Exactly when did President Trump learn of the breach of the Capitol? What specific actions did he take to bring the rioting to an end? And when did he take them? Please be as detailed as possible.
Damn, they got ethered by that question right there. They're about to get cooked.
Clerk, read that question again. We're getting it back.
Exactly when did President Trump learn of the breach of the Capitol? And what specific actions did he take to bring the rioting to an end? And when did he take them? Please be as detailed as possible.
Mr. Van Veen.
The House managers have given us absolutely no evidence the other onto that question. We're able to put together a timeline and
this dude must have been asleep. He must have been big sleep the last 2 days.
January 2nd, there is a lot of interaction between the authorities and getting folks to have security.
Eddie 105, yeah, this is the
day.
lamest
We
fraternity
have a
house ever.
tweet,
It really is.
At 2:38, so it was certainly some time before.
Yeah, they
then.
cooked him so hard he had to stall for the
With
repeat of
rush
the
to bring this
question.
impeachment, there's been absolutely no investigation into that, and that's the problem with this entire proceeding. The House managers did zero investigation, and the American people.
I'm sure there are
a lot
American
better
people that are dumb
than
enough.
coming
I
in
mean, there's
here
people
with
dumb enough
no
to think that Trump didn't know about COVID. So I'm sure they're dumb enough to
hearsay
think that
on
Trump
top
didn't
of
know about this.
hearsay on top of reports that are of hearsay. Due process is required here.
Listen to how mad he is
that
about
was
having to
denied.
answer that question.
Mr. President,
And the Senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The Senator from Nevada, Senator Rosen, submits a question for the House managers. And the clerk will read it.
On January 6th, the anti-Semitic Proud Boys group that President Trump had told to stand by laid siege to the Capitol alongside other rioters, including one wearing a Camp Auschwitz shirt. Is there evidence that President Trump knew or should have known that his tolerance of anti-Semitic speech, hate speech, combined with his own rhetoric, could incite the kind of violence we saw on January 6th?
Mr. President, Senators, Donald Trump has a long history of praising and encouraging violence, as you saw. He has espoused hateful rhetoric himself.
Facts.
He has not just tolerated it, but he's encouraged hateful speech by others. He has refused, as you saw in the September debate, that interview, to condemn extremist and white supremacist groups like the Proud Boys. And he has, at every opportunity, encouraged and cultivated actual violence by these groups. Yes, he has encouraged actual violence, not just the word fight.
Right.
He told groups like the Proud Boys, who had beaten people with baseball bats, to stand by. When his supporters in the 50-car caravan tried to drive a bus of Biden campaign workers off the road, he tweeted a video of that incident with fight music attached to it and wrote, "I love Texas."
Wow.
When his supporters sent death threats to the Republican Secretary of State Raffensperger in Georgia, he responded by calling Mr. Raffensperger an enemy of the state after he knew of those death threats.
Wow.
And in the morning of the 2nd Million MAGA March, when it erupted in violence and burned churches, he began that day with the tweet, "We have just begun to fight." I want to be clear that Donald Trump is not on trial for those prior statements. However, that hateful and violent and inappropriate they may be, but his statements, the president's statements, make absolutely clear 3 important points for our case. First, President Trump had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging violence, never condemning it. It is not a coincidence that those very same people, Proud Boys, organizers of the Trump Caravan, supporters and speakers of the 2nd Million MAGA March, all showed up on January 6th to an event that he had organized with those same individuals who had organized that violent group, assembled, inflamed, and all the public reports ready to attack. He deliberately encouraged them to engage in violence on January 6th. President Trump had spent months calling his
The House
supporters
managers
to a
answer
march
every question with hella
on a
detail.
specific day,
And
at a
Trump's lawyers
specific
don't even answer the
time,
questions they're
for
asked.
a specific
They just say,
purpose.
we don't know.
What
Nobody
else
can know.
were they going
right?
to do to stop the certification of the election on that day but to stop you? But to stop you physically. There was no other way, particularly after his vice president said that he would refuse to do what the president asked. The point is this, that by the time he called the cavalry, not Calvary, but cavalry
That's funny.
of his thousands of supporters on January 6th, an event he had invited them to, he had every reason to know that they were armed, violent, and ready to actually fight. He knew who he was calling and the violence they were capable of. And he still gave his marching orders to go to the Capitol and, quote, fight like hell to stop the steal. How else was that going to happen? If they had stayed at the ellipse, maybe it would have just been to violently in fight in protest with their words. But to come to the Capitol, that is why this is different, and that is why he must be convicted and acquitted. And disqualified.
Mr. President, on behalf of Senator Scott of South Carolina and myself, I'd like to submit a question to the
She
desk.
fucked up at the end, but.
Senator from Tennessee shall submit it. Thank you. The question is for counsel for the former president from Senators Haggerty and Scott of South Carolina. Clerk will read the question.
Given that more than 200 people have been charged for their conduct at the Capitol on January 6th, that our justice system is working to hold the appropriate persons accountable, and that President Trump is no longer in office, isn't this simply a political show trial that is designed to discredit President Trump and his policies and shame the 74 million Americans?
Nah, this isn't a
who voted
speech,
for
Ariel
him?
Ghost. This is the questions, the Q&A. They're answering questions now. I didn't hear that question, no, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Senators, for that question. That's precisely what the 45th President believes this gathering is about. We believe in law and order and trust that the federal authorities that are conducting investigations and prosecutions against the criminals that invaded this building will continue their work and be as aggressive and thorough as we know them to always be, and that they will continue to identify those that entered the inner sanctum of our government and desecrated it. The 45th President no longer holds office. There is no sanction available under the Constitution, in our view, for him to be removed from office that he no longer holds.
Yo, what up, LeVar?
The only logical conclusion is
Yeah,
that the
Black
purpose
History
of this
Month is all
gathering
month.
is to embarrass the 45th President of the United States and in some way try to create an opportunity for senators to suggest
Speaking
that
of
he
which,
should not
happy
be
Black
permitted
History
to
Month,
hold
LeVar.
office in the future, or at the very least, publicize this throughout the land to try to damage his ability to run for office when and if he is acquitted, and at the same time, tell the 74
I didn't
million
start
people
him
who voted
over.
for them
I
that
cut
their
him
choice
a couple of
was
years
the wrong
ago
choice.
so that I could get
I
the
believe that-
Killmonger haircut, the Michael
this
B.
is a
Jordan, the
divisive
same haircut he had in Black
way
Panther.
of going about
Just want to do something
handling
different after my
impeachment,
house burned down.
and it denigrates the great solemnity that should attach to such proceedings. I yield the remainder of my time, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I send a question to the House managers to the desk because the President's lawyers did not answer the question when it was posed to them.
The senator will send the question. Debate's not allowed.
That's mad funny. They didn't answer the question so hard that they got to send it again. What up, Raccoon?
The question is from Senator Markey with Senator Duckworth to the manager of the part of the House Representatives. The clerk will read the question.
No, I didn't vote, Ariel Ghost.
Exactly when did the president learn of the breach at the Capitol, and what steps did he take to address the violence? Please be as detailed as possible.
That's funny. They had to ask that question again because Trump's lawyer didn't answer it. It's a new club joint, LeVar. I'll send it to you in a minute.
We are in the question period where senators are allowed to ask questions. Let's listen. This was a question that was originally posed by Republican Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski for the defense team. Defense team basically dismissed it, so now Democratic senators are asking it of the House managers.
This attack was on live TV, on all major networks in real time. The president, as president, has access to intelligence information, including reports from inside the Capitol. He knew the violence that was underway. He knew the severity of the threats, and most importantly, he knew that Capitol Police were overwhelmingly outnumbered and in a fight for their lives against thousands of insurgents with weapons. We know he knew that. We know that he did not send any individuals. We did not hear any tweets. We did not hear him tell those individuals, stop. This is wrong. You must go back. We did not hear that. So what else did the president do? We are unclear. But we believe it was a dereliction of his duty. And that was because he was the one who had caused them to come to the Capitol. They're answering it now. And they were doing what he asked them to do. So there was no need for him to stop them from what they were engaged in. But one of the things I would like to ask is we still have not heard and posed to you all the questions that were raised by Mr. Raskin, Manager Raskin, in his closing argument. Why did the President Trump not tell the protesters to stop as soon as he learned about it? Why did President Trump do nothing to stop the attack for 2 hours after the attack began?
Right. At the very least, he learned about it the same time we all learned about it. And he still didn't send anyone in, didn't make any statements.
Of a Capitol Police officer at 4:20 429, still fighting. 429 after, since what time? 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Why did he not condemn the violent insurrection on January 6th? Those are the questions that we have as well. And the reason this question keeps coming up is because the answer is nothing.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Utah.
I send a question to the desk.
Also, notice how they have the opportunity to ask the Democrats what makes all the fight rhetoric they were saying different than what Trump said, and they aren't asking that because they're going to get fucking teabagged.
It's a question, and the clerk will read it. Oh, and I apologize. The question is for both sides, so the time will be evenly divided.
When President Trump sent the disparaging tweet at 2:24 p.m. regarding Vice President Pence, was he aware that Vice President had been removed from the Senate by the Secret Service for his safety?
That's a cooker question right there. I can't wait to see how Trump's lawyers answer that one. That's a cooker.
The House Manager. And time will be evenly divided between. Of course. Would the clerk read the question again?
When President Trump sent the disparaging tweet at 2:24 p.m. regarding Vice President Pence, was he aware that the Vice President had been removed from the Senate by the Secret Service for his safety?
The House of Representatives managers are recognized 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, let me tell you what he said at 2:24 p.m. He said Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. The USA demands the truth. And you know by now what was all over the media. You couldn't turn on the television, couldn't turn on the radio, couldn't consume any media, or probably take any phone calls or anything else without hearing about this, and also hearing about the Vice President. And here's what Donald Trump had to know at that time, because the whole world knew it. All of us knew it. Live television had, by this point, shown that the insurgents were already inside the building and that they had weapons and that the police were outnumbered. And here are the facts that are not in dispute. Donald Trump had not taken any measures to send help to the overwhelmed Capitol Police. As president, at that point, when you see all this going on and the people around you are imploring you to do something, and your vice president is there, why wouldn't you do it? Donald Trump had not publicly condemned the attack. The attacker
he's getting
told him
cooked
to
right
stand
now. He's
down
getting
despite
teabagged.
multiple pleas to do so. And Donald Trump hadn't even acknowledged the attack. And after Wednesday's trial portion concluded, Senator Tuberville spoke to reporters and confirmed the call that he had with the president and did not dispute Manager Cicilline's description in any way that there was a call between he and the president around the time that Mike Pence was being ushered out of the chamber. And that was shortly after 2 p.m. And Senator Tuberville specifically said that he told the president, Mr. President, they just took the vice president out. I've got to go. And that was shortly after 2 p.m. There were still hours of chaos and carnage and mayhem. The vice president and his family were still in danger at that point. Our commander-in-chief did nothing.
Wild, yo. Just wild.
Counsel for the former president.
The answer is no.
Oh, my God.
At no point was the president informed the vice president was in any danger.
What?
Because the House rushed through this impeachment in 7 days with no evidence. There is nothing at all in the record on this point, because the House failed to do even a minimum amount of due diligence.
Imagine saying that immediately after the dude.
There was a violent riot happening at the Capitol.
He got cooked.
That's why he repeatedly called via tweet and via video for the riots to stop, to be peaceful.
You don't know where your own vice president is.
Police and law enforcement.
That's what he's trying to
and
say.
To commit no violence.
You don't know where your own vice
home.
president is.
But to be clear, this is an article of impeachment for incitement. This is not an article of impeachment for anything else.
He's mad as
So
shit.
one count, they could have charged anything they wanted. They chose to charge incitement.
Everyone knew where Pence was.
So that the question, although answered directly,
Literally,
no,
all he fucking
it's not
does is
really
watch Fox
relevant
News, and we're supposed to
to
believe
the
that he was in the
charges
bathroom beating
for
his
the
dick during that
impeachment
period of time
in
for
this
4
case.
hours, I guess.
And I
don't
just
know.
wanted to clear up
He finished
one
his
more
speech
thing.
and then went to go beat his
Mr.
dick in the bathroom
Castro,
for like 4 hours
in his
straight,
first
just
answer
in there
may have
tweeting.
Spoke, but what he said was Mr. Trump
Ridiculous,
said,
yo.
fight to the death. That's false. I'm hoping he misspoke. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, on behalf of myself and Senators Casey and Brown, I send a question to the desk.
It's a question from Senator Klobuchar, Senator Casey, Senator Brown to the House managers. The clerk will report.
This is about to be some heat.
In presenting your case, you relied on past precedents from impeachment trials, such as William Belknap's impeachment. After what you have presented in the course of this trial, if we do not convict former President Trump, what message will we be
Right,
sending
yo. Everyone in
to
America,
future
except for the
presidents
president,
and
knew where the vice
Congresses?
president was.
President Trump engaged in a course of conduct that incited an armed attack on the Capitol. He did so while seeking to overturn the results of the election and thwart the transfer of power. And when the attack began, he further incited violence aimed to his own vice president, even as demonstrated his state of mind
Stacey
by
Plaskett is
failing
dope.
to defend us and the law enforcement officials who protect us. The consequences of his conduct were devastating on every level. Police officers were left overwhelmed, unprotected. Congress had to be evacuated. Our staff barricaded in this building, calling their families to say goodbye. Some of us, like Mr. Raskin, had children here. And these people in this building, some of whom were on the FBI's watch list, took photos, stole laptops, destroyed precious statues, including one of John Lewis. Desecrated
That's
the
fucked up.
statue
They desecrated
of a
the John
recently
Lewis
deceased
statue? Wow.
member of
Wild, yo.
Congress
Wild.
who stood for nonviolence. This was devastating. And the world watched us. And the world is still watching us to see what we will do this day. And we'll know what we did this day 100 years from now.
They're not going to talk
Those are
about
the
the
immediate
laptop, just like they're not going to
consequences,
talk about how
and
one of
our
Mike
actions
Pence's
will
bodyguards had a
reverberate
nuclear
as
football
to
on
what are
him.
the future consequences. The extremists who attacked the Capitol at the president's provocation will be emboldened. All our intelligence agencies have confirmed this. It is not House managers saying that. There are quite literally
It's not, well,
standing
on the House
by
manager side, it's not really
and
relevant to
standing
the
ready.
case, but on the
Donald Trump told
lawyers,
them this
Trump's lawyer
is
side, it's pretty
only
obvious why
the
they wouldn't
beginning.
talk about that.
They are waiting and watching to see if Donald Trump is right that everyone said this was totally appropriate. Let me also bring something
She's
else
been
up.
ethering Trump. She has been
I'll
hitting the
briefly
ether.
say that defense counsels put a lot of videos out in their
And that's how I feel about
in
it
their
too. They shouldn't
defense,
talk
playing
about the
clip
football for the same
after
reason they
clip
didn't show any of the security
black
footage
women
till the trial.
talking about fighting for a cause or an issue or a policy. It was not lost
you're
on
exactly
me, as so
right,
many
Faye
of
Dunner.
them were
You're
people
exactly
of
right.
color and women, and black women like myself, who are sick and tired of being sick and tired for our children, your children, our children. This summer, things happened that were violent, but there were also things that gave some of us black women great comfort. Seeing Amish people from Pennsylvania standing up with us, members of Congress fighting up with us. And so I thought we were past that. I think maybe we're not.
Oh, she said the word fighting. Uh-oh.
There are long-standing consequences, decisions like this that will define who we are as a people, who America is. We have in this room made
She's
monumental
cooking.
decisions.
She's cooking.
You all have made monumental decisions. We've declared wars, passed civil rights acts, ensured that no one in this country is a slave. Every American
That is false.
has the
That
right
last bit is false.
to vote.
Because you're a slave
Unless
if
you
you're a
live in a
felon.
territory. At this time, some of these decisions are even controversial, but history has shown that they define us as a country and as a people. Today is one of those moments, and history will wait for our decision.
Mr. President?
The Senator from Utah.
I send a question to the desk.
Prison slavery still exists, absolutely, yep. If you're a felon, you're a slave. If you're in federal penitentiary, you are a slave.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, sends a question on behalf of himself, Senator Hawley, Senator Crapo, Senator Blackburn, Senator Portman. And the question is for the counsel for the former president. Clerk will read.
Multiple state constitutions enacted prior to 1787, namely the constitutions of Delaware, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Vermont, specifically provided for the impeachment of a former officer. Given that the framers of the U.S. Constitution would have been aware of these provisions, does their decision to omit language specifically authorizing the impeachment of former officials indicate that they did not intend for our Constitution to allow for the impeachment of former officials?
There's already been one former official who was impeached. That's already happened in history. I can't wait to say I'll
Good
lie
question.
about this.
And the answer is yes, of course they left it out. The framers were very smart men, and they went over draft after draft after draft on that document. and they reviewed all the other drafts of all of the state constitutions, all of them. And they picked and chose what they wanted, and they discarded what they did not. And what they discarded was the option for all of you to impeach a former elected official.
That is a fucking lie.
Question. Thank you.
That is a fucking lie.
Mr. President.
There has already been a former
Senator,
president who was impeached.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
This is not even the first time that's happened. No, it wasn't
Senator
Clinton.
from California submits a question.
Hang on.
For the House managers. The clerk will report.
Having been on the front lines of combating the big lie over the past 4 years as California's chief elections officer, it is clear that President Trump's plot to undermine the 2020 election was built on lies and conspiracy theories. How did this plot to unconstitutionally keep President Trump in power lead to the radicalization of so many of President Trump's followers and the resulting attack on the Capitol?
So there's that.
Senators, Donald Trump spent months inciting his base to believe that their election was stolen. And that was the point, that was the thing that would get people so angry. Think about that. What it would take to get a large group of thousands of Americans
they literally
so
can't speak
angry
up
to
on
storm
that,
the
Rexy.
Capitol.
They'll get shouted down.
That was the purpose behind Donald
brought to
Trump
order.
saying that the election had been rigged and that the election had been stolen. And to be clear, when he says the election is stolen, what he's saying is that the victory, and he even says one time, the election victory is being stolen from them. Think about how significant that is to Americans. Again, you're right, over 70 million, I think 74 million people voted for Donald Trump. And this wasn't a one-off comment. It wasn't one time. It was over and over and over and over and over again with a purpose. And we're not having this impeachment trial here because Donald Trump contested the election. As I said during the presentation, nobody here wants to lose an election. We all run our races to win our elections. But what President Trump did was different. What our commander-in-chief did was the polar opposite of what we're supposed to do. We let the people decide the elections, except President Trump. He directed all of that rage that he had incited to January 6th, the last chance. This again, to him, this was his last chance. This was certifying the election results. He needed to whip up that mob, amp them up enough to get out there and try to stop the election results, the certification of the election. And y'all, they took over the Senate chamber to do that. They almost took over the House chamber. There were 50 or so or more House members who were literally scared for their lives up in the gallery. A woman who bought into that big lie died because she believed the president's big lie.
That's heat. That's literally why she died. She got clapped for nothing.
Lives.
She got boobopped for nothing.
A Capitol police officer died that day. other
nothing.
of President Trump's supporters.
All those people that died that day died for
Two
nothing.
Capitol Police officers ended up taking their own lives. Defense counsel, their defense is basically everything President Trump did is okay, and he could do it again. Is that what we believe? That there is no problem with that? That it's perfectly fine if he does the same thing all over again? This is dangerous. He's inciting his base. He was using the claim of a rigged election. We have never seen somebody do that over and over and over again, tell a lie, say 6 months ahead of time that it's a rigged election. There is a dangerous consequence to that. When you've got millions of followers on Twitter and millions of followers on Facebook, and you've got that huge bully pulpit from the White House, and you're the President of the United States, there is a cost to doing that. People are listening to you in a way that, quite honestly, they're not listening to me, and they're not listening to all of us in this room. You know, I just want to clear up, the defense counsel made a point about something that I read earlier. The defense counsel suggested I misspoke. And I just want to clarify for the record that the tweet I referenced, let me read you the tweet directly. If a Democrat presidential candidate had an election rigged and stolen with proof of such acts at a level never seen before, the Democrat senators would consider it an act of war and fight to the death. Mitch and the Republicans do nothing, just want to let it pass. No fight. So Donald Trump was equating what Democrats would do if their election was stolen. He said they'd fight to the death. Why do you think he sends that tweet? Because he's trying to say, hey, the other side would fight to the death, so you should fight to the death. I mean, do we read that any other way?
Mr. President.
The senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, on my behalf and on behalf of Senator Kramer, I send a question to the desk.
Senator Hawley. And
yeah, nothing's going to happen to Agent Bruce Willis. We already know this. They're not going to convict him.
Question for the council and House managers, and following our procedure, the first one to respond will be after it's read will be the counsel for the former president.
If the Senate's power to disqualify is not derivative of the power to remove a convicted president from office, could the Senate disqualify a sitting president but not remove him or her? If the Senate's power to disqualify is not derivative of the power to remove a convicted president from office, could the Senate disqualify a sitting president but not remove him or her?
President has 2.5 minutes.
No.
I would have a lot of contempt for the Republicans, too, if I were a Democrat. They literally just tried to get you fucking dealt with a month ago. They tried to get you killed.
Mr. Castro attributed a statement the time before last that he was up here that Donald Trump had told his people to fight to the death.
That is false.
I'm not from here. I'm not like you guys. I was being very polite and given an opportunity to correct the record, and I thought that's exactly what he would do. But instead, what he did is he came up and illustrated the problem with the presentation of the House case. It's been smoke and mirrors, and worse, it's been dishonest. He came up and tried to cover when he got caught, as they were caught earlier today with all of the evidence, checking tweets, switching dates, everything they did. And bear in mind, I had 2 days to look at their evidence. And when I say 2 days, I mean they started putting in their evidence, so I started to be able to get looking at it. That is not the way this should be done. But what we discovered was he knew what he was doing. He knew that the president didn't say that to his people. What he said was, if it happened to the Dems, this is what they would do. In his speech that day, you know what he said? He said, if this happened to the Democrats, if the election was stolen from the Democrats, all hell would break loose. But, he said to his supporters, we are smarter, we are stronger, and we're going to do what they did all summer long.
And then they proceeded to up the ante and do 10 times worse what anyone did.
So what he did
summer.
was he misrepresented a tweet to you to put forth the narrative that is wrong. It's wrong, it's dishonest, and the American people don't deserve this any longer. You must acquit.
Managers on the part of the House of Representatives have 2.5 minutes.
And that was profoundly inaccurate and irrelevant to what the question is. So I'm going to get back to the question. So,
bodied.
Article 2, Section 4,
bodied.
A president who is in office must be convicted before removal, and then must be removed before disqualification. Okay. But if the president is already out of office, then he can be separately disqualified, as this president is. But these powers have always been treated as separate, which is why I think there have been 8 people who've been convicted and removed, and just 3 of them disqualified. And as you know, there's a totally separate process within the Senate for doing this. The Constitution requires 2/3 vote for conviction, but for disqualification, it's a majority vote. It's a separate thing. So people could vote to convict and then vote not to disqualify. If they felt that the evidence demonstrated that the president was guilty of incitement to insurrection, they could vote to convict. But if they felt that they didn't want to exercise the further power established by the Constitution to disqualify, they wouldn't have to do that, and that could be something that's taken up separately by the Senate by majority vote.
Mr. President,
the Senator from Massachusetts.
I send a question to the desk.
They're getting teabagged. And it's crazy because the Republicans don't even care.
The Senator from Massachusetts has a question for the House managers. The clerk will read the question.
The defense's presentation highlighted the fact that Democratic members of Congress raised objections to counting of electoral votes in past joint sessions of Congress. To your knowledge, were any of those Democratic objections raised after insurrectionists stormed the Capitol in order to prevent the counting of electoral votes, and after the president's personal lawyer asked senators to make these objections specifically to delay the certification.
So thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to respond to that. The answer is no, we are not aware that any other objections raised in the counting of electoral college votes, either by Democrats or Republicans, and this has actually been a kind of proud bipartisan tradition under the Electoral College, just because the Electoral College is so arcane and has so many rules to it. I think that my co-counsel on the other side had some fun, because I was one of the people who took, I think, about 30 seconds in 2016 to point out that the electors from Florida were not actually conforming to the letter of the law, because they have a rule in Florida that you can't be a dual office holder. In other words, you can't be like a state legislator and also be an elector. And so that was improper form. But I think that then Vice President Biden properly gavelled me down and said, look, we're going to try to make the Electoral College work, and we're going to vindicate the will of the people. And that's pretty much what's happened. And nobody has stormed the Capitol before, or as Representative Cheney, the Secretary of the Republican Conference, said, gone out and summoned a mob, assembled a mob, incited a mob, and lit a match. As Representative Cheney said, that all of this goes to the doorstep of the president. None of it would have happened without him, and everything is due to his actions. This would not happen. That is Facts. The chair of the House Republican Conference, who was the target of an effort to remove her, which was rejected on a vote by more than 2-1 in the House Republican Conference, when there was an attempt to remove her for voting for impeachment and becoming a leader for vindicating our constitutional values. So please don't mix up what Republicans and Democrats have done, I think, in every election for a long time, to say there are improprieties going on in terms of conforming with state election laws, with the idea of mobilizing a mob insurrection against the government that got 5 people killed, 140 Capitol officers wounded, and threatened the actual peaceful succession of power and transfer of power in America. Now, if we want to talk about reforming the Electoral College, we can talk about reforming the Electoral College. You don't do it with violence.
Mr. President, thank you. My apologies to the senator from Massachusetts for
Donald Trump's lawyers are getting teabagged right now.
Attorneys.
Absolutely fucking cumstered. But the Republicans don't care, because they got little R's next to their name. I'm saying, so they're getting votes.
The question from Senator Kramer is for the counsel for the former president. The clerk will read the question.
Given the allegations of the House manager that President Trump has tolerated anti-Semitic rhetoric, has there been a more pro-Israel president than President Trump?
No, but it's apparent that nobody listened to what I said earlier today, because the victorial speech needs to stop. You need to stop. There was nothing fun here, Mr. Raskin. We aren't having fun here. This is about the most miserable experience I've had down here in Washington, D.C. There's nothing fun about it. And in Philadelphia, where I come from, when you get caught doctoring the evidence, your case is over. And that's what happened. They got caught doctoring the evidence, and this case should be over.
He's mad as shit. He's mad as shit that all of his little goofy ass, fake ass evidence is getting teabagged. Look, he's got his arms crossed. He's got his arms crossed. Look how mad he is. My man is mauling in real time. Ted Cruz spending this whole time browsing stepmom porn on his official Twitter? Yeah, hell yeah. That's exactly what he's doing. Lauren Boebert is too busy shooting at targets of fucking Ilhan Omar. Andy Harris is too busy cheating on his wife. Allegedly.
The senator from Vermont, Senator Sanders, has a question for both the counsel for the former president and the House manager. The clerk will read it.
Pure salt coming from Trump's legal team.
The House managers will go first.
Pure salt.
The House prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment, did Trump actually win the election?
The House managers have up to 2.5 minutes.
As we all know, President Trump did lose the election by 7 million votes, 306 electoral votes. By the time of the January 6 attack, the courts, the Justice Department, all 50 states across the country had done, agreed that the votes were counted, the people had spoken, and it was time for the peaceful transfer of power, as our Constitution and the rule of law demands. 61 courts the president went to. That's fine, appropriate. He lost. He lost. He lost the election. He lost the court case. As Leader McConnell recognized the day after the electors certified the votes on December 14th, he said, quote, "Many millions of us had hoped that the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January 20th. The Electoral College has spoken." Patriotism. Sometimes there is a reason to dispute an election. Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount, go to courts. All of that's appropriate. I lost my first election. I stayed in bed for 3 days. We do what we need to do, and we move on. This was not that. Because when all of these people confirmed that Donald Trump had lost,
I said this was not
when
that.
the courts, his Department of Justice, state officials, Congress, his vice president were ready to commit to the peaceful transfer of power, Donald Trump was not ready. And so we are all here because he was not ready. Day after day, he told his supporters false, outlandish claims of why this election was rigged. Now, let's be clear. President Trump had absolutely no support of these claims, but that wasn't the point of what he was doing. He did it to make his supporters frustrated, to make them angry.
Time has expired. And counsel for the former president recognized for 2.5 minutes.
May I have the question read again and not have it count to my two?
Of course, the clerk will read the question again.
The House prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment, did Trump actually win the election?
Uh-oh, here we go.
The counsel for the former president have 2.5 minutes.
My judgment? Who asked that? I did. My judgment's irrelevant in this proceeding.
Oh, my God.
It is.
Yo, look at this! What is happening?
Is supposed to be.
The Senate will be in order. The senators, under the rules, will not challenge the content of the response. The counsel will continue.
May I have the question read again, please?
Oh, my God.
The
He's not even going to answer the. That's the defense. He hasn't even answered like half of the questions.
President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment,
that was a lie?
Did Trump actually win the election?
This is a simple yes or no question, honestly.
In my judgment, it's irrelevant to the question before this body. What's relevant in this impeachment article is, were Mr. Trump's words insightful to the point of violence and riot? That's the charge. That's the question. And the answer is no. He did not have speech.
That's like one of three major pillars of the prosecution. How are you just not even going to straight up answer that question,
now, what's
dude?
important to understand here is the House managers
The meanest
have
Goku dodge.
from the beginning of this
The meanest
case
Goku
to
dodge.
right now, done everything except answer that question. The question they brought before you. The question they want my client.
They've been
to be
confirming the
punished by.
answer of affirmative to that question for the last
That's
2
the questions
days.
that should be getting asked. And the answer is he advocated for peaceful, patriotic protests.
No.
They're his words. The House manager has
He said a lot
shown
of stuff.
Zero evidence that his words did anything else. Remember,
This guy
all of
is
the evidence is
sleep.
this was
He just must be
premeditated.
sleep every time they come up to the podium
On the
or come up to the
Capitol was
lectern.
pre-planned.
Because they've been teabagging this goofy ass little argument for the past 2 days and today.
What he said on that day on
He is
January
lawyering
6th
like shit.
at that ellipse.
He's big lawyering right now.
And that's the issue before this Senate. Now, on the issue of contesting elections and the results, the Democrats
Straight
have
up
a
smoke and
long,
mirrors tactics.
long history of just doing that. I hope everybody was able to see the video earlier today. Over and over again, it's been contested. When Mr. Trump was elected president, we were told that he was hijacked.
Did he literally say that over and over again it's been contested, but then refuse to acknowledge that the shit's been teabagged
That
61
was Michael
times in a fucking
Vanderveen,
row?
who is one
Like,
of
come on
President
now,
Trump's
dog.
defense attorneys, as you heard, declining to answer Senator Bernie Sanders' question, which was posed to both sides. The question, in essence, is the president says it's a big. The president has been saying insistently and repeatedly that he won the election, that he did not lose. What do you believe happened? And as you heard, Mr. Vanderveen said, that's irrelevant here. What this trial is all about is whether the president incited the insurrection, incited the takeover of the Capitol. These questions are going to continue. The Senate has 4 hours, has allotted 4 hours. We don't know if they're going to take that much time. They've just taken a little more than 1 hour, but we do need to step away to get ready for the news hour. We ask you to stay with us. We'll continue broadcasting the trial, and you can follow it on our website and as well as our coverage right here on PBS. So be sure to join us again tomorrow as well for the 6th day of the trial, and also, of course, on the NewsHour tonight. But I am Judy Woodruff. Thank you for joining us. Our coverage continues, and we'll see you soon.
Why did it appear that law enforcement at the Capitol were caught off guard and unable to prevent the breach? Why did the House Sergeant-at-Arms reportedly turn down a request to activate the National Guard, stating that he was not?
That's completely understandable, Agent Bruce Willis. I have a few people that I know that voted Trump in 2016 and couldn't vote for him again in 2020, and definitely aren't going to vote for him again, even if they did vote for him in 2020. I'm about to get. Oh, I forgot. Your boy got that Italian ice on deck. Hold on. You don't even know. You don't even be knowing what. Oh my goodness! I got the Italian ice. I might go get that shit.
Clerk will read the
Have a little
question
treat.
again.
A little treat.
The House managers assert that the January 6th attack was predictable and it was foreseeable. If so, why did it appear that law enforcement at the Capitol were caught off guard and unable to prevent the breach?
I'm gonna see how he lawyers his way through this
Why did the House
question.
Sergeant-at-Arms reportedly turn down a request to activate the National Guard, stating that he was not comfortable with the optics?
Holy cow. That is a really good question. And had the House managers done their investigation, maybe somebody would have an answer to that. But they didn't. They did zero investigation. They did nothing. They looked into nothing. They read newspaper articles. They talked to their friends who know a TV reporter or something or another. But Jiminy Crickets, there is no due process in this proceeding at all. And that
This dude is mad.
highlights the problem.
This dude is
when
mad.
you have no due process, you have no clear-cut answers. But we do know that
They
there
have
was, I
answered
think, a
thoroughly
certain
every
level
single question
of
asked to them.
foreseeability.
This man is the only one that
It
can't answer
looks
any
like
questions.
From the information they were presenting, some law enforcement knew that something could be happening. In my presentation, we knew that the mayor 2 days before had been offered to have federal troops or National Guard deployed, beef up security here in Capitol Police. That was offered.
Oh
So
yeah, he's
somebody
definitely
had to have
gonna.
an inkling into
Yeah,
something.
he's gonna do something
And
after
my
this. Agent
question
Bruce
is,
Willis.
who ignored it and why? If an investigation were done, we would know the answer to that too. Thank you.
The House managers have 2.5 minutes.
First, if defense counsel has exculpatory evidence, you're welcome to give it to us. We would love to see it.
Damn!
An opportunity to give us evidence
Ether.
that would exculpate the president. Haven't seen it yet. The defense counsel wants to blame everyone else except the person who was most responsible for what happened on January 6th. And that's President Trump, Donald Trump. And he is the person who foresees this the most because he had the reports, he had access to the information, he as well had, we all know how he is an avid.
She has been coming with so much heat, yo.
He knew what was going to
She's
happen.
Liu Kang. I mean, all these fireballs she's
Cultivated
tossing at
these
this man.
individuals. These are the undisputed facts. The National Guard was not deployed until over 2
She's
hours
definitely had
after
the most
attack.
heat for sure.
I heard reference to Mayor Bowser in defense's presentation. Mayor Bowser does not have authority over the Capitol or federal buildings. She could not deploy National Guards to the Capitol. That is outside of the jurisdiction of the mayor of the District of Columbia. At no point in that entire day did the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, tell anyone, law enforcement struggling for their lives, insurgents who felt empowered by the sheer quantity of them, any of us in this building, or the American people, that he was sending help. He did not defend the Capitol. The President of the United States did not defend the Capitol of this country. It's indefensible.
Damn.
Mr. President.
Cooked.
The Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
Lawyers on Trump team don't have shit to say. They haven't even answered half the questions they've been asked.
Senator Merkley.
They're getting cooked.
Question for the House
They are getting
managers.
cooked.
The clerk will read the question.
Yeah, SNL is going to have a field day, for sure. I am not a SNL fan. I've never watched SNL. I kind of want to see what they do with this, for real.
Anger Americans and stokes the fury by repeating the lie at event after event, and invites violent groups to D.C. on the day and hour necessary to interrupt the Electoral College count, and does nothing to stop those groups from advancing on the Capitol, and fails to summon the National Guard to protect the Capitol, and then expresses pleasure and delight that the Capitol was under attack, is the president innocent of inciting an insurrection because in a speech...
Right on, Asian Bruce Willis. I appreciate you coming through.
The House managers have 5 minutes.
You all ask a very important question, which is, given everything that the president did leading up to the election, after the election, and leading up to January 6th, all of the incitement of his supporters, whom he convinced with a big lie over and over.
This man's had some heat too, for real.
The election had been stolen from them and from him. And then once the mob had stormed the Capitol, the vice president was in danger, the speaker was in danger, the members of the House and the Senate, and all the staff here, the janitorial staff, the cafeteria workers, everybody. And all of the hot rhetoric that he spoke with, and then simply a few times said, "Stay peaceful." Remember, he said, "Stay peaceful," when they'd already gotten violent.
Right.
When they'd already brought weapons.
Heat.
When they'd already hurt people.
Shoot them fireballs, bro. Give them to Liu Kang.
What he never said was, "Stop the attack. Leave the Capitol. Leave immediately." And let me be clear. The president's message in that January 6th speech was incendiary. So in the entire speech, which was roughly 1,100 words, he used the word peaceful once. And using the word peaceful was the only suggestion of nonviolence.
Right.
And President Trump used the word fight or fighting 20 times. Now again, consider the context. He'd been telling them a big lie over and over, getting them amped up, getting them angry because an election had been stolen from them. There's thousands of people in front of him. Some of them are carrying weapons and arms. They're angry. He's telling them to fight. And President Trump's words in that speech, just like the mob's actions, were carefully chosen. His words incited their actions. And how do we know this? For months, the president had told his supporters his big lie, that the election was rigged, and he used the lie to urge his supporters not to concede and to stop the steal.
you rob a bank and on the way out the door you yell, "Respect private property," that's not a defense to robbing the bank.
Damn, that's heat. Jamie Raskin with the heat.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk directed at both sides.
Right, yo. Came up with that flame and then sat right back down, yo. He knew what he was doing with that. Yo, delivered the heat and dropped the mic.
The senator from Texas has a question for both sides. The clerk will read it, and the House managers will go first for 2.5 minutes.
Out of their 16 hours, the House managers devoted all of 15 minutes to articulating a newly created legal standard for incitement.
A what?
1, was violence foreseeable? 2, did he encourage violence?
Yo, everybody is looking like, huh?
Willfully.
Yeah, this shit's still on, Bryant.
Is this standard derived from the criminal code or any Supreme Court case? While violent riots were raging, Kamala Harris said on national TV, "They're not gonna let up, and they should not." And she also raised money to bail out violent rioters. Using the manager's proposed standard, is there any coherent way for Donald Trump's words to be incitement and Kamala Harris's words not to be incitement?
Thank you, Mr. President, Senators. I'm not familiar with the statement that is being referred to with respect to the Vice President, but I find it absolutely unimaginable that Vice President Harris would ever incite violence or encourage or promote violence. Obviously, it's completely irrelevant to the proceeding at hand, and I will allow her to defend herself. The president's lawyers are pointing out that we've never had any situation like this before in the history of the United States, and it's true. There's never been a president who has encouraged a violent insurrection against our own government. So we really have nothing to compare it to. So what we do in this trial will establish a standard going forward for all time. Now, there are two theories that have been put before you, and I think we've got to get past all of the picayune little critiques that have been offered today about this or that. Let's focus on what's really at stake here. The president's lawyers say, echoing the president, his conduct was totally appropriate. In other words, he would do it again. Exactly what he did is the new standard for what's allowable for him or any other president who gets into office. Our point is that his incitement so overwhelms any possible legal standard we have that we've got the opportunity now to declare that presidential incitement to violent insurrection against the Capitol and the Congress is completely forbidden to the President of the United States under the impeachment clauses. So we set forth for you the elements of encouragement of violence, and we saw it overwhelmingly. We know that he picked the date of that rally. In fact, there was another group that was going to have a rally on another date, and he got it moved to January 1st. He synchronized it exactly with the time that we would be in joint session. And as Representative Cheney said, he summoned that mob, he assembled that mob, he incited that mob, he lit the match. Come on, get real. We know that this is what happened. And the second thing is the foreseeability of it. Was it foreseeable? Remember Lansing, Michigan, and everything we showed you. They didn't mention that, of course.
He did say first.
Remember the MAGA 2 march, the MAGA 2 rally. They didn't mention that. Violence all over the rallies. The president cheering it on, delighting in it, reveling in it, exulting in it. Come on, how gullible do you think we are? We saw this happen. We just spent 11 or 12 hours looking at all that evidence. And intent to encourage.
Time
Thank you.
expired.
He's about to
Counsel
key
for
on
the
that.
former president has 2.5 minutes.
Yo brought his book up there. He's
Senator
ready to
Cruz,
come with some
I
bullshit.
believe the first part of your question refers to the newly
Oh, Ted
created
Cruz asked this
Raskin
question?
doctrine
Naturally. Of course
on
he did.
First Amendment. He just in his answer actually gave you a new one, appropriateness. The standard that this body needs to follow for law is Brandenburg v. Ohio, and the test really, the three-part test really
He doesn't
comes
even
out of
pass
Bible
that, though.
believers
That's the
versus
crazy
Wayne
part.
County, to be specific. The speech has to be explicitly or implicitly encouraged, the use of violence. In other words, it has to be in the words itself, which is clearly it's not in the words itself. That's step one. They don't get past it. Two, the speaker intends that his speech
Oh
will
my
result in use
God.
of violence or lawless action.
I just looked this
There's
case
no
up.
evidence of that,
Clarence
and it's
Brandenburg was literally a
that would be
KKK
true.
leader. He was a
Third,
Klansman.
the imminent use of violence or lawless action is likely to
Oh
result
my
in speech.
God, dude. Hold on.
Also, they fail on all 3 points of the law as we know it and needs to be applied here. I don't know why.
Yo,
he said
I
he
might
never
get
heard
TOS'd
Kamala
for having
Harris
this up here
say
because
about the riots and the people rioting
oh my
and ruining our
God,
businesses
dude.
and
This
our
is
streets
really
that
what they're
not gonna let
doing?
up, and they should not, because we played it 3 times today. We gave it to you in audio, I read it to you, and you got it in video. That's what she said. But it's protected speech. Her speech is protected also, Senator. That's the point.
Oh my
you all
God,
have protections
dude.
as
This is-
elected officials. The highest protections under the First Amendment. And that First Amendment applies here in this chamber to this proceeding. And that's what you need to keep focused on. You need to keep focused on what is the law and how do we apply it to this set of facts. It's your duty.
Well, that's what the
You can't get caught up
that's
in all
what
of the
the
rhetoric and the
ruling
facts
is.
that are
Brandenburg v.
irrelevant.
Ohio.
You need
That's
to
what the
keep
ruling was
focused
essentially is that hate
on
speech is
what
protected
the
under the
issue
law.
before you.
Well, that's
Decide
hate
it
speech is a
based on
legal
the
term.
law,
So
Brandenburg and
essentially,
Bible
what happened
believers,
is this dude
and apply it
held
to
a
the
KKK
facts.
rally where they
And
were
that
using
requires you to look at the
epithets,
words.
N
And there were
words,
no words of
you know,
incitement
talking about
of any
a
kind.
specific Semitic portion of the population.
Thank you.
The senator from Washington.
And he was advocating for forced expulsion of black people to Africa and Jewish Americans to Israel. But that was protected speech, apparently, according to this ruling. Unbelievable, yo. Unbelievable. I'll link it in chat. I'm going to link this in chat.
Senator Murray has a question for the House managers. The clerk will read the question.
I'll link it on Facebook, too. The Facebook chat.
At 6:01 p.m. Eastern Time on January 6th, President Trump tweeted, "These are the things that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long."
This is
Adding,
crazy.
for rioters to go home
I didn't even realize.
with love and in peace. What is the relevance of this tweet to President Trump's guilt?
It's part of the big lie. It is the big lie. It's why those people were out there in the first place. To stop the steal. It's insane to me that we even have to keep revisiting this because of how fucking slimy and fucking pieces of shit Trump's lawyers are.
Senators, this was a key quote and a key statement by the president that day, that horrific day. Remember, the Capitol had been stormed, it had been attacked, people had yelled, "Hang Mike Pence," people had gone after Speaker Pelosi, People brought baseball bats and other weapons. Many members of Congress and the Senate and the House were fearful for their own lives. The president didn't call the National Guard. His own administration didn't list him as somebody that they had spoken with to activate the Guard.
Wild.
And he said, "Remember this day forever." So if he was not guilty of inciting this insurrection, if this is not what he wanted, if it wasn't what he desired, by that time the carnage had been on television for hours.
Right.
He saw what was going on. Everybody saw what was going on. If it wasn't what he wanted, why would he have said, "Remember this day forever"? Why commemorate a day like that, an attack on the U.S. Capitol, for God's sake? Why would you do that? Unless you agreed that it was something to praise, not condemn, something to hold up and commemorate. No consoling the nation, no reassuring that the government was secure, not a single word that entire day condemning the attack or the attackers or the violent insurrection against Congress. And this tweet is important because it shows two key points about Donald Trump's state of mind. First, this was entirely and completely foreseeable, and he foresaw it. And he helped incite it over many months. He's saying, "I told you this was going to happen if you certified the election for anyone else besides me."
Yep, that's
and
exactly
you got
what he
you
was saying.
deserved for trying to take it away from me. And we know this because that statement was entirely consistent with everything he said leading up to the attack.
Yep.
Second, this shows that Donald Trump intended and reveled in this. Senators, he reveled in this. He delighted in it. This is what he wanted.
Trump is
"Remember
entitled.
this day forever," he said. Not as a day of disgrace as it is to all of us, but as a day of celebration and commemoration.
Right.
And if we let it, if we don't hold him accountable and set a strong precedent, possibly a continuation later on.
Yep. That's a fact.
We will, of course, all of us remember this day, but not in the same way that Donald Trump suggested. We'll remember the bravery of our Capitol and Metro police forces. We'll remember the officer who lost his life, and sadly the others who did as well, and the devastation that was done to this country because of Donald Trump.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The senator from Louisiana, Mr. Cassidy, has a question for both counsel for the former president and counsel for the House. The clerk will read it, and counsel for the former president will go first for 2.5 minutes, and then the House representatives will have 2.5 minutes.
Senator Tuberville reports that he spoke to President Trump at 2:15 p.m. He told the president that the vice president had just evacuated.
Oh!
I presume it was understood at this time that rioters had entered the Capitol and threatened the safety of senators and the vice president. Even after hearing of this at 2:24 p.m., President Trump tweeted that Mike Pence lacked courage. He did not call for law enforcement backup until then, The tweet and lack of response.
This is heat. This is heat. Oh my God. Please, yo. I can't wait for him to answer this.
Or that law enforcement was overwhelmed. Does this show that President Trump was tolerant of the intimidation of Vice President Pence?
Counsel has 2.5 minutes.
Directly, no. But I dispute the premise of your facts. I dispute the facts that are laid out in that question. And unfortunately, we're not going to know the answer to the facts in this proceeding.
Bruh, he's straight calling this man a liar.
To investigate what went on. We're trying to get hearsay from Mr. Tuberville. There was hearsay from Mr. Lee, I think it was 2 nights ago when we ended, where Mr. Lee was accused of making a statement that he never made. But it was a report from a reporter, from a friend, as somebody who had some hearsay that they heard the night before.
This man straight says, yeah, I told Trump his vice president was being evacuated. And this man is like, nah, I don't believe you.
And so I have a problem with the facts in the question because I have no idea. And nobody from the House has given us any opportunity to have any idea. But Mr. Trump and Mr. Pence have had a very good relationship for a long time, and I'm sure Mr. Trump very much is concerned and was concerned for the safety and well-being of
Bruh.
Mr. Pence and everybody
Oh
else
my
that was over here.
God, yo.
Thank you.
I can't wait for Jamie Raskin to come up here and teabag the fuck out of that goofy ass little bullshit.
You know, my counsel said before, this has been my worst experience in Washington, and for that I guess we're sorry, but man, you should have been here on January 6th. So the counsel for the president keep blaming the House for not having the evidence that's within the sole possession of their client, who we invited to come and testify last week.
Right.
We sent a letter on February 4th. I sent it directly to President Trump, inviting him to come and to explain and fill in the gaps of what we know.
I didn't know about
what
that,
happened there.
Rexky.
And they sent back a contemptuous response. Just a few hours later, I think they maybe even responded more quickly to my letter than President Trump did as a commander-in-chief to the invasion and the storming of the Capitol of the United States. But
damn, that's heat. That's heat.
Decline this invitation,
that was fucking
we
heat.
reserve all rights, including the right to establish a trial that your refusal to testify supports a strong adverse inference. What's that? Well, Justice Scalia was the great champion of it. If you don't testify in a criminal case, it can't be used against you. Everybody knows that. That's the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. But if it's a civil case and you plead the Fifth or you don't show up, then according to Justice Scalia and the rest of the Supreme Court, you can interpret every disputed fact against the defendant. That is totally available to us. So, for example, if we say the president was missing in action for several hours and he was derelict in his duty and he deserted his duty as commander-in-chief, and we say that as inciter-in-chief he didn't call off dogs, and they say, oh no, he was really doing whatever he can. If you're puzzled about that, you can resolve that dispute, factual dispute, against the defendant who refuses to come to a civil proceeding. He will not spend 1 day in jail if you convict him. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is about preserving the republic, dear Senate. That's what this is about, setting standards of conduct for the President of the United States so this never happens to us again. So rather than yelling at us and screaming about how we didn't have time to get all of the facts about what your client did, bring your client up here and have him testify under oath about why he was sending out tweets denouncing the Vice President of the United States while the Vice President was being hunted down by a mob that wanted to hang him and was chanting in this building, hang Mike Pence, hang
That's
Mike
heat.
Pence, traitor, traitor, traitor.
Damn, that was heat. Oh my God, that was some fucking heat. Oh my God, yo. Oh my God.
I sent a question to the desk, directed to the
That was ether, yo. That was fucking ether. He fireballed that man. He EX fireballed that man. Look at him. Look at him. I don't even know how to fucking challenge that. Look at him. He's all up in his man's ear like, oh, fuck, they're teabagging us. What are we going to do? How do we lie about this? Oh my God, they're teabagging us. Oh my God, there's a Batman symbol on my forehead right now. There's a mushroom stamp on my fucking forehead right now. They've teabagged us so hard. They've teabagged us at 600 miles per hour.
The clerk will report.
Those yellow cards are the questions.
Would the president be made aware of the FBI and intelligence information of a possible attack? And would the president be responsible for not preparing to protect the Capitol and all elected officials of government with National Guard and law enforcement as he did?
They're being written as the proceeding is going
when
on.
he appeared in front of the St. John's.
It's all good, Rexky. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to answer questions with what little I know. You know what I'm saying? And if I don't know, I'll just hit the fucking quick Googles. You know what I'm saying? We can pull it up on screen together. Work through it.
It's the responsibility of the president to know.
Right.
President of the United States.
Why the fuck would you not know what your FBI knows if you're the president?
On what is happening in the country that he has a duty to protect.
Right. Straight the fuck up.
Additionally, the president would have known, just like the rest of us know, all of the reports that were out there and publicly available.
Right. Straight up.
How many of you received calls saying to be careful?
Right.
On January 6th, to be careful that day. I'm seeing reports. It doesn't seem safe.
That man Trump watches Fox News in the fucking bathtub. He knew, yo.
Donald Trump, as our commander-in-chief, absolutely had a duty and a sworn oath to preserve, protect, and defend us, and to do the same for the officers under his command. And he was not just our commander-in-chief. He incited the attack. The insurgents were following his commands, as we saw when we read aloud his tweet attacking the vice president.
Facts.
And with regard to the vice president, I'm sure they did have a good relationship, but we all know what can happen to one who has a good relationship with the president when you decide to do something that he doesn't like.
This is
Some
facts.
of you have experienced that.
Heat.
When he turns against you.
Heat. Ted Cruz.
Follow his command.
Fucking heat. Ted Cruz. He called your wife ugly, and you're still trying to get him to fuck her so you can slurp the fucking jism out of her.
Donald Trump would command the National Guard to help them. Well, he didn't do much better. He may not have commanded the Guard to help them, but it took way, way too long for him to command the Guard to help us. This is all connected. We're talking about free speech. This was a pattern and practice of months of activity. That is the incitement. That is the incitement. The activity he was engaged in.
And that's facts, too. They're trying to focus on his one speech on the 6th.
On January 6th.
Yeah, heat. She's got heat for him. She got ether.
Is a dereliction of duty of the President of the United States.
God damn, she's flaming them up.
Who elected him. All of the people of this country.
Her and Jamie Raskin both have just fucking flamed them up. Just absolutely fucking cumstered them.
The senator from Alaska.
It's teabagged the fuck out of them.
To the desk for the former president's counsel.
Oh, here we go. Are they about to get flamed, or are they about to get a fucking softball question? They about to bring the tee out. The baseball tee. We playing hardball or we playing T-ball? Let's find out.
Senator from Alaska, Senator Sullivan has a question for the House Counsel, and the clerk will report the question.
Mr. President.
For the former President's Counsel, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The House manager said yesterday that due process is discretionary, meaning the House is not required to provide, and indeed did not provide in this snap impeachment, any constitutional protections to a defendant in the House impeachment proceedings. What are the implications for our constitutional order of this new House precedent, combined with the Senate's power to disqualify from public office a private citizen in an impeachment trial?
Council has 5 minutes.
That's a complicated question. Could I have that read again, please?
The House managers said yesterday that due process is discretionary, meaning the House is not required to provide, and indeed did not provide in this snap impeachment, any constitutional protections to a defendant in House impeachment proceedings. What are the implications for our constitutional order of this new
exactly,
House
Rexky,
combined with the Senate's power to disqualify from public office a private citizen in an impeachment trial?
Well, first of all, due process is never discretionary. Good Lord. The Constitution requires that an accused have the right to due process because the power that a prosecutor has to take somebody's liberty when they're prosecuting them is the ultimate thing that we try to save. In this case, just now, in the last 2 hours, we've had prosecutorial misconduct. What they just tried to do was say that it's our burden to bring them evidence to prove their case. And it's not. It's
what?
Not our burden to bring
this
any
man is
forward.
cracked out.
What's the danger? Well, the danger is pretty obvious. If a majority party doesn't like somebody in the minority party and they're afraid they may lose the election, or if it's somebody in the majority party and there's a private citizen who wants to run against somebody in the majority party, well, they could simply bring impeachment proceedings. And of course, without due process, they're not going to be entitled to a lawyer. They're not going to be entitled to have notice of the charges against them. It puts us into a position where we are the kind of judicial system and governing body that we're all very, very afraid of. From what we left hundreds of years ago, and what regimes all around this world that endanger us, that's how they act. That's how they conduct themselves without giving the accused due process, taking their liberty without giving them just a basic fundamental right under the 5th through the 14th applied to the states, due process. If you take away due process,
Jamie Raskin already teabagged this argument right before he came up there and said this bullshit too.
If you take that away, there will be no justice and nobody will be safe. But it's patently unfair for the House managers to bring an impeachment proceeding without any investigation at all, and then stand up here and say, one, they had a chance to bring us evidence, and two, let's see what we can do about flipping around somebody's other constitutional rights to having a lawyer or to having to see the evidence at all. It just gets brought in without anybody, as it was here, without anybody having an opportunity to review it beforehand. They actually sent it to us on the 9th, the day after we started this. So it's a really big problem. The due process clause applies to this impeachment hearing, and it's been severely and extremely violated. This process is so unconstitutional because it violates due process. I'm not even going to get into the jurisdiction part. The due process part should be enough to give anybody who loves our Constitution and loves our country great pause to do anything but acquit Donald Trump. Thank you.
We're excited. The STEM.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I send a question to the desk for the House managers.
Impeachment is different than normal court. Yes, it's a civil court. It's not a criminal court, right? Jamie Raskin just fucking said that shit. He literally just went through a speech about how in a civil case you can plead the fifth and have all facts that are in dispute be ruled against you. In a criminal case, you can plead the fifth. It's a little different in the civil case.
Former President Trump and his attorneys have cited the Brandenburg v. Ohio case in support of their argument that the First Amendment protects Trump. Did the Brandenburg case prohibit holding public officials accountable through the impeachment process for the incitement of violence?
I can't wait for them to teabag this dumbass question, too.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senators. Let's start with the letter of more than 140 constitutional law professors, which I think they described as partisan in nature. That's a slur on the law professors, and I hope that they would withdraw that. There are very conservative luminaries on that list, including the co-founder of the Federalist Society, Ronald Reagan's former Solicitor General, Charles Fried, as well as prominent law professors across the intellectual, ideological, and jurisprudential spectrum. And they all called their First Amendment arguments frivolous, which they are. Now, they've retreated to the position of Brandenburg versus Ohio. They want their client to be treated like a guy at the mob, I think they said, a guy in the crowd who yells something out. Even on that standard, this group of law professors said there's a very strong argument that he's guilty even under the strict Brandenburg standard. Why? Because he incited imminent lawless action and he intended to do it, and it was likely to cause it. How do we know it was likely to cause it? It did cause it. They overran the Capitol.
Right.
So even if you want to hold the President of the United States of America to that minimal standard and forget about his constitutional oath of office, but as I said before, that would be a dereliction of legislative duty on our part. If we said all we're going to do is treat the President of the United States like one of the people he summoned to Washington to commit insurrection against us, okay? The President swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. That's against all comers. Domestic or foreign, that's what ours says, right? Did he do that? No, on the contrary. He's like the fire chief. He doesn't just say, go ahead and shout fire in the crowded theater. He summons the mob and sends the mob to go burn the theater down, and when people start madly calling him and ringing the alarm bells, he watches it on TV, and he takes his sweet time for several hours. He turns up the heat on the deputy fire chief who he's mad at, because he's not making it possible for him to pursue his political objectives. And then, when we say, we don't want you to be fire chief ever again, he starts crying about the First Amendment. Brandenburg was a case about a bunch of Klansmen who assembled in a field. And they weren't near anybody such that they could actually do violent damage to people. But they said some pretty repulsive, racist things. But the Supreme Court said they weren't inciting imminent lawless action because you couldn't have a mob, for example, break out the way that this mob broke out and took over the Capitol of the United States of America. Right. And by the way, don't compare him to one of those Klansmen in the field asserting their First Amendment rights. Assume that he were the chief of police of the town who went down to that rally and started calling for a rally at the city hall, and then nurturing that mob, cultivating that mob, pulling them in over a period of weeks and days, naming the date and the time and the place, riling them up beforehand, and then just saying, be my guest. Go and stop the steal.
But do it peacefully, though. Make sure you do it peacefully, though.
Use your common sense. Use your common sense. That's the standard of proof we want.
This is Ether. Jamie Raskin.
Like he's a criminal defendant. They're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt. They think that we're making a criminal case here. My friends, the former president is not going to spend 1 hour or 1 minute in jail. This is about protecting our republic and articulating and defining the standards of presidential conduct. And if you want this to be a standard for totally appropriate presidential conduct going forward, be my guest. But we're headed for a very different kind of country at that point.
Yes. Yes, yo. Jamie Raskin with the heat. That's where all the hair on the back of his head went, yo. It's because he's got that flame back there, and that's where he fucking shoots at people. That was all ether, yo. I'm glad he finally said that. Like, yo, you're comparing him to Brandenburg v. Ohio, and Brandenburg was literally about some fucking Klansmen, my nigga, that were trying to say the N-word and kill all Jews in public. That's where we're going with this. And they didn't even actually end up doing that. They were in the middle of a field. They weren't in the middle of fucking the capital of the country, ready to storm the fucking capital.
The clerk will read the question.
Unbelievable, yo.
The House manager's single article of impeachment is centered on the accusation that President Trump singularly incited a crowd into a riot.
That is false.
Didn't the House managers contradict their own charge by outlining the premeditated nature and planning of this event, and by also showing the crowd was gathered at the Capitol even before the speech started, and barriers were pushed over some 20 minutes before the conclusion of President Trump's speech?
What? Huh? I don't know. This is how I know he's not going to get convicted, and he's getting ready to run again in 2024. And the Democrats keep fucking up the stimulus check. They're going to get teabagged in 2022 as well.
The House managers contradicted their own charge by outlining the premeditated nature and planning of this event, and by also showing the crowd gathered at the Capitol even before the speech started, and barriers were pushed over some 20 minutes before the conclusion of President Trump's speech. The answer is yes. And I want to take the rest of my time to go back to the last question because it was completely missed by the House managers.
He's mad about that last one.
Ohio is an incitement case. It's not an elected official case. That's Wood and Bond. And the whole problem that the House managers have in understanding the First Amendment argument here is that elected officials are different than everybody else. He's talking about fire chiefs. Fire chiefs are not elected officials. Police officers aren't elected officials.
They absolutely
elected
are.
officials have a different, a higher standard from the holdings that I gave you, the highest protections, I should say. It's not a higher standard, it's a higher protection to your speech because of the importance of political dialogue, because of what you all say in your public debate about policy, about the things that affect all of our lives. That's wicked important stuff. And you should be free to talk about that in just about any way that you can. Brandenburg comes into play from a constitutional analysis perspective when you're talking about incitement. Is the speech itself insightful to riot or lawlessness? One of the two. And the answer here is no. And Brandenburg, through, again, Bible believers, require you to look at the words of the speech. You actually can't go outside the words of the speech. You're not allowed to in the analysis. So all the time they're trying to spend on tweets going back to 2015, or everything they want to focus on that was said in the hours and the days afterwards.
This guy is fucking stupid. He's literally saying you can't all this other evidence. Nah, you can't use it. You can only talk about January 6th.
Scholastic inquiry as to how the First Amendment is applied in this chamber in this proceeding.
basically saying that if I talk about murdering someone for 6 fucking months straight, and I finally just randomly see him on the street and clap him in their brain, then, you know, you can only look at that specific day. You can't count all the other times I talked about shooting that man in his brain.
And fire chiefs are treated differently under First Amendment
He's
law.
big lawyering right now. Big lawyering.
And that's to the benefit of you all, which is to the benefit of us all. Because we do want you to be able to speak freely without fear that the majority party is going to come in and impeach you or come in and prosecute you to try to take away your seat where you sit now. That's not what the Constitution says should be done. But yes, they do. They do contradict themselves, of course. Thank you.
No, the First Amendment is the same no matter what. He's just fucking stupid, and he knows that his audience is fucking stupid.
Managers.
The Senator from Maryland, Senator Van Hollen, has a question for the managers. The clerk will report the question.
Would you please respond to the answer that was just given by the former president's counsel?
I can't wait to hear this.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm not quite sure which question the senator was referring to, but let me quickly just dispense of the counsel's invocation again of Bond versus Floyd. This is a case I know well, and I thank him for raising it. Julian Bond was a friend of mine. He was a colleague of mine at American University. He was a great civil rights hero.
Here comes some heat.
And in his case,
here comes some heat.
He got elected to the Georgia State Legislature and is a member of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the great committee headed up by the great Bob Moses for a long time. He got elected to the Georgia legislature, and they didn't want to allow him to be sworn in. They wouldn't allow him to take his oath of office because SNCC had taken a position against the Vietnam War. And so the Supreme Court said that was a violation of his First Amendment rights not to allow him to be sworn in. That's the complete opposite of Donald Trump. Not only was he sworn in on January 20th, 2017, he was president for almost 4 years before he incited this violent insurrection against us, and he violated his oath of office. That's what this impeachment trial is about, his violation of his oath of office and his refusal to uphold the law and take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Please don't desecrate the name of Julian Bond, a great American, by linking him with this terrible plot against America that just took place in the storming of the U.S.
Fire,
Capitol.
ether, fuego.
Colleague, Ms. Plaskett.
Oh, God, she's ready to come with the heat. Oh, my God, give us this heat. Please, yo, give us this heat. Cook this man. Cook this man, please, yo.
Assembled a mob, lit the flame. Everything that followed was his doing. And although he could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence, he didn't. In other words, this attack would not have happened without him. This attack is not about one speech. Most of you men would not have your wives with one attempt at talking to her. It took numerous tries. You had to build it up. That's what the president did as well.
Oh my God, they're getting duffed. This is the meanest two-piece I've ever seen in my entire life, yo.
That was to stop the certification of the election so that he could retain power to be president of the United States in contravention of an American election.
They just call it 2-piece and a biscuit.
Mr. President?
No drink, no honey, no jelly, no syrup.
Senator from Florida.
I send a question to the desk.
And that's what's so sad, yo, is that Republicans can't even tell that these people are getting fucking bodied on the floor right now. Absolutely fucking binked. And they're just like, nope, this is a frivolous snap impeachment. The Democrats are contradicting themselves because they're talking about old tweets when we're talking about January 6th. And this is cancel culture. And yeah.
The senator from Florida, and it is to both sides. The clerk will read the question, and the House managers will go first for the first 2.5 minutes.
Voting to convict the former president would create a new precedent that a former official can be convicted and disqualified by the Senate. Therefore, is it not true that under this new precedent, a future House facing partisan pressure to lock her up could impeach a former Secretary of State, and a future Senate be forced to put her on trial and potentially disqualify from any future office?
Wow, they're really still talking about Hillary in her emails, yo. They're really still talking about Hillary in her emails. I can't fucking believe how goofball. You could ask any fucking question, yo. You could ask any fucking question. You can ask any question, and you ask that one about Hillary, and you think you're slick because you don't name drop Hillary in the question.
Mr. President, Senators, 3 quick points here. First of all, I don't know how many times I can say it. The jurisdictional issue is over. It's gone. The Senate settled it. The Senate entertained jurisdiction exactly the way it has done since the very beginning of the Republic. In the Blunt case, in the Belknap case. And you'll remember both of them, former officials. And in this case, we have a president who committed his crimes against the Republic while he was in office. He was impeached by the House of Representatives while he was in office. So, you know, the hypothetical suggested by the gentleman from Florida has no bearing on this case, because I don't think you're talking about an official who was impeached while they were in office for conduct that they committed while they were in office.
The counsel for the former president.
You told him it was a dumb question.
Thank you. Could I have the question read again to make sure I have it right and can answer it directly?
Voting to convict the former president would create
That's
a new
lawyer
precedent
shit too.
that a
He wants to
former can be
cleanse the
convicted
palate, so
and
to say,
disqualified by the
so that
Senate.
you're more inclined to forget
Therefore,
the other person's
is it not
answer.
true
You're only thinking
that
about
under
his
this
because
new
it's right after the
precedent,
question.
A future House facing partisan pressure to lock her up could impeach a former Secretary of State, and a future Senate be forced to put her on trial and potentially disqualify from any future office?
If you see it their way, yes. If you do this the way they want it done, that could happen to the example there, a former Secretary of State.
This is a slippery slope, my guy. If you're saying yes to this, you better hope that they like Trump more than they hate Hillary. Because if you say yes to that, then they'll vote. They'll vote to convict Trump ASAP just so they can get to Hillary, my guy. And I don't think you understand this.
But I want to address that, and I want you to be clear on this. Mr. Raskin can't tell you on what grounds you acquit. If you believe, even though there was a vote that there's jurisdiction, if you believe jurisdiction's unconstitutional, you can still believe that. If you believe that the House did not give appropriate due process...
Didn't this man just say 2 questions ago that their due process is not subjective?
If you don't think they met their
What the fuck is this man talking about? And he's saying that they're contradicting themselves? Wow, yo. Wow, yo.
Mr. Raskin doesn't
Wow.
get to give you under what grounds you can acquit. And so you have to look at what they've put on. in its totality and come to your own understanding as to whether you think they've met their burden to impeach. But the original
due process is not subjective, but, you know, vote how you feel.
that I don't really think anybody here.
The facts don't care about your feelings, but if you feel a certain way about the facts, then, you know, then that's on you. You can vote however you want.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The senator from Colorado sent the question to the desk.
Republicans really are a walking contradiction because they don't actually believe anything. They're just a death cult.
As the hour tends to get late, I would note for all counsel, as Chief Justice Roberts noted on January 21st, 2020, citing the trial of Charles Swain in 1905, all parties in this chamber must refrain from using language that is not conducive to civil discourse. The Senator from Colorado, Senator Bennett, has a question for the House managers, and the clerk will read.
Don't get me wrong. Democrats are also definitely hypocrites. Just look at the conversation about Medicare for all. But the Republicans have absolutely no ideology whatsoever other than accelerating the death of the planet.
And other public officials withstood enormous pressure to uphold the lawful election of President Biden and the rule of law. What would have happened if these officials had bowed to the force President Trump exerted or the mob that attacked the Capitol?
That's always the Republicans' game, just playing what ifs. That dude has answered like one question. And the only questions he answers are the fucking T-ball questions that other Republicans present. He just presents pure hypotheticals at all times. Whenever, you know what I'm saying? That's the game that they play.
The House managers have 5 minutes.
I want to take a minute and remind everybody about the incredible pressure that Donald Trump was putting on election officials in different states in this country and the intimidation that he was issuing. I want to remind everyone of the background of Donald Trump's call to one Secretary of State, the Secretary of State from Georgia, Mr. Raffensperger. Donald Trump tried to overturn the election by any means necessary. He tried again and again to pressure and threaten election officials to overturn the election results. He pressured Michigan officials, calling them late at night and hosting them at the White House. He did the same thing with officials in Pennsylvania. He called into a local meeting of the Pennsylvania legislature, and he also hosted them at the White House, where he pressured them. And in Georgia, it was even worse. He sent tweet after tweet attacking the Secretary of State until Mr. Raffensperger got death threats to him and his family. His wife got a text that said, quote, "Your husband deserves facing a firing squad." A firing squad for doing his job. Mr. Raffensperger stood up to him. He told the world that elections are the bedrock of this society, and the votes were accurately counted for Donald Trump's opponent. Officials like Mr. Sterling warned Trump that if this continued, someone's going to get killed. But Donald Trump didn't stop. He escalated it even further. He made a personal call. You heard that call because it was recorded. The President of the United States told a Secretary of State that if he does not find votes, he will face criminal penalties. Please, Senators, consider that for a second. The President putting all of this public and private pressure on election officials, telling them that they could face criminal penalties if they don't do what he wants. And not just any number of votes that he was looking for. Donald Trump was asking the Secretary of State to somehow find the exact number of votes Donald Trump lost the state by. Remember, President Biden won Georgia by 11,779 votes. In his own words, President Trump said, quote, "All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes." He wanted the Secretary of State to somehow find the precise number plus one of votes that he needed to win. As a Congress and as a nation, we cannot be numb to this conduct. If we are, and if we don't set a precedent against it, more presidents will do this in the future. This will be a green light for them to engage in that kind of pressure and that kind of conduct. And this could have gone a very different way if those election officials had bowed to the intimidation and the pressure of the President of the United States. It would have meant that instead of the American people deciding this election, President Trump alone would have decided this American election.
Facts.
That's exactly what was at stake, and that's exactly what he was trying to do. He intended, wanted to, and tried to overturn the election by any means necessary. He tried everything else that he could to do to win. He started inciting the crowd, issuing tweet after tweet, issuing commands to stop the count, stop the steal, worked up the crowd, sent a save the date. So it wasn't just one speech or one thing. He was trying everything. He was pressuring elected officials. He was riling up his base, telling them the election had been stolen from them, that it had been stolen from him. It was a combination of things that only Donald Trump could have done. And for us to believe otherwise is to think that somehow a rabbit came out of a hat and this mob just showed up here on their own, all by themselves.
Yeah, the rioters straight had merch pre-printed in advance,
Senators,
that had the date on it.
And the future of our democracy truly rests in your hands.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
Oh my goodness. This is about to be some goofball shit too.
The Senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, has a question for both counsel for the former president and the House manager. The clerk will read the question, and we'll recognize first the counsel for the former president.
The House managers have argued that if the Senate cannot convict former officers, then the Constitution creates a January exception, pursuant to which a president is free to act with impunity because he is not subject to impeachment, conviction, and removal and/or disqualification. But isn't a president subject to criminal prosecution after he leaves office for acts committed in office, even if those acts are committed in January?
The senator from Texas's question raises a very Very important point. There is no such thing as a January exception to impeachment. There is only the text of the Constitution which makes very clear that a former president is subject to criminal sanction after his presidency for any illegal acts he commits. There is no January exception to impeachment. There is simply a way we treat high crimes and misdemeanors allegedly committed by a president when he is in office, impeachment, and how we treat criminal behavior by a private citizen when they are not in office.
The House managers.
Thank you for this excellent question. Wouldn't a president who decides to commit his crimes in the last few weeks in office, like President Trump, by inciting an insurrection against the counting of electoral college votes, be subject to criminal prosecution by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, for example, the Department of Justice? Well, of course, he would be. But that's true of the president regardless of when he commits his offenses in office. In other words, that's an argument for prosecuting him if he tried to stage an insurrection against the union in his third year in office or his second year in office. You could say, well, he could be prosecuted afterwards. The reason that the framers gave Congress, the House, the power to impeach, the Senate the power to try, convict, remove, and disqualify was to protect the republic. It's not a vindictive power. I know a lot of people were very angry with Donald Trump about these terrible events that took place. We don't come here in anger, contrary to what you've heard today. We come here in the spirit of protecting our republic, and that's what it's all about. But their January exception would essentially invite presidents and other civil officers to run rampant in the last few weeks in office on the theory that the House and the Senate wouldn't be able to get it together in time, certainly according to their demands for months and months of investigation, wouldn't be able to get it together in time in order to vindicate the Constitution. That can't be right. That can't be right. We know that the peaceful transfer of power is always the most dangerous moment for democracies around the world. Talk to the diplomats. Talk to the historians. They will tell you that is a moment of danger. That's when you get the coups. That's when you get the insurrections. That's when you get the seditious plots. And you know what? Facts. You don't even have to read history for that. You don't even have to consult the framers. You don't even have to look around the world. It just happened to us. The moment when we were just going to collect the already certified electoral college votes from the states by the popular majorities within each state, except for Maine and Nebraska, which do it by congressional district as well as statewide. But otherwise, it's just the popular majorities in the states. And we were about to certify it, and we got hit by a violent insurrectionary mob. Don't take our word for it. Listen to the tapes, unless they're going to claim those are fabricated too. And the people are yelling, "This is our house now." And where are the blank votes at?
Time is up.
And show us the votes, etc. Thank you.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, it's my understanding there are no further questions on either side.
The Republican Leader.
That's correct. I know of no further questions on our side.
I ask unanimous consent that the time for questions and answers be considered expired.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for myself and Senator McConnell to speak for up to 1 minute each, and then it be in order for me to make a unanimous consent to request as if in legislative session.
Without objection, so ordered. The Senator from New York.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, in a moment, I will ask the Senate to pass legislation that would award Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman the Congressional Gold Medal. In the weeks after the attack on January the 6th, the world learned about the incredible bravery of Officer Goodman on that fateful day.
Let's talk about this, because this is important.
We saw a new video.
That man deserves a medal.
Showing calmness.
If you believe in patriotism and all that goofy shit, that man deserves a fucking medal. He deserves some recognition.
And his willingness to make himself a target of the mob's rage so that others might reach safety. Officer Goodman is in the chamber tonight. Officer Goodman, thank you.
Hell yeah, I'm glad that man's getting recognized. Yeah, let him speak. Let him see what he has to say.
Republican leader.
McConnell?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I just want to say, I think we can all agree that Eugene Goodman deserves the highest honor Congress can bestow. But before we move to pass this legislation, I want to be clear that he was not alone that day. The nation saw and has now seen numerous examples of the heroic conduct of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, the SWAT teams.
That dude that almost got crushed deserves a fucking raise. And that dude that got his eye poked out.
Heartfelt gratitude extends to each and every one of them, particularly now as members of the force continue to bear scars, seen and unforeseen, from the events of that disgraceful day. Let us give them all the honor and recognition they so justly deserve.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader.
I'm pleased to join the Majority Leader's request. January 6th was a day of fear for those who work here in the Capitol, and of sadness for many more watching from afar. But that awful day also
you didn't miss much,
to
Lifer.
a group of heroes whom we in Congress were already proud to call our colleagues and to whom we owe a great debt. In the face of lawlessness,
Young Turtle.
officers of the U.S. Capitol lived out
Old Turtle, Billy.
sense
Old
their
Turtle.
oaths. If not for the quick thinking and bravery of Officer Eugene Goodman, in particular, people in this chamber may not have escaped that day unharmed. Officer Goodman's actions reflect a deep personal commitment to duty and brought even greater distinction upon all his brave brothers and sisters in uniform. So I'm proud the Senate is taking this step forward, recognizing his heroism with the highest honor we can bestow.
So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session,
Goodman was
I ask
aces.
unanimous consent
Absolutely.
that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-35, and then at the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Without objection. And the clerk will report.
S-35, a bill to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Officer Eugene Goodman.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. And the Senate now proceeds to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Van Hollen substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Saturday, February 13th, and that this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, we are adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
So I guess that's it. He did say he galaxy brained those fucking dummies on the 6th for sure. He definitely galaxy brained them. He definitely did. But on that note, I'm fucking starving. I I guess
This
that's
program
it.
was made possible by the corporation.
Shut up. I don't care. So, on that note, there was a lot of lulls today. It was exactly as hilarious as expected. No problem, Rexky. I'm probably going to chill out for a minute and get some food in my belly and take care of some other stuff that I got going on. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, so if I come back, it'll probably be a short stream. We can have some discussion about some other stuff, but I also kind of just want a game. Yeah, thank you, Lifer. I appreciate you coming by and contributing to the conversation and stuff. It's always good getting some input from the homies across the pond, as they say. But, yeah, shout out to everyone who came here and hung out. Shout out to Mischievous Raccoon. Shout out to Asian Bruce Willis. Shout out Fade Runner for always coming through. You know what I mean? Shout out Rexky. Fucking, shout out Lifer. Shout out the homies Bryant and Mark Young. They came through on my Facebook. No, we will not be playing Rogue. Thank you for the follow, Lifer. But yeah, shout out Big Richard Lizardman, even though he fucking incessantly begs me to play Rogue Company with him when I'm clearly not interested in that. I'm just playing. But yeah, shout out to Twan. I appreciate you because you and I have talked back and forth behind the scenes. But yeah, yo, I'll see you guys soon. I might play some more Hunt with my cousin, or I might play some more 9 to 5. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, be safe, everyone. And if not later tonight, I'll see you tomorrow morning when the trial